despise. So we are against anything criminality. So what you see them saying on social media is just a way to blackmail Biafra freedom. They have called us all manner of names, and sometimes I don't go into responding to all those nonsense because we know our activities. We raise funds internationally to fund the security of the.
All right, welcome back. This is Javier Say. We now we have a special guest joining us, and we are going to bring him on to join the show. All right, so joining us now is the chairman of the World Igbo Congress, Professor Anthony Ejiofor. Professor, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages.
It's nice to have you. And as we talk about this election coming up next month, we have a lot of people concerned about the situation in the Southeast. And as the leader of the Igbo people all over the world, we think it would be good to hear from you because you have a role to play, and you also know these actors playing in the Southeast. So let's start with how do you feel about the upcoming election? Let's start from there.
Yeah. Once again, thank you so much, Rudolph. I will go first to a joke about you and your stethoscope, which I call status hammer. I get scared when I see that. And there was something also I asked you that I'm not sure you gave me a response to that. How did you come up by that mene?
Actually, maybe I should announce it here. We're looking for that woman. If anybody knows who she is, where she is, we want to talk to her. Someone sent it to me. It was interesting, and somehow it clicked. Sometimes most of these things come from people, not me, people who watch.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Let me go straight to what you asked. General overview.
Yeah.
What I think, about the upcoming election. At some point, I was very apprehensive about this. I had my reservations because we want to make sure we have election integrity. And we didn't see it coming, so we had our reservations. But the way things are today, especially given the fact that Prince Peter Obi is making waves everywhere, our own is to make sure that there is that election integrity, which will involve activities on the ground and activities in the international circles, US, UK, United Nations, and so on, to ensure that there is election integrity. Because if anything goes wrong and there's no election, if anything goes wrong and Peter Obi's surge is scuttled, there is a chance that Nigeria will go over the precipice and may never come back from there. So my thinking is that we have an objective to save Igbo nation. We have an objective to make Igbo nation self-reliant and determine how it is governed by itself. But at this stage, election is what is happening. And we cross the bridge of getting to our destination when we get to that bridge. Meanwhile, we want to have that election, and we want to have the atmosphere to ensure that that election takes place.
Now, if there are places where there is doubt about whether the election will take place, one of them is the eastern part of the country. Do you have the confidence that it will happen? An election will take place in the east?
At this point, we still have kinks here and there of threats, sit down at home and all that. But I do believe that in the end, we will overcome that and the election will take place. The reason I'm optimistic about this is if we don't do that, we will lose. Think about when Masab asked people to stay home and not participate in the census. They obeyed and they stayed home. And today, Igbo land or Igbo people are among the least in terms of population. They are now minorities. We don't want such a thing to happen. If we are thinking of Biafra, Biafra will come when it will come. But remember that the physical Biafra ended in 1970. And so if Biafra will come back, we have to create the environment for it. It does not just drop from somewhere and scuttle everything that is on the ground. So that's the way I look at it.
Okay, let's look at the threats to election in the Southeast. There are multiple. Okay, there is total insecurity in the Southeast. There are so many actors, some of them known, some of them unknown. One of them is called the unknown government. What do you think about the people, the actors playing, participating in the insecurity in the Southeast? Who are they? Do you know?
You know that the major issue here is the search for new Biafra. When Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was free, he proposed and pursued that. He was a big proponent of Biafra. How did he go about it? He wanted what? Referendum. First of all, he started with restructuring. He wanted referendum. And he wanted justice, equity, and fair play. All these were not there. And these were the reasons why the agitation started in the first place. And the man, at some point, was really, really working more meticulously and more structurally than just talking on the internet or something. But unfortunately, the powers that be illegally captured him in Kenya, and they have held him since then. This man has won all the battles in all the law courts you can think of, yet the government is holding him. So since they held him, there has been a myriad and multiplicity of various groups purporting to be working for the ideals that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu proposed. And the way I look at it, not all of them are actually working for that. And that has brought chaos to our land. And because of that, you have all this sit at home, which was actually initiated by IPOB initially. But IPOB has been very, very reasonable and thoughtful in handling it. These other groups that are doing sit at home, I'm not sure that they're doing us any good. If you ask me, I might elaborate a little more on that. So that is the way I look at it from this perspective.
All right. So the sit at home, we have one declared for tomorrow, not tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday by Simon Ekpa. Do you know Simon?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Oh, through Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay. Have you been in touch with him? Is he speaking on behalf of, no, not on behalf of you or anybody, but what is the position of the World Igbo Congress to the position that he's taken in the Igbo situation and the election in this coming election in Nigeria?
The position that who is taking Simon
Ekpa, yeah, which is that there shouldn't be election.
Let me say upfront that World Igbo Congress does not support no election in Igbo land. But World Igbo Congress actively is even promoting election in Igbo land. Let me say that I have even had opportunity to communicate with Simon on certain issues, especially the impact of this sit at home in Igbo land. First of all, I even communicated with him a certain meticulous study. You know, I am an academician, and therefore we don't work with sentiments, we work with empirical data. We have a document, the Southeast economy, the cost of insecurity and sit-at-home protest on the business environment. We have a first copy, one of it already published, and developed and published by Dev East Foundation Limited. It's a nonprofit organization. They did empirical studies and they have data to show how the sit-at-home has been impacting Igbo land. There are so many things connected to that. It erodes confidence in the economy of the Southeast. It generates potential loss of the foreign direct investment, which also includes remittances coming into Igbo land. It very soon, the entire Igbo land, they owe about 412 billion naira. They are struggling to pay back, and they're not finding it funny at all. And the sit at home is helping to pull that back and make it impossible for these states to become viable enough to follow or do carry out other programs that they've set up for themselves. And they also lead to sit-at-homes, lead to collapse of businesses in Igbo land. And that increases poverty. Increase in poverty, that is when transporters, farmers, traders, and so on can no longer make ends meet. These are all the impact. And therefore, I've communicated with him that saying the sit down at home is impacting us economically. And then if we say there's no election in Igbo land, that means that what befell us with the census is likely to befall us again. But Nigeria will move on. Whether or not we participate, they will still do what they want to do. So why not we be part of it, and be able to control or influence how our people vote, and therefore how Nigeria can turn out with Igbo land as the pivotal developmental hub that it is.
All right. I want to let the audience know that we get them involved in this conversation in a few more minutes. I want to get a few questions through to him, and then we let people in. Okay, so these are the impacts. So when you talked to him, what did he say? What was the reaction of Simon?
He appears to be, and I'm still, the channel is still open, but he appears to be adamant and ready to continue with the sit at home, which we are not finding very funny.
Obviously, he's continuing with the new one he declared for Monday and Tuesday. So what is the option left for you as the leader of Igbo people all over the world? What options do you have? I mean, there are Igbo people in Finland and in Europe. What are the options?
We have, by engaging him, what we have tried to do is give him some kind of soft landing. This is a young man. When I met him first, and I like him as an individual. But when this sit-at-home thing spun off with the autopilot, it became very difficult to handle. So the channel is still open, and I wouldn't want to discuss publicly the measures that we and the Igbo nation is about to take to ensure that things become normal.
All right. I'm not going to push you to tell us the measures, but it's not just Simon Ekpa that is so of concern to some people who are looking at the situation in the East. They are also legitimately concerned about the killings happening there, from militants, so different groups from the forest, and some of them are called the Fulani headsmen, who are in the forest killing people in villages in anyone. These are legitimate things happening. And in a way, they fuel some of the agitation you hear from the Biafrans, who are complaining that the government, both the federal and the local, the states, are not doing anything. So what is the World Igbo Congress doing in that situation?
Our greatest problem is the difficulty in getting our governors to work as our governors. They work more like as though they are agents of the federal government and not leaders of the Igbo people. And this is why they have found it extremely difficult to work together. You know that there is a governors forum, and we have tried to work with this governors forum. They have not been holding meetings. We have pushed them to hold meetings, but they have not. So we are now approaching them individually and hoping that what we are dealing with will be in a position to bring about control of the insecurity situation in all the other parts of Igbo land. Oh yes, there are specific engagements of specific governors, and I wouldn't want to call names at this stage. And in due course, before that election, some of this will be rolled out. And we also know, probably know, may have heard about Anyandibo. Anyandibo is an organization. I won't call it, you really call it organization as such, but there are people who placeholder since the Ohanese became a little bit moribund. This Anyandibo is now handling a lot of issues, including security in Igbo land. They have put together a number of security operatives who will help to make Igbo land quiet as we approach the elections. So once again, this is a highly sensitive matter, and I'd like to reserve some aspect of it, not speak about them here.
All right, all right. Let's. I understand that, and the governors to their own, you can say, in their own response, they started what they call the bubago in some states. I'm not sure how many states now have a bubago operating. What do you think about a bubago? Is that an answer to the insecurity in the East?
Bubago was promoted and intentioned as zonal engagement, zonal group, zonal unit. That is all the states of southeastern Nigeria. But the implementation of it fell far short than what was planned. Implementation now is such that nearly every state has its own Ebubago, and this Ebubago in various states, in some states, have been used as political thugs. And that means they're not working for the people anymore. In fact, they have become terror themselves in many of these states. We are trying to see how we can generate some kind of security that will be communal to all the states of Igbo land. And that is where we are going. Ebubago is not the answer at all. The state of gunmen, unknown gunmen also, is a major problem. As some of the leaders, even some of the state governors told us that the unknown gunmen, they are political gladiators. They are hirelings of the political gladiators in various states of the country. So we have tried to engage the political gladiators that have been identified, hoping that they will draw their people back and stop them from making Igbo land a living hell. Thank you.
For those in the East, those who live there, they have so much multiple threats to them. One of them is also the security agents in the East, operating in the East. Now, in an effort to contain the situation, there are reports by human rights organizations of security agents killing and arresting and torturing innocent people in the East. So an organization like the World Igbo Congress, is there any role you can play in making sure that that stops?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Even as of yesterday, we had an extensive meeting with the State Department, Bureau of African Affairs, and specifically Nigerian desk. The reason we had that, there were two issues. One, this election integrity that I mentioned. The other one is the insecurity that is there. We made it clear to them that the so-called police and army that are taking care of insecurity, especially in the Southeast, where I come from, that these have been infiltrated by Boko Haram people who we are said to have been repented. They release them and then absorb them into the army and the police. They have a mission there that is making us become circumspect of the situation. They have a mission, the mission to overbear their interest and influence on southeastern Nigeria, who are indigenous people of the land, who own the place as their ancestral land. And the function of these people who have been converted, of course, you know what Boko Haram stands for. You know what Fulani herdsmen stand for. For us, they are offshoots of the centuries-old mission of the jihad in Nigeria. And that is continuing. What happens is that I think the British kind of halted it at some point, and now they have resumed. It's over 200 years, but it's still in action. And that is what ISWAP represents. That is what the Fulani herdsmen represent. That is what Boko Haram represents. And now they are being absorbed into the security agencies. What are we talking about? After our people have been disarmed, even of machetes and so on, and then these people are allowed to roam the streets and even empowered by giving them uniforms. That's a major threat. We have reported that to the Senate of the United States, and we are hoping that we'll be able to achieve something out of that.
Okay, now people who look at the situation in the East, they point out that most of the crises are being supported by Igbo people abroad. These are people under your quote unquote, not everybody abroad is a member of the World Igbo Congress, but it's under your control, sort of. But there are people abroad. Whether you say that ESN as represented by whatever group, they are being sponsored by people abroad. They also mentioned that even the World Igbo Congress, there's this concern that even the World Igbo Congress at one point supported ESN. So what is how do you, if there's need to pull back, how do you pull back? How do you talk to the people? Because if people abroad stop, let's say we say that this is what's the problem and it's from support from abroad. If it stops, then the problem will be stopped. What do you think about that as a way of calming down the situation?
When ESN started, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was free, ESN had a unique and controllable objective, and that is those Fulani herdsmen who camp in our forests and who conduct raids from those forests to destabilize our communities, to kill our people, to maim them, to rape them. That was a major concern at that time. And that was the assignment of ESN at the time. But it does appear that a lot of things have developed a mind of their own and become runaway train, just like the autopilot and many other groups. Those are not part of what World Igbo Congress does. World Igbo Congress believes in the safety of lives and property of our people in the Southeast. That's what we are about. When it comes to destruction, sit at home and all that, and the disruption of elections and all that, we are not part of it, and we don't encourage it, and we'll do everything to work against that.
All right. Let me play a video and we'll watch that, and then we'll be right back. And I want to talk to you about the governor of Anambra State, Imo State, and the campaign of P2B.
Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. If they do not give us Biafra, there will be nothing living in that very zoo they call Nigeria. Nothing will survive there, I can assure you. You see, 1967 to 1970 is not 2013 to 2015. We had scientists then, now we have men that can make things happen, even better than what we had in the late 60s. So that should ring as a warning to all of them that we are not joking. I do not believe in peaceful actualization or whatever rubbish is called. I have never seen where you become free by peaceful means. If you know, you tell me. I'm a student of contemporary history. I have never come across anywhere in history books where you get your freedom out of a peaceful process. It's never happened. Never, ever, ever. And the killing of people to disintegrate the zoo shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. Our promise is very simple. If they fail to give us Biafra, Somalia will look like a paradise compared to what will happen to that zoo. It is a promise, it is a prayer.
There's been a lot of destruction, a lot of suffering. At the end of the war, a policy of no victor, no vanquished was established. what it remained for this to be put into practice in real terms. The Igbos, as I saw them on my return, would seem to suffer some disabilities still. In fact, those disabilities they see as punishment, continued punishment for participating in the war. And in a country where we're all striving to forget the past and move forward to a brighter future, this constant reminder, this constant punishment, this constant reproach inhibited the Igbo through participation in Nigerian body politic. They would like to feel that in Nigeria they could aspire to any position. They would like to feel that there are no limitations to their contributive capacity in Nigeria. They would like to feel that they could be appreciated fully in Nigeria. They would like to feel that they could be honored in Nigeria for their contribution. In short, the Igbo would like to feel that one day an Igbo could become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, these are two contrasting views of the position of the Igbo people in Nigeria. With the emergence of Peter Obi as a candidate for president on that Labour Party, what do you think is going on now? What are the chances of Peter Obi winning the election?
Thank you once again. In the two clips that you played, the last one featured Dim, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. And among the last things he said, so in the hope that an Igbo person will one day become the president of Nigeria. And then you now connected that to the circumstances of Peter Obi. I met this man, Peter Obi, way back in 2001 when he came to Los Angeles. We just formed the ASA USA, Anambra State Association of USA. Freshly, I was the first vice president. We gave them the platform and the election for Anambra State was coming up. This young man came over there, and of all the about 8 of them that participated in the debate, our hearts were drawn to him because of his visionary style of saying what he wants to say. Since then, I've interacted with him in many circles, especially in World Igbo Congress, where he has visited a number of times, and he's a friend of World Igbo Congress. But the way things are today, remember that leading up to the elections, you had primaries, and these primaries took place across the land in all the political parties. The man had this dream of fulfilling the hope of Odumegwu Ojukwu, and unfortunately, the powers that be has a way of skimming things and setting things up as they want it. It's not beyond them to have pre-planned who will be the flag bearers of each of the political parties. And of course, in the execution of such plans, Peter Obi was squeezed out. Well, be a man of vision, he knew that he could find platform elsewhere. Now he is with Labour Party. It's a big surprise to so many people, but not to me and to a few other people who know him very well, that he could lift Labour Party from non-existent position to where it is now. In fact, he can be easily described as the front runner among the 3 prominent ones. He could be described as the front runner. It's a good thing that is there. And notice that this is not about Igbo. I am World Igbo Congress. But the young man has initiated and put in place a national movement that involves everyone and involves 70% of the electorate. We have about 93 million people registered to vote. Out of this, 70% of them are young people and women who have not been participating a whole lot. So now this 70%, we believe, are strongly behind him. And of course, notice that he has been making inroads everywhere. In as much as some people have tried to tackle him from all angles, he has stood his ground. I watched him, his presentation at Chatham House. I felt, oh, look, for the first time in recent times, Nigeria is likely to have a real president because he was very, very presidential. So I think he has a great chance, very great chance. Those of us in the diaspora, we do remittances. Over 29 billion naira is remitted, dollars remitted to Nigeria every year. Over 40% of that is from Igbo land. And I tell you, all diaspora Igbo who remit money, there are people that they are supporting. You can be an influencer in a way by teaching them to make sure they have their PVC, by teaching them to make sure they go out and vote, by teaching them that they have to resist all kinds of intimidation. With that said, I do believe that Peter Obi has a great chance and has a chance of meeting that dream that Dim had a long time ago.
All right, thank you. When you hear people, and these are sometimes serious people, even presidential candidates, when they make reference to Peter Obi, they refer to him and make insinuations that he has to, first of all, prove that he's a Nigerian, he wants to govern Nigeria, that he's not going to be for Biafra. What do you think is going on there?
The man answered questions recently when he was asked about agitators. He made it clear there are agitators, they're not just Biafrans, there are agitators all over the place. You have agitators among Yoruba people. You have agitators among Middle Belt people. Even in the core Hausa areas, you have people who are agitating. And the man said, even in his house, there are agitators. He has a common answer to that. Because the problem, if you also listen to what Ojukwu said in that clip that you showed, it is the issue of non-inclusion of the Igbo people that is leading to the agitation that you're seeing in that place. There is no equity, there's no justice, there's no fair play, there's no rule of law, especially coming from the federal government. Because of that, people are uncomfortable. They're asking themselves, do we belong? But in a situation where you provide a level playing field and allow the Igbo man who is known for his entrepreneurial acumen, if you provide a level playing field, the Igbos will unleash on Nigeria the kind of development that has never been seen anywhere in that country ever. And that is what Nigeria is depriving itself. And that is what Nigeria will give to itself if Obi becomes president. And that means with this, if everybody has a level playing field and ability to develop at his or her own pace, there is a chance, therefore, that agitations will just die down and there will be no need for use of force anymore. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, several people, they've said that the problem with the Igbo and even with Peter Obi's campaign is the Igbo people. And they point out things like the kind of statements we hear from Charles Soludo, who is the governor of Anambra State. I know that you know these people. What do you think about the letter he wrote or the article he wrote where he said essentially that he's sure that Peter Obi will not win the election?
Thank you so much. Sometimes some people get bogged down with history, the history they know. They get frozen and not look forward to what is coming. Yes, I do have interactions with them. And I do know also that Professor Soludo, for who I have great respect for his academic and intellectual accomplishments, but when it comes to common Igbo interests, there is a great divergence right there. He does feel that the Igbo should stay and wait for a turn that is yet to come, which of course Atiku Abubakar said something about that in Enugu the other day, that he is the stepping stone to Igbo presidency. That is, for me, that is insult to our people. That means we have to wait a second fiddle, which is what Ojukwu himself complained about. We wait for him to create the opportunity for us. And this time, we are not even taking into account the character, the capacity, and the transparency of such individuals. And unfortunately, and I say really unfortunately, our amiable governor of my state, Professor Soludo, is towing that line of supporting people who are bent on keeping us as second-class citizens in Nigeria. I do think that we have come to a point where we can sit at the table and somebody from our place will be the president of Nigeria. But at the same time, when Peter Obi launched his campaign, he made it clear that this is a movement for Nigeria, and Nigeria has embraced it. Look at what is happening among the young ones, whether it is in Lagos, whether it is in Kaduna, Kafanchan, in Kanu, in Akwa Ibom, just name it, Port Harcourt, Calabar. They threw out in their numbers. And I wanted to look at the crowd in Peter Obi's campaigns, the crowd in Tinubu's campaign, the crowd in Atiku's campaign, and all others. Look at the enthusiasm, look at the electric in the crowd. Compare it with the electric, the mood of other people in other campaigns. So I do think that this is a national movement. This is a national trend. And this is a movement that has got, and by the way, we still have like 1 month to go. And that 1 month, more things are coming. I do think that everybody will be infected by the power that Peter Obi is unleashing on this country called Nigeria.
Okay, we will round up one more question and we'll get our audience involved. But let me ask you, last week, I believe, or early this week, the governor of Anambra State said that he wanted Nnamdi Kanu released to him. What do you think?
I think it's a good move, but I do hope that it is not only for the press to feed on. Some action to go underneath. Well, for us on our own part, we know that, like I mentioned, Nnamdi Kanu has won all kinds of legal battles in all spheres. And who is holding him right now? And it's no longer the judiciary. If you ask me, it's the president of Nigeria that is holding him by direct connection. Because if he wasn't the president, he would have been released by now. And so our objective is to ensure that we get to that point that will release the chains that hold him. We are heading towards the presidency, and of course, we do believe that if we eventually succeed in going there, we will free him. So we're not just we are not doing this on a TV screen or on social media or something. The engine is on. The engine is moving and is ending up in Aso Rock for the release of Nnamdi.
All right. Thank you. For those who are going to join us, please turn on your camera. I'll bring you on. I'll give you some guidelines on how we do this. But Professor Ejiofor, one last thing I totally forgot. There are a lot of people who trace their heritage to the Igbo people in Nigeria. Last year, there were some Haitians who came to the east, to Enugu in particular, and they met with government officials and they wanted to associate with Igbo people. There are people in Jamaica, in America, who trace their heritage to the Igbo. Is there any thing that the World Igbo Congress is doing to reach out to people who are not more just the recent people who left the East, but people who probably were taken out of the eastern part of the country or associate themselves with the eastern part of the country many years ago. Is there anything that is in place that the World Igbo Congress is doing along that line?
Yes, my brother. There's a lot going on. We do recognize the potentials we have with these people. When you talk of when you talk about direct foreign investment, when you talk about remittances, when you talk about investments in industry, in just name it, we know the capacity that these individuals have and the potential that they will be of help to us. We have reached out to them, and we are still reaching out to them. You named a number of countries, and I will take one of them as an example, that of Haiti. Haiti, we know that initially Haiti scheduled to hold a presidential election November 7, 2021, to elect their president. That has been shifted. Hopefully by February or so, they will hold that election. That group that went to Alaibo, like you mentioned, that group was led by Ambassador Jean Pillard, who is also contesting to be president. He has approached us for support, recognizing that we are their brothers. And so in due course, when it becomes clearer to us when that election will hold, we will bring him up to this our forum so that you all will be in a position to do what? To hear him and support him. That is the kind of thing we do. We are reaching out. You also probably know about Igbo World Assembly, our sister organization that is we work together very well. Igbo World Assembly also conducts on annual basis this DNA test that is helping all the Igbo people, Black Americans, African Americans, to come and identify themselves through DNA studies and trace their ancestry. So we are doing quite a bit in that field because we recognize the importance of that block of people. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, for those joining us, this is what we're going to do. Professor Jofo, I don't know how you want to take questions one by one, or you want to take 3 questions and then how in batches. How do you prefer to do that?
You are in control.
All right. Okay.
I am fine.
You have pen and paper.
Yeah.
Okay. So because I know a lot of people will want to get involved, and we have only spots for 8 people, so we do the take 2 so that it won't be too much. So please, if I call on you, just go straight to the question. I know there's a tendency for us to give a preface, introduction, and all that, but if we can do that, a lot of people, we can cover a lot of people and a lot of questions before he goes. All right, let me go to you first, Mr. Scribe. You're first.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Welcome, Professor Anthony Ejiofor. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My question, I have 3 questions, and they're somewhat connected. My first question is, what does it mean to be an Igbo? And this is within the context of pre-colonial, colonial era, and also neo-colonial era and environments. My second question, IPOB as a political party, would this have been a better route for IPOB? And then my last question, it's a bit of a mouthful though, so excuse me. Watching Peter Obi thus far and gauging what appears to be his preferences during this campaign trail, it appears he will, to me, it gives me a little bit of a concern that he's coming across like an Obama. And and in the context I make this comparison is that to the very demographic that he represents, he might become a missed opportunity, in my opinion. And so if you look at his Obi's precedence of branding himself as a non-Igbo candidate, when Afenifere had already said, look, it is the turn of an Igbo, and looking at it from that context, and then seemingly distancing himself from the media houses that deem to be, or in social media spaces with council culture and woke, that have been described as being of Igbo extraction. So I see this like, isn't this, now to my question, isn't this now a reflection of what is to come? And that, an Obi presidency is just actually mythical, and that it may not actually federate to the whole of Nigeria, because Igbos, according to the clip that Rudolph played, are Nigerians.
All right, thank you. That's a mouthful. So Prof, answer this before we go.
Yeah. Before I go in, let me ask Mr. Scribe. Is Mr. Scribe your name?
And
now you're talking.
No, man.
Let me go straight to the first one, what it means to be Igbo. As far back, let me take you into a little bit of history. 1865, I've told this story a number of times. The British House of Commons set up a select committee chaired by one, I'll pick up his name as we go on. James Hutton. James Hutton. He chaired that committee, and what was their assignment? To check within British holdings in terms of their territories in West Africa and advise them on which group of people, which ethnic group is ready for support to become independent from the British. That was way back in 1865, 157 years before, I think I will call that before the amalgamation. So look at that. They came back with their report, which they presented to the House of Commons. If you go to their website, you will find that report. They said the Igbo were the people who were most prepared at that time to become independent. Again, remember, 1865. Now, the Igbos are being considered as what? Minorities. Where all that confidence that the British had in Igbo way back, where is it today? Instead, we are people who are just like the Dimo Juku said in that clip that was played here. We are excluded in everything. We are not even considered in everything. An attempt was made at Biafra, it failed. But we still have our identity as Igbo. There are certain things, this is why we must go back inwards and do what we call social re-engineering in order to bring out some of those attributes of the Igbo that we are losing because of dissipated interests everywhere. So to be an Igbo is to be proud. To be an Igbo is to be an entrepreneur. To be an Igbo is to be resilient. To be an Igbo is to be a nation builder. Remember, even the independence that Nigeria had, the Igbo contributed a lot to its actualization. So let me leave that at that. IPOB as a political party. Remember that since the war ended, one of the worst things that happened to the Igbo is that we have started losing our values. There was a time of Igbo union that people did things together. But as time went on, now after the war, it is to your tent, O Israel. People became what? Individualistic. So it became difficult. Look at APGA, which is probably what should have been an Igbo party, a political party. APGA is there. But APGA, for how many years now? It has not done or waxed strong anywhere outside Anambra State. That is not the kind of thing we are looking for. Because now individuals are looking for their bread and butter elsewhere, because they are looking for bread and butter. It's hard for IPOB to say they become a political party. They started as an organization to renew Biafra. And for them to become a political party, they have to be on the ground. Remember, a lot of the people in IPOB, apart from the foot soldiers on the ground, most of them, like Rudolph said at the beginning, are outside Nigeria, and that won't work. So let me leave it at that. As for people being like Obama, that's a very good comparison. That's a very good comparison. It will dissipate, and we will lose that if Obi does not win. But if he wins, I believe that the man has a plan. Take, for example, what he talks about all the time about Niger State, about Nasarawa, about Plateau. These are places you can convert into a huge agricultural production areas. And so if he does that, there's no way the people there who benefit from such schemes will not become what? Attuned to him. That means that he will no longer be a regional president. He is going to touch every life in Nigeria. I believe in that. Having worked with him as vice president of ASA USA and other projects that are taking place in Nigeria, I see how the man's mind works. He does not believe in mediocrity. He does not believe in sycophancy. He does not believe in the usual Nigerian way of doing things under the table and so on. He will sanitize the place. I believe in it. And I believe that Nigeria, a new life is coming.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Scribe, thank you. Can you leave the space so that somebody else can join us? Dr. Chidi, you're next.
Thank you so much. Ujofo Ghana.
Yes, Chidi. Doc, good to see you again. Good to see you again.
Naloveta, as always. Nalo. You know, I have so much respect for you.
Yes, sir.
And for what you stand for and what your organization, the World Igbo Congress, is doing. And I don't want to talk about the political side of things because we obviously belong on separate camps. And I want to focus on the Igbo interest, like you have said, because any Igbo person who values other interests above Igbo interests is not worthy of being called an Igbo man. And it's because of this Igbo interest, sorry, Rudolph, but I'll do it under 2 minutes. It's because of this Igbo interest that makes me very concerned about the position I see the World Igbo Congress take concerning the activities of Simon Ekpa. You and I, at the beginning, I have been in meetings with Simon Ekpa. You invited him, you invited me, we all discussed, we all did things together, we raised the monies and all that. But Simon Ekpa has been like a wild dog that is not unleashed. And I don't think we've done enough to call him to order. And I'm very concerned about that. I have us to blame, and by extension, the World Igbo Congress. If we are not able to put him under leash, then we don't have any right to come and say that we represent the interest of Igbo people, because every day that passes, this guy just keeps. I know his autopilot people have turned against me because I reported him to the embassy. I called the Finland police on him. And if he was in Canada, yeah, it will be the police separating me and him. Honestly speaking, it would. That's the kind of thing that. So, in a nutshell, I am really, really concerned, and I say this with due respect, but I don't think that we have done enough to show Igbo people that we are trying to curtail or contain the excesses of Simon Ekpa. This is what I'm going to say about this.
Thank you so much. I am very, very happy that you brought up our relationship in the past, where you and I have been in the trenches pushing for this issue. Igbo interest is part of what I mentioned earlier, the killing of our people, economic interruption, and so on. I did mention that when Nnamdi Kanu was free, he could listen. You talk to him, he could listen. He's a very reasonable young man. And it was through him that we met Simon Ekpa. And right now, it does appear to me that Simon Ekpa is a different kind of human being. Like I mentioned, we have tried to use our personal relationship with him to make him work more for the interest of the Igbo and not against them, because what he's doing now is against the interest of the Igbo. But it doesn't appear to be working. And we have studied other channels, which involves many people at various levels. We are hoping that before the election gets on the ground, that we'll be able to get him in such a manner that he will see reason and work more for the interests of the people. Again, there are things, and due to the people involved and so on, that I will not be able to share at this point. But have we done enough? We cannot claim we have done enough as long as it's still on the loose. So we continue to work until we bring him under control. Thank you.
Rudolph, just before I go, sir, we did 2023, and if you look at the videos that Rudolph played, things have evolved. And you talked about when Mazen Kanu was there. Right now, in this dispensation, what Simon Ekpa is using is social media. He's using it to his advantage. Otherwise, he's just a toothless bulldog. Since we know that he's using social media, I expect the World Igbo Congress to match him force by force. People like me, I talk out there, I take all the bullets. You guys should come. When he gives, he just stays in Finland and makes an announcement. You make an announcement too. That's what you should do. Make an announcement on social media, because our people are obviously just tuned to social media. There's poverty, people don't have jobs, they have all the time to be on social media, and this is not putting anybody down. So since they are listening, we need to have a group, maybe inside World Igbo Congress, the younger ones who are computer savvy, go into these places and post the videos that he's going to cut a clip of this video that we're doing right now, and he's going to post it out there. And so there should be also a team that should be doing this kind of thing. Let's get a team inside World Igbo Congress and let them put out statements. You are the leader of Igbo people worldwide. Put out a statement. When it calls for a sit at home, you call for something else. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well taken. And in addition, I will also call you maybe tomorrow, and we'll work out something. But that's a very good idea that we can work with. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Rudolph, for having me.
Dr. Chidi, thank you. Wayne, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Ejiofor. I almost did not have a question because you spoke so well. Then a question came in. I am an Ibibio, and I almost got excited that you were going to extend the territory of Igbo tribe into the Ibibio tribe when you were asked who or what makes a person an Igbo. We are the fourth largest tribe in Nigeria after the Igbos. And in many ways, people look up to the Igbos, the other minority tribes. And what we are seeing is not encouraging. I'm talking from an outsider's perspective. The killings, Igbos killing Igbos. I mean, there is no excuse to blame Hausa Fulani men for the killings, because the killings obviously is internal. Time is of the essence. Professor Chidi or Dr. Chidi just made that point. I believe you should have a vehicle in place, or use the Nigerian government. Have you thought of soliciting the National Army or the Nigerian government, as opposed as you may be to some of their ideas and philosophy and feelings towards the Igbos? Have you thought of using law enforcement or appealing to the Nigerian government to help in this matter?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. You are a Ibibio, you said.
Yes.
For your name also suggests that.
Thank you.
And you know, we have a common heritage, a very close relationship. I was talking with the Jews of the rabbinical court, and they told me what they know about our area, including Ibibio country. Let me put it that way. So that relationship is there. It had been there even the time of Emai Okpara and Zik, when Eyoita was in charge of government business in Enugu and so on. So that relationship has been there. I agree with you. You remember when that Kanu aircrafts were ordered and delivered to Nigeria? We made a lot of forays into the State Department and the Senate of the US to see how we can prevent that from being delivered. Unfortunately, the contract had been signed long before we even came into the picture. Now the things were delivered. There are so many things I will not be able to share here that America did as a result of our intervention, even in that delivery that they made. Yes, the federal government, as it stands today, does not, as a matter of principle, want to negotiate with the Igbo in any way. We have tried to reach out to the federal government about this reabsorption of Boko Haram people into the army and the police. We think it is bad. We think it's not acceptable. But they wouldn't even give us a chance to speak with them. Think about Father Archie that was just slaughtered the other day. We have already discussed that with the U.S. Department, State Department. The federal government has done essentially nothing about that. Not to talk about Deborah and the other people who have been killed, and the thousands of people who are being killed in Igbo land. You mentioned Igbos killing Igbos. That is what I referred to as political gladiators. And that term was given to us by the leadership of Igbo land. When I say leadership, I mean government leadership of Igbo land. They use the term political gladiators because those gladiators, the kingpins who are in various political parties. Unfortunately, Igbo land, the various states are governed by different political parties, and they owe allegiance to their political parties. Now, these leaders in these political parties put Ebubago behind them and use them to fight themselves. That's why we refer to them as political gladiators. We are also talking to the governors to see how they mitigate that. Because if that comes down, the people who present themselves to be the people who do the shooting, unknown gunmen and all that, will die down too if they see that the state governments are working with us. This is going on as I speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Wayne, thank you so much. Can I hear next?
Thank you. Good day, Professor Ejiofor.
Yes.
I appreciate your presence here today.
Thank you so much.
Dale. So having listened to you, I see you as someone who is using his position as the Igbo leader to push for equity and justice for the Igbos. You have vast knowledge when it comes to political and security activities, especially in the Igbo land. Is something that intrigued me, and I appreciate you for your effort.
Thank you.
However, you know that recently the Nigerian court has been, different court has entered judgment in favor of Nnamdi Kanu, calling for his release. But the federal government is hell-bent and not willing to release Nnamdi Kanu. And I think this is what angers the likes of Simon Ekpa. And Simon Ekpa insisting there won't be election in Anambra State. I, for one, am from Anambra, in Igbo land. I'm an Igbo guy. I'm from Anambra. I don't support the call for not allowing election in Igbo land. The reason being that we have our brother P2B, who, according to you, and I believe what your judgment is, a front runner when it comes to this current campaign. So I'm of the opinion that Simon Ekpa and his group should allow this election to take place in Southeast. However, recently, the same Simon Ekpa is given a condition, and that condition is for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. And once Nnamdi Kanu is released, there will be election in Igbo land. Now, as the Igbo leader that you are, what effort, though I know that Nigerian government is deaf and dumb, they don't want to listen to your office, but what effort are you pushing or are you putting in place to making sure that the U.S. department, I don't know what department you make reference to, to ensuring that they intervene in this issue and make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is released. Now, your relationship with Dr. Shidi, I don't want to come into that, but I think Dr. Shidi's position is in contrast with your position. For the fact that Dr. Shidi is against Nnamdi Kanu, is also campaigning against P2B. Everyone knows that he's against Simon Ekpa. But for one that is against Nnamdi Kanu and also campaigning against P2B, is here asking you to come in and work with him to discredit Simon Ekpa and his activities. I don't think that will not make sense at all, you having such relationship with Dr. Shidi. So my question is, what efforts is your group making to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is released?
Thank you so much. Let me take the last thing out of the way about Chidi. I said I'm going to call him. It's non-committal. I'm going to call him and we'll talk like we used to talk in those days. We haven't been talking in a while, so we'll talk. Whatever will come out of that talk is what will happen. But as of now, I'm not aligning with anybody at this point. Okay. About our son, I call him our son, Nnamdi. You remember that even before he was captured, we had a number of Biafra Memorial Day, and that's to honor our fallen heroes and heroines. Nnamdi was there in one of them, and that was the first time I referred to him as our son, because it made a lot of sense because of the issues that we've been talking about, lack of equity, lack of fair play, and all that. Now they have held him. I am very familiar with all the legal issues. I have full documents, full copies of each of the judgments given in Umuahia, in Gambia, in just name it. I have them, and then the ones in Abuja. Okay, I am in touch with his legal advisors and the legal team on regular basis. In fact, that's one of the questions I asked Simon. When was the last time you communicated with Nnamdi? And what you are doing right now, is Nnamdi aware of it? And I didn't get a clear answer to that because in terms of communication and so on, we are in a better position to talk about what his mindset is at this time. And we have been working. I did mention, again, because of the individuals involved, it's no longer the courts, it's no longer anywhere. Nnamdi has won all the legal battles. We went to Washington, D.C. And had a series of meetings, and we tried to engage the members of the House of Commons in UK from DC. We tried to engage the Black Caucus led by Joyce Beatty to engage, for them to help, because this has become a situation that Nigerian government has plugged its ears, and we think if America makes a solid statement, which was among my closing remarks yesterday when we had that meeting with them, when America makes a solid statement in the air publicly, there is no doubt that Nigerian government will not sit up. But we believe also that Nigerian, the propaganda is very strong from Nigeria. This is why they describe what is happening, the killings, and they say it's herders versus farmers clash. We've made it clear to America, it's not that. This is it's a colonization we are experiencing at this time. So we are making that effort. The current effort we are making right now is what I said, because of the people involved and because it is ongoing. I may not be able to share details of it here, but rest assured that it's going on. I'm also working with a number of top people outside, not Ohanese, not governments, but people who, the way our people say it. Our greatest interest is for Nam to be released. In fact, another visit is being arranged to visit him by these top people I'm talking about. And once they visit him, then with the president, who we believe is the Majideji at this time. Sorry, there are people who don't speak English. Like you have yam and you have the knife. Whoever you cut and give, that person gets to partake in the yam that you are sharing. That is Ijim Majideji. Right now, we believe it is the president, and we want to be able to reach him and be able to tell him why it's important for us that he releases Nnamdi at this time. We are not sleeping over that.
All right, Kenneth, thank you. Ovie, you're next.
Good afternoon, Professor Anthony Ejiofor.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here with you. Yes. I have two short questions for you. One, it's as a capacity, as a professor. I don't know if you listened to the Dr. Rabi Musa Konkozo's speech at Chatham House, or the controversy that arose from his speech about his qualification as a PhD holder. As someone who has a PhD from University of Nigeria, Nsukka, UNN, what's your take on that? Because 8 years ago, we are actually up in arms about the president who doesn't even have a school start, who has a NEPA bill, as they say then. But today, we are having an argument about somebody who has a PhD, whether you want it or not. That's one. My second question is, as in your capacity as a chairman of a World Igbo Congress, how did we get here? When I mean here, at a time whereby every interest in Nigeria, be it youth, women, religious, ethnicity, whatever, are doing everything they can to mobilize and articulate their interests over somebody they believe in, be it Konkozo, be it Obi, be it Atiku, be it Tinubu, be it Yoweri. And here you are, as a social cultural organization, to channel your energy towards even making sure election is held in Igbo land. How did we get here? Is it a deliberate attempt by some interest, or how? The time where everybody wants to, push his interest forward, but you guys are, going back and forth on if election is going to hold or not. So those are my two questions.
All right, thank you so much. About by the way, all now politics. Is that your name?
My name is Ovie, sir. That's my platform name. Yes, sir.
Ovie, that's Delta.
I'm from Edo State.
Okay. So, Edo State, South. That's what I meant.
Yes,
yeah, it's good to meet with you here and rub minds with you. Yes, I have a PhD. You rightly said, from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. But you know that the PhD is you do research. I'm in the area of industrial microbiology and biotechnology. You do your research and you get your paper. That's what PhD is about. But that paper, the way we see it, is it gives you the opportunity to now embrace the world. Like Archimedes will say, give me a place to stand with a lever and I'll move the world. It gives you the empowerment to move the world, depending on your capacity, depending on your ability to articulate what you studied. You probably did your research in a very small area, but the world is big. Now, some of us take off from getting the paper. I went up, I did research in many parts of the world, at Mount Pleasant, in Harare, Zimbabwe, at Ethiopia, in Israel, in Italy, in Germany, in just name it, UK, Canada, and I'm here now, okay, United States, Tennessee State University. They're still practicing my industrial microbiology and brewing. and industrial microbiology and biotechnology. And so that study, that initial study prepares you. You keep learning as you go on, so that you have a degree that's not, it's just a platform on which you stand. So what you become eventually is what you're able to acquire and do with that certificate you got. That is the way I see it. That I'm even involved in this. I'm not a political scientist, but I'm not a social scientist, but I'm involved because of the interest I have and the experience my people have. Therefore, Kwankwanso and the PhD came across to me as being kind of condescending on Peter Obi, that he is a PhD holder and Obi is a trader. We are looking for the dividends of the experiences both men had, not one to be condescending on the other. That is the way it came across to me as an individual, and that is not very good. You can be sure that Obi will not respond in that way. Obi may respond in a manner that you may not even expect, very cavalierly. Just say it in such a manner that you will even you will love the man, and because it's not going to pick a fight for that. Then about from being chairman of World Igbo Congress, how we got to where we are, it is the developing situation in Nigeria that drives us to do what we do. I was first of all the chair of Department of Applied Microbiology and Brewing at what is today Nnamdi Azikiwe University. I was the head of department before I came out here. Okay, I had my own experience interacting with people in Oka, interacting with people in government before I left and came out here. So as things stand today, World Igbo Congress is engaged. It develops its own policies and it's engaged in what is happening because it was institutionalized in 1993-94 during the Abacha regime, when issues of boundary delineations and so on were going on. And so World Igbo Congress came into the picture and helped to mobilize people who went to national confab and so on. And we have continued to be engaged in that, wherever Igbo people are, whoever Igbo people interact with. Like the meeting we had yesterday, we had people from South-South, people from Southeast, people from Southwest, and people from Middle Belt in it. We interact with them. That means Nigeria becomes our what? Our forum, our arena to unleash whatever we can, whether it is economic, whether it's political, whether it's anything. So, and as Nigeria is going down the downward spiral, we are more sensitized to help Nigeria to cushion that fall and make sure that we get to somewhere. And in the process of getting somewhere, if it fails, remember, the present situation is about, in a month, about the election. That is why the hype is all over the place. When the election, after the election, we still have a program that has been running since 1994. We are pursuing it. If election runs and it's not what the people want, then more actions will follow it. We are not going to go back and rest on our oars. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Austin, you're next.
So I had a question almost similar to what Kene asked, but I think I'm trying to infer from what you answered. First of all, I want to greet you, Dr. Ejiofor. The question is, you have studied this situation on ground, and you know the situation around the states. Since they gave that judgment at the court that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, since that day, have you tried to talk to the president or his team to make sure that that judgment is effective, especially as you knew, as it is seen that the president is not ready to accept that judgment somehow? I mean, after the judgment, have you talked to them? And secondly, you know the situation on ground. Do you feel that if Nnamdi Kanu is released today, part of the agitation or part of the unrest, the security issues will be dealt with? Then the last thing I want to talk is about the Soludo issue. We hear the way he speaks. I don't know, he has the right to speak whatever he wants to say, he has the right to talk anyhow he wants to say, but as a head of the World Igbo Congress, have you people had a situation where you can talk to Soludo about some of his utterances? Because sometimes, I don't know, personally, I feel that I like constructive criticism, but some of his criticisms are destructive. You say something destructive, you don't even provide a solution to a particular thing, but you just say that it's not good, it's not good, it's not good. Or you just criticize without even a solution. So do you think the activities of Soludo is good enough from your own perspective? And if it's not good enough, have you tried in one way or the other to talk to him?
Thank you so much, Austin. The president, starting from the president, whether the president was accosted on behalf of Nnamdi, and I can say that outright, emphatically, yes. And it's been on a continuous basis. At some point, it became difficult for him to even see us. And when I say us, World Igbo Congress and other highly placed Ndibo at home who have been making the push. So we have renewed that push. And that time, I said it was became difficult. All he told us was that he wants the legal option to be exhausted. At that time, we offered political solution, but one of the conditions was releasing Nnamdi to us, and then we can sit across the table and discuss with you, with the federal government. Because the greatest problem the government has today is their inability to discuss effectively with the people who have agitation. And I don't see anything wrong with agitation. But they do have meetings with people like the Fulani herdsmen, the Macban, and so on, and they pay them compensations. You all know about that. But when it comes to our people, to the Nnamdi and the IPOB, they are not willing to do that. We are willing to sit across the table and discuss with them. And I'm very sure Nnamdi himself is very willing and ready for that. Unfortunately, they said, let the courts play out. Now the courts have played out. We returned to them, and we have been tossed from one to the other. Again, I don't want to call names, but this is ongoing right now. We are working with the process of speaking directly with the president by visiting him, not by phone or anything. Okay, so when it comes to Nnamdi himself, from the time he was abducted, we have been very, very active. I just mentioned you will know we are working with, for example, the American veterans of Igbo descent. You know that in the US here, when you say you're a veteran, if you, for example, you wear uniform and come into an aeroplane, everybody will clap for you. Anywhere they say veterans, when they shoot people, rise for them. You see, so we are capitalizing on that. The American veterans of Igbo descent is our tool for going through doors, whether it's the doors of senators, congressmen, House of Rep, or the State Department. That's what we use. Yesterday, we had a major meeting involving all the people from all the various. What was one of the key points release of Nnamdi, and that is where we are at this point. So about Soludo, I tell you, ask whether what he says and so on, whether it's all right. I tell you upfront, because I like to, our people will say, Buako Ibonsugwe. Just break the thing right there. Nope, we don't support what Soludo is saying, because it's not in sync with what the Igbo thoughts are at this time. Have we contacted him? Yes, of course. People around him and himself in long conversations on this, and that is why I can tell you outright that at this point he is not going. It's not backing down, and but we will continue to work. The Igbo nation is bigger than any Igbo person, and in due course that will come to fruition. I have talked about social re-engineering of Igbo land to be geared towards social values, to be geared towards our economy, to be geared towards political sagacity, to be geared towards security. This is what is coming on, and very soon it will be made available to anybody who is an Igbo person around the world. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Echo, you are next.
Prof, nice to see you. And I want to first of all say thank you for what you have done, what you are doing, and what you will still do. But then I want to say I'm so disappointed that we have calibers of people like you and we allow our country to be what it is today. I'm so disappointed that we have calibers of you and Samuel Ekpa took decision of sit at home that makes my brothers and sisters to be slaughtered in their own land. And they said they are fighting the cabals. And yet, the fight of the cabals are not different from what we just done. So my question on that regard, he has declared another 3 days. What are you people going to do so that no single blood is spilled in that land if these 3 days are carried out? That's my first question. We were told when I was small that leaders of children, leaders of tomorrow. And now we are grown. We are not given opportunity to become leaders. And those of you who are leaders, you have led us to become Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, kidnappers, Yahoo boys and girls. And that is our identity in the whole world. And right now, I am ashamed to be in Nigeria. Because you people who claim to become leaders, you led us astray. In the political atmosphere is worse, the church is horrible, and you make us to become what we are not supposed to do. So what are you people doing now? Or what are you going to do to correct this error? Because it needs to be corrected with what they call emergency to dial 911. It needs to be corrected. Then
right.
my question.
Echo.
That's my question. Phenomenon to stop me.
No, Echo, if we let everybody ask more than
people ask 3 questions, you not interrupt them. So my third question, as a professor, our guests are subject to sex for grade. It has been going on years upon years, and you people have done nothing about it. This has to be stopped. Therefore, you people should use your office to put things in order so that my daughters are not being asked to give sex by those idiotic lecturers for them to get grades. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. H.O., what's the full name?
Hannah Obukoko.
Okay, thank you so much. When I saw you when you were about to, my heart skipped because I watched you with Obi. I watched you when you fired. You were shooting from the hip and from all, and my heart skipped. So I'm so happy that you were very gentle this time, compared with what you did with the P2B.
Anyway. Dr. Damage, you pressed my button.
Yes. Yeah. On the sit at home, definitely everybody agrees that it's not good for us, and therefore I did mention we are doing the best we can. I just mentioned that about the meetings we've held and are continuing to hold in the hope that at some point, because as far as we are concerned, we do not think that this sit at home is consistent with the original ideas of IPOB and Nnamdi himself. For example, when elections were held in Anambra, we know what we did. We went into the trenches. We knocked on all doors to ensure that the sit at home was suspended so that the normal election was held. Otherwise, there would have been another incursion from the north, from APC into Anambra State, that we preempted that. So right now, we're also working in that direction because we do know, I mentioned that in the opening remarks, that part of the consequences of sit at home, we mentioned them. This uncontrolled killing of our people is there. Unknown gunmen, they have developed a mind of their own. If you are in Finland, if you are in Nashville, Tennessee, where I live, and you are giving orders for people to sit at home, they get there, they take the opportunity, they arm themselves, and they start killing people we have no way of controlling it from here. So we want to make sure that there will be public outputs or public statements about that going forward, in addition to what I said we are doing on the ground to control that. Sex for grades, that is a scourge, very big scourge in our universities. Gotten worse these days. I mean, in our country at this time. But this is why we must do our best to make sure that Peter Obi becomes the president, because he has a very robust program for the academic institutions to ensure both at the primary, secondary, and tertiary level, especially at the tertiary level. He has strategies for making sure that corruption, because that is part of the corruption we're talking about, that corruption is stamped out. So that is, it's really unfortunate. I'm sorry about that, but that is the reality of our time. But we are poised now to handle that if Obi becomes president.
All right, thank you, Echo. Thank you so much. Austin N, you're next.
Austin, you are.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving us this huge platform to discuss our nation and especially our tribe, Igbo. And thank you, Prof, for making yourself available for this engagement. You rightly made the point that engagement is what we lack in our nation, and that is why we're heading to where we're going. But Prof, just a point of reminder, what the question the very first person asked to scribe, and which Basi alluded to. I want you to, don't give a comment, but think about it. Who is an Igbo? Think about that and work with it, because I have a question around it. The equality of the Igbo person. Well, the support you're getting today, if you're from Abia State, Imo State, will you get the same support? But my questions are, whenever I discuss Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB with people, I'm not his fan. I don't use his methodology, but I have never, and I will not condemn him, because he is a creation of failed leadership. If leadership was up and going, Nnamdi Kanu would never emerge. But he came to provide what was not there, and that has also been mismanaged. But my question is, when do we stop being reactive and become proactive? What do we do? Your platform, what do you do in your platform to engage the governors in our area? Because most of these governors are not in touch with the people. They are ultra opposite of the people. And I don't know what goes into their head when they get to that position. And the second question is, Prof, can you please do a research or form a team? When I was growing up, the only drug I knew in Igbo land was goof. Igbo. So how did we get to where we are today? Who introduced that drug, the Mburumi of a thing that have destroyed the Igbo land? These are the areas we can work on to start being proactive. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I am happy. This other one you said, the first question. By the way, this N, what does it stand for?
Wabara. I'm from Abia State.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Who is an Igbo? What does it take to be Igbo? And so on. Again, you said, think about it. Let me tell you that we have been thinking about it, and we have set something in motion for that. Our objective is that for the next generation, I said something here about social reengineering. That will eventually we will end up with what we call the Igbo. I will come back to the title of it. So the problem is, people now, since the war ended, people now go from childbirth till they get out of school, they go into the world, they do what others are doing. And what are others doing? Pursuit of money. And our rivals have used that against us. There's take us out one by one and give us money and scatter our unity. That is not good. And so, so what World Igbo Congress has done, we have put together a number of people. I mentioned something also about this social reengineering, in which key people in Igbo land have keyed into it, and we are developing the Igbo code. And that means that by the time a child gets to high school, when you graduate, they give you your diploma, they give you the Igbo book. And by then, we will also be able to organize small workshops, small training courses, and so on. Look at where you live. Where do you live, by the way?
I live in Florida.
Okay, it's a big place. Where in Florida?
Gainesville.
Gainesville, Florida. I was there when I was doing research. I was a fellow of the World Health Organization then. So in Gainesville, not far, there are Igbos there. And not far from there, we'll also see Igbos in other settlements. Yeah. We are also trying to start this Jewish strategy of having Jewish community centers everywhere they are. And they influence politics in the place, and they inculcate in their young ones what it means to be a Jew. That's exactly what we are heading towards, what it means to be Igbo. I was in Ireland, that was, I think, in October. And to address them over this particular issue. Now, we will develop centers of where Igbo people are. If I think I'm going to go back tomorrow, or our children will go, it will be difficult. So now we dig in where we are, influence things there, and then help develop an Igbo for the next generations to come. That is the kind of thing we have in mind, and we believe we are going to achieve that. On being reactive or slash proactive, it's unfortunate that that is what is happening to us at this time since the war ended. And this is part of the reason we are now going back to develop this Igbo-ness in us. And we believe that if we develop this Igbo-ness and we're able to run it through, all the traditional rulers will be involved, all the clergy will be involved, and we ramify the entire society of Igbo land and be able to, give it another 10 years or 15 years, you will have true Igbo people come out who have Igbo values. You cannot joke with a Jew anywhere in the world. And that is the kind of thing, we have the kind of power and capacity to hold even people to ransom until they listen to us. We want to tap into that. That is what this is about. About Urummiri, I must confess that I cannot tell you where it's coming from. This is a smuggling thing. This is something that is not legal. And because it is not legal, and I don't have my nose in illegal environments or domains, I may not be able to provide you with information on that. But I think it's something that is worth looking into so that we'll be able to curtail it and make sure that it doesn't spoil our society. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Austin. Prof, let me read you a question on the comment section. Some people are posting questions there too. I don't want to leave them out entirely. Before you take on the next person, this question is from CM. He said, Ojukwu said that, this is a quote, "It is not the Igbo that we are that is causing the problem, but the Igbo that other people see us to be." How far is this opinion correct? So you can answer it now or when you take the next question, whichever way you prefer.
It is very correct, if you ask me. It's very, very correct. The Igbo is a good person. The Igbo believes in hard work. The Igbo believes in Onyala Waneya. Don't leave no one behind. The Igbo believes in Ebonye Bikona Awach, the environment where he is. He develops it. And that development even affects those who are non-Igbos who are living with them. But unfortunately, those who are not Igbos, in the process of doing this, those who are not Igbos see them as being bossy, interjecting themselves into other communities and taking over, or that they're a threat to the people. And therefore, and that is made worse by how the government is painting us. They are painting us very bad. And that goes back to what I had said, that the problem we have today in the space called Nigeria, now said to be about 211 million people, is a problem that came in 1804 with the jihad. And that problem, that plan has not ended. It's still going on. Therefore, the way they say it, call a dog a bad name in order to hang it. The Igbo appear to be the ones standing in this jihadist movement to the sea, and therefore must be taken out. Therefore, must be given a bad name. And therefore, the government gives, even if they don't say it, body language. We don't trust these people. They cannot occupy this position. They cannot occupy that position. Before you know it, that way of thinking about us permeates the entire Nigerian community society, and they see us as a threat to them. Come close to an Igbo person, you will find he's a nice person. You will find he's a sweet person. You will find he's an accommodating person. You will find he's a man of the people. That is what Igbos are. And it's unfortunate. So that statement is correct.
All right. Thank you. Okija, you're next.
Good day, Professor. Nice to meet you. I mean, at least talk to you. I think I first met you when you're at Nnamdi Azikiwe University. I went to Nnamdi Azikiwe. I think my department and your department were, next to each other. I was in geological sciences. When Dr. Menweke and
Professor Ebuka
or Rajiaka.
Rajiaka eventually became the VC. The VC at Anambra State University.
Yes.
And by the way, Ebuka, both of us co-published. It came from geological aspect, I came from microbiology, and we published in respectable journals.
Yeah, nice to meet you, sir. I appreciate what you are doing with World Igbo Congress, and actually, I've been thinking about, since I came to US, I've been thinking about, how would Igbo, like, because I had a coworker, and one day, she started telling me about yam. She was gonna cook Igbo yam. I was like, what did I hear? Igbo yam. What? I said, what is Igbo yam? He said yam. I said yam. So why do you call it Igbo yam? He said, oh, that they're from Igbo, and they had respect for yam, the way we had respect for yam. So I was like, but I don't know how most of them they were having a volcanic eruption. So I don't know how the island is right now. But I mean, let's see, so many Igbos scattered all over the place. People, is it Gabon or and people in Equatorial Guinea? I think Equatorial Guinea, they have a big community. So yeah, so you guys have a lot of work, cut out for you.
Thank you.
I don't know. So strategy, because even though I'm a trader, I know like P2B, I believe in strategy. So traders, they have strategies too. I don't know, but I don't know. It seems like the strategy is now to calm him down instead of because I really don't believe that. Yeah, it's good to agitate and do all those things, but once you start being an obstacle to the development and improvement of your people, then you are doing something else. You are becoming you have to be contained. I think the strategy has to evolve instead of trying to contain him or calm him down. It has to be to give take the war to him. I remember when I was this guy, one guy from Yoruba land, somebody grandson, and when he started disseminating information, saying making threats. I know some of them, like some of us, we gathered and we called MI5, MI6, CIA. We kept sending the videos to him, to them about this guy, and eventually, he was they raided him. The Metropolitan Police raided him, and I think he's still in jail today. So the strategy has to be, to take the war to him, probably, like contacting them, involving our senators here, because I think you guys going to the State Department, but I think they have influence. But I think when senators and the House of Rep members here calling them, telling them this, my constituent, this is what they are telling me, and when they start hearing from maybe about 30 senators, telling them the same thing. So they're gonna, they're gonna, shape up and do something about it, and because we have to give them money, contribute to their campaigns and things like that. So that's about it. So with strategy has to evolve, dealing with Ekpa. Again, my question is this. Like I said, yeah, some of us strategy like Igbo in the night when the Igbo people came in 1917 and all the time, before 1930 or so. The administrators, people who were civil servants, they were not Igbo. They imported them from Sierra Leone, Gambia, some other places that had independence. That had free people that went to school. So they brought them to Igbo land. Even Ijaw people were clerks, in administrative offices in eastern Nigeria. So the Igbos were looked down upon that, they had nothing, they were nothing, they were timid people. And then now, just like you guys have what Igbo Congress now, Igbo Union, came up, and then they developed strategy. They started, you have to go to school, you have to join the army, you have to join the police, so just before before independence, Igbo people started controlling the civil service in Nigeria. So many government offices, the military. So then, okay, the war, after the war, whatever, and the Igbo people, they had this strategy before the war, but after the war, they started, they expanded upon it. People would take someone from their village or, one near or whatever cousin, they take them to, boy, apprenticeship, and they, teach them the business, and they settle them. So it was all over Igbo land, and then, but now, things have changed. Okay, Igbos, they don't control the business like they used to, because Chinese now, before like Igbo business started, Igbos were used to go to like Taiwan, Japan, all of a sudden, China, Korea even before China. So, but things have changed now. Chinese, they come to Nigeria, they do business in Nigeria, they bring their factories, they bring their goods, and other things are coming. Walmart will come, Dollar Tree or whatever, all those dollar stores, they will come into Nigeria. And actually, one started in Newi, something like a dollar store started in Newi. So the strategy was, they've because what is happening in Igbo right now, where you have a lot of Igbo guys. Like I remember, I was born and raised in Onitsha. Like during April, like after school, when I was primary secondary school, my father would take me to Okija, stay there and farm the land. Give me the whole from Onitsha. Not I do nothing. So I what there were no boys in the village because they were going to business. People were taking them, to Lagos, to Kanu, to places. But now you go to village, you see so many of them because that system kind of collapsed. So what like people who are, I just like that's why sometimes I look at these people who are fighting Biafra, and I don't know, I don't have respect for them, to be honest with you. Because, like we have to develop strategy. It's not like running away from Nigeria. I don't believe in running away from Nigeria. You can't run away. You can't be defeated. If you run away, that you are defeated. You can't run away. You say the Hausa people, Hausa Fulani, you condemn them, say they are not educated, and then you want to run away from them. People who who are not educated, they are winning over you. So I don't believe in that. I believe we're saying Nigeria develop strategy. So what strategy can we develop so that to change Igbo land again, so that what Igbo Union did, is it Igbo Union, what they did in the 30s, 40s, and 60s, 50s and 60s. And then what our apprenticeship scheme did to promote Igbos. What strategy, what Igbo Congress, what are they developing, to re-engineer the Igbo land, maybe in business, in academic, or whatever. I mean, like probably maybe tech hub in Igbo land, in Onitsha, whatever. So something like that. So I want to hear about that, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I can actually put this together. You said quite a lot. You covered a whole lot of grounds. You covered what our ailment is, and gave pointers as to direction to go. Let me start with that of Simon Ekpa. I think we have dealt with that extensively, and I've told you the number of things that are going on that will happen between now and in the next 1 month. And the question of looking down on Igbos is still a part of what we had said before, based on the statement of Ojukwu, how the people outside perceive us. But right now, as things stand, considering the academic attainments, the commercial attainments of the Igbo, anyone who looks down on us or disregards us will be doing so at his own peril. I can guarantee that. The other thing is the title, the caption I was looking for when I was speaking about it, the social reengineering of the Igbo community is Igbo Charter. We have a committee working on that right now, made up of people from here in the diaspora and also in Nigeria, Igbo Charter. And that Igbo Charter goes through every aspect of Igbo life, and including development. I'm sure that you are aware of the initiative called SENEC, Southeastern Economic Commission, engineered or led by Engineer Chris Okoye. We are part of that. And that cuts across the entire Igbo land. You know that today, for example, rail lines are running crisscrossing Nigeria. Igbo land is removed as a separate concession. Nothing is happening in Igbo land in terms of development of all that. Look at the road networks. Look at the airports and so on. They're not developing. And sometimes we wonder, are we going to continue to wait for the federal government that is not ruled by people who don't like us? So we have to have a way. You will be part of it. All of us will be part of it. The same thing with the Allied Stabilization Fund, which has also concluded its work. World Igbo Congress was part of it. I chaired the subcommittee on sustainability, and that takes into account everything about development in Igbo land. And we will make sure that there is security, because without security, you will not be able to put these templates on the ground. And let me round up this comment with one of the last things you said. You said take hub and so on. I want you to know that World Igbo Congress has been cashing in on the blockchain technology, and we are now developing what we call Igbo Tech Hub. Igbo Tech Hub will be launched very soon. And why are we doing that? I mentioned to you that $29 billion are being remitted to Nigeria every year, and this is what was remitted this 2022. And the Igbo can get all the commissions, either Western Union, either the banks, or so they take all the commissions. It doesn't come to Igbo land. It doesn't contribute to the development of Igbo land. So now we developed Igbo Tech Hub, which will use that technology and develop even this Bitcoin thing and so on. We have Akwibo and so on. So that somebody can, you're from Okija, right? Somebody can be in Okija market by that road, Owerri Road, be there, take his or her phone, regardless of what the person is, press and order things in Japan, in China, and it will come. You don't have to go to the bank. And the Igbo benefits from it. So we are looking at all that, and we are developing all that, and we will get to know about it when it comes on stream. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Akija. I know that I agreed with Prof that he will spend 2 hours with us. We've done 2 hours. We are going to take all the questions from everybody who is here, but I will hear from him, whether he wants to continue after that. But in the meantime, I think maybe we should take 2 minutes break, and we'll come back so that he can stretch. When we come back, we take everybody's question. I promise you that. If he wants to stay longer, we will also take questions from other people who might want to join us. I'm getting a lot of people telling me they want to, they've not been able to come into the studio. So let's take just 2 minutes break, and we'll be right back.
All politics. Tomorrow is eternity. Nobody will tell you that I've completed the plan to win election or completed a plan to get support. Things can change, but the truth of the matter is that Igbo have a convincing argument to present before the country. And for those who are willing and open-minded, they will understand how indeed compellingly reasonable it is for them to support Southeast to produce the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria the next time around. A sense of balance, a sense of belonging is extremely important in a federation. In fact, when people talk about justice or injustice, it's because it hasn't affected you. You think it will not come to you. In 2013, I had an interview. I said that the injustice method for Igbos will be going around. I also wrote why the Igbo youths are angry. Today, all youths in Nigeria are angry. They're angry because one affected one group, and it was like an isolated case, has become a plague. So what do you do? So the Igbos are getting ready, and they are fighting. Like every battle, you need a few good men to win. It takes a few to achieve victory for many. Speaking with one word, one voice. That is not political now. One voice is dictatorial. One voice is unacceptable in a plural society, especially irrepressible pluralistic society like Nigeria. Certainly irrepressible individualists like Igbos. Now, my friend, what are Igbos bringing? In fact, they are bringing visible and conspicuous achievement, capacity to turn difficulties, to turn these national difficulties into dividends for Nigeria, obstacles into opportunities. Let me tell you the truth. Nations are saved by two kinds of events, either through leadership or through structure, none of which has worked in Nigeria. The Igbo man can change it. He's not a greedy man. He is also not a lazy man. Forget every perception you may have about the Igbos. The Igbos know how to share things and let others begin to take. And he's willing to take the last. Just as we're taking the last of all the zones in Nigeria for presidency. You will see a difference, my friend. The difference will be clear. The difference will be that the country will be stable because you are getting a government that will embrace justice, equity, and fairness. Charity to all and malice towards none. We are the federating people in Nigeria. Yes. If Nigerians live in the moon, the Igbo man is there. He is there. The truth of the matter is that you just don't want to use their talent. But it is your own loss. Look at it. I went to South Korea in the 80s. South Korea was developed within 10 years. One of the advisors, economic advisor that the World Bank sent there was Kanu the Kakal. Go and ask. So, what are we talking about there? Speaking with one voice. My friend, we will not speak with one voice. We are not mumu. Igbos will speak with different voices, reasonable different voices, then articulated by a leadership that has a sense of direction and knows what matters. Indeed, with this question of one voice, look at where one voice has kept us. No voice anymore. Come on, my friend. Don't provoke me with your voice.
We can't hear you, Doc. Something is wrong with the sound. If you can hear me, we can't hear you.
All right. Sorry. I said welcome back. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for staying. That was George Obiozo, the last Ohanese president. So we're going to continue. Professor Ejiofor has 30 more minutes. So we are going to quickly, when we call you, please go straight to the question so that we get everybody here. And then, just 30 more minutes. Samuel, you're next. Unmute yourself, Samuel, please.
Prof, thank you, sir. Ndewo. Let me greet our father. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing. We truly respect you as a father. Let me start by a book a Nigerian wrote, and a clergyman. He wrote in his book and titled it, "What is Wrong with Being Black?" That's an interesting book. The man who wrote it is Matthew Ashimolowo. He's a clergyman. He's a Nigerian. He has done well for himself. And following the title of that book, I'm also tempted to ask, what is wrong with being an Igbo man? And I have only one question for you, but let me quickly touch some of the things that you addressed in terms of Black Americans identifying as Igbos. So many of them very prominent. I'll give you another example. The globally acclaimed Bishop T.D. Jakes in many fora has publicly, said that he's Igbo man because of the ancestry that he did. Such a man, and everything about him actually speaks Igbo. Beyond him being a pastor, his business acumen will honestly betray him as an Igbo man. You will have to be an Igbo man to have this kind of business sense, beyond him being a pastor. And World Igbo Congress, reaching out to such a person and maybe even honoring him, drawing him in, suggesting might be something beautiful to consider. Now, leaving that immediately, I will come to Simon Ekpa and then I ask my question. If we have provided Simon Ekpa content, we have made him relevant, how that in this talk, we have mentioned him many, many times over. But look at what the last video Dr. played said. You can't say we have one voice. No, we don't have one voice. We have many voices. That's what makes us Igbos. That's what makes us democratic. But the man said we have a constructive leadership who can galvanize these many voices together and provide solid leadership. I think in the matter of Simon Ekpa, we might desist from saying it publicly. He is a son of Igbo. He is a son of the soil. He has traction. We might not like him. He might have his own personality, like all of us that have children. Our children have their personality. Some are very stubborn, but as an elder, we know how to, handle even those stubborn children and put them in line. But to bring it open where everybody's listening, I don't think is very advisable. Why did I say so? Simon has traction. He says it at home. Funny enough, people obey. A man who has such command should be treated differently. He has his own voice. Like the man alluded in his video, Igbo people have different voices. He has his own voice. He's commanding some respect. We have to rethink the way we approach Simon. There's a way we will approach him. It will be like pouring fire into fuel. And my question to you, my elder prof, is there anything wrong with being our own people, having our own nation? Since this world started, nations have emerged from nations. Why is Biafra emerging as a nation a taboo? Because many things we have said in this video shows to our marginalization, and it will not stop. It will not stop. We used to have an Igbo man who has a solid cement company, but now in Nigeria, we have one man who supplies everything to everybody. They have killed all our businesses. They have killed our identity. They have lied to us. They say to us, they have said many things to us. Can we just accept that? I just feel it's a matter of time. Prof, finally to what you said, that the physical Biafra ended 1970. When you use that word in your opening remark, physical Biafra, it quickly takes my head thinking that there's another Biafra, maybe psychological Biafra. And in the subconsciousness of an average Igbo man, even the one in the womb, there is that Biafran thing behind our mind. I was not here when they did the war, but when I was born in the early 80s, and I heard that there was a war against my people, from that time till now, that spirit jumped on me. If it is not Simon today, it will be somebody else tomorrow. But we cannot bury Biafra. I don't think that can be buried. So we have to start thinking of, is there anything wrong if we become our own nation? Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Samuel. Prof, before you answer, let me say this. Samuel, thank you. Just for the purpose of people who are coming next, if we allow everybody to spend 5 minutes or so asking questions. There won't be time for the prof to finish before he leaves. So please, I know that I allow Samuel. I don't want anyone to tell me, oh, you allowed Samuel 5 minutes. I have to stay 5 minutes. Please, just a question, okay? So that we can get this done. Prof, go ahead. Oh, you're muted. Hold on now. Prof, let me unmute you. I think when I went off, okay, go ahead.
I've unmuted myself.
All right, go ahead.
What is wrong with the Igbo? Again, we touched on this a little bit, that since the war ended, that things have not been the same again for the Igbo. The Igbo Union that you have made reference to started 1935, and by 1966, 67, it lost its power because of the war. So since then, it has been a struggle for the Igbo to come together to speak with one voice. Igbo Union actually provided one voice at that time. So let me go back to a little bit what you said about prominent blacks. This Labor Day weekend this year, we are going to have a whole lengthy list of people to be honored, and TD Jakes is one of them. We are negotiating on that. And that tells you that I did mention at some point that even DNA studies are being held to make sure that we'll be able to raise a community of African Americans or other Black people outside Nigeria who have identities with the Igbo by DNA and so on. Even they are given Igbo names these days. Traditional rulers come from Igbo land to help hold such ceremonies. We have said enough about Simon Ekpa for today, but if it becomes necessary, we will revisit that. But let me say this about Biafra, my dear Samuel. Biafra, the physical Biafra we mentioned, was the Biafra that was declared by Ojukwu, that held from May 30th, 1967, and ended January 15. That does not mean that there is no room for people to self-actualize. The United Nations in 2007 had a resolution, and they called it United Nations Declaration A-Res 61-295 in 2007. It is about the inalienable right of all indigenous peoples of this world to self-determination. Ndị Igbo in Biafra land have that self-determination rights at any time. And this is why we said we endorse all efforts that will come legitimately, which Nnamdi himself had propounded at some point. Referendum. You talked about restructuring. You talked about referendum. You talked about things like that. And there are absolutely nothing wrong with that. Where there's a problem is, for example, when you declare an area to be an entity of yourself, and the people, other entities who are not like you, who are not Igbo, are telling you, oh, don't include us. That means the strategy that Okija is talking about has not taken place. There has to be a deliberate attempt to unify and make sure that everybody in the territory being talked about is carried along. I mentioned meetings we've held recently in which you have people from Middle Belt, from Southeast, from South, and Southwest coming together and making such declarations. I mean, taking such stands that will help them. Yoruba people are ready for their own emancipation and self-determination. So are we. But as long as it does not involve killing people, because the other war was fought on Igbo land. We are not interested in having another war on Igbo land. Therefore, there has to be a way of arriving at whatever we aim for in self-determination without having to shed Igbo blood again. This is what this is about. But to talk and not have control over what you unleash, could be dangerous to us. And that is where we are coming when it concerns Maazi Simon Ekpa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go to Isimili in London. You're next.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Damages, and welcome, Prof. Anthony. We appreciate your presence here. My questions, I have two questions, but I'm going to be brief. One of them is that, is there any education in place in Igbo land that would educate the young Igbo child growing up to know their history, taught in school with politics as well? Because I, for one, I started getting into politics about, let's say maybe 3-4 years ago when I had a voice crying in the wilderness, and you know who. That brought me to where I'm here now today. As well, when an Igbo person gets into a position of power, is there a way to hold them accountable, the politicians, when they go to dialogue on our behalf, that when they take the wrong step, they will be brought to book for justice, so that there will be equity and cleansing in Igbo land in a rightful way? That is one. And my last question is that, is there any plans to secure an Igbo person wherever they are in Nigeria, that they are not going to be marginalized on that come that day when they want to vote, regardless where they are in Nigeria, that they must cast their vote just like every other person in Nigeria? Anything in place for that? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. I will take the first one on education and the second one, accountability, together, because it's all part of what I had said here that is coming up very soon. The Igbo Charter. You remember I mentioned Igbo Charter. Igbo Charter has strategies for bringing up our children to know what it means to be Igbo. By the time you graduate from high school, you know what it means to be Igbo. You work in that direction. About accountability, it's been said right here, and everybody is familiar with the fact that our political leaders are leading us astray. They are not really leading us. We are hoping that a new crop will come in and do the right thing. And that hope is anchored on what we have in the Igbo Charter, which will be made available to everybody once it is formally launched. What it means is, in fact, at some point, we even included something. I'm happy it's a lady that asked that question. We remember the good old days of the Aba riots. There was the women that championed it, our Amazons. And if you go to our traditional settings, you'll find that a lot of discipline is carried out by women, and so on. They have their own way of instilling discipline in the environment, and we also are cashing into that, so that if somebody comes up tomorrow and says, "I want to be a governor, I want to be a council member," and so on, it has to be someone who is groomed to be an Igbo, and that is where we are headed. Yes, that is in the pipeline, and hopefully we'll be able to execute it accordingly.
And lastly, the marginalization of our Igbo votes all across Nigeria, whether by violence or by tricks, crook and hooks.
Yes, that's what. That's the one I was coming. The last one that I was coming to. We have received all kinds of information on what is going on. Registration of 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds, in other places. Difficulty in releasing the PVCs of Igbo people where they live, even in Lagos or Kota area and so on. You know, this when they talk about, and I'm not scared about saying that, Tagaban, when they talk about it, he was successful in Lagos, and it has area boys, and they are doing things that are despicable in the area. They go to where Igbo people are and prevent them from collecting their. So all those, we have them, we have documented them, we have analyzed them, and we have developed strategies for combating it to ensure that that Igbo votes are counted. Besides, we are also aware that the Labour Party is ensuring that for every polling booth there will be 15 people watching the place. And so it's a good thing that it's a national movement. That is the P2B thing. It's a national movement. So people are volunteering. They don't. You don't have to pay them. They volunteer. They use their resources. At least 15 people will be in every polling booth to ensure that the votes cast are counted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Eddie, you're next. Make it.
Dr. Damage, can I speak?
No.
I mean, my thing keep on moving because I have a problem with my stuff.
Yeah, I know. You have to wait.
Good evening, Doctor.
Yeah, Eddie, go ahead.
Dr. Damage, and good evening, Prof. My questions are just simple. You think if you should have an Igbo leader, say for instance, if Obi should win, just do you think the agitation for the Igbo agitation will cease? And secondly, what's the opinion about a couple of weeks ago we've had people come on this show, intellects come on this show, and some of them they said they were saying they were towing the line of that you need for Igbos to actualize their liberation. They need to work with the people from the north, the people from the middle belt, the people from the south, because everybody is feeling this. Everybody is also feeling marginalized, not just the Igbos. So, what is your opinion? What is your take on that? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Eddie. Will agitation cease? I will toe the line of Peter Obi. He said, and also Wike, Wike has become our new dancer and songwriter. He said, "Inyendieba, inyendieba." You know that song, right? Inyendieba, inyendieba. When you do that, agitation will die by itself, not only in Igbo land but elsewhere. But what we are saying is that if that playing field is not even, then like I said, if by election we don't have what we are looking for, the struggle continues. We're not going to put down our oars. So, but the important thing here is inyendieba, inyendieba. That is very important. On the other question on alignments with the North, to tell you quite frankly, the way I see it, we are good to be on our own. We don't need all those alignments. So if we cannot get the equity we are looking for in Nigeria, then we go our separate ways. It's allowed in the world. Yugoslavia does not exist today. Czechoslovakia does not exist today. They have all gone their separate ways in little independent countries. Nothing is wrong with that. Yoruba people are ready to go. We are ready if it comes to that. So those alignments, if you ask me, are not necessary. The alignment is a figment of the Fulani domination. That is what it is. And as long as that exists, then it will be difficult for Igbo to rise because of that. But once we are in a position to shake it off, and when we shake it off, we'll be on our own, and we don't need all those alignments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eddie. So what we're going to do, I'll skip. Osi, I'll come back to you. I know you're there. I think you're home today, so I'm not worried so much about you. Let me come to Man of Prestige because of his internet problems, so he will get a chance. I don't want the prof will leave, and then tomorrow I will hear from Man of Prestige. So Man of Prestige, you're next.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Professor Anthony. I know you're going to ask me why you bearing Man of Prestige. Can you hear me?
Of course.
Because I'm Igbo now. My name now is Zodema, so I'm only going to say Zodema because I don't want to say my last name. I'm a critic of some Ekpa, so I don't want to bring out my last name. But having said that, it's nice to have you on this platform. I'm just going to be very brief. I'm going to condense my question into it's two questions, but I'm going to put them together. My first question is about the way the Eastern Network started, the unknown government and all that kind of things. I'm never a proponent of non-state actor. I mean, I can understand where they are coming from, because they're trying to protect our land. That's true. But the way this Eastern Security Network emancipated, I think that's where everything's probably run down, So I don't like it. Like I said, I'm never a proponent of non-state actor. So I have a problem with that. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I know we have been subjugated, There's no doubt about that. But they should have done it peacefully, in my own opinion. What is peaceful, I don't know. But going to this way has been right now. That's what got us to where we are. So my second question is that if you can elaborate on that, how did that start? Do you think it was the right idea? In my opinion, it wasn't a right idea to do it that way. They should have started the way the Yoruba nation is doing it peacefully. Go to the United Nations or something like that. That would have been the right way, because there's no way we're gonna actualize Biafra through war. Go and bury it. There's no way you can do that. That's not gonna happen, because they're operating like a non-state actor. My second question is that.
This is the third one. A man of prestige. This is the third one now.
Okay. No. Let me just put it together.
Think about it. And there are people. He has to go. We have less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So, Prof, go ahead.
About ESN and their strategy. Actually, you talked about Amotekun. That was the original idea. But like we have said here, Enugu State, Ebonyi State, and other states that are led by PDP. You also have Ebonyi State eventually switched and became what was the Tinubu party. Then you have APGA. You have all sorts of parties in Igbo land, and they don't agree among themselves. Sometimes we wonder, who are they working for? So the time that a common security network was envisaged, like you have Amotekun. Amotekun is supported by the state governors, and is supported by state governments. But in our own, it becomes something different. It has become absolutely difficult to bring our governors, even on the governors forum, to work together to protect our people. Even the conversation that is going on right now to provide, which the lady from the UK asked about, to provide security for what is going on in Igbo land, we are working on it and trying to group in the governors also to help. To use the vigilante, enhance their capability to ensure that they're able to do that. Don't ask me details of what those enhancements are. But the state governments are not having any part of it. They prefer to have their own. You have Ebubago in Ebonyi. You have Ebubago in forest rangers in Enugu. You have all kinds of people, all kinds of organizations. So it's difficult for them to work together. But then all these ones that are created, if they are protecting the people, then it becomes understandable. But they are not, because now they are using them for political thuggery. And if they use them for political thuggery, the people of Igbo land are left, the common people of Igbo land are left unprotected. That was the situation at the time, my understanding, that the ESN was formed. And ESM was not for war. The way I understand it, was not designed for war. They're designed just to protect people against the marauders. That is the Fulani herdsmen in the forest and so on. That was. You are right that we will not wait for. We don't need war. We say we don't want another war on Igbo soil. We don't want to spill another Igbo blood. In order to achieve our objective. We will achieve our objective, but as we all agreed here, it has to be done strategically. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I will skip Yossi one more time. Let me go to Moria because he's been in and out also. I know he's been here before most people. Moria, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. My voice is even has always been bad. It's even worse today. Professor, thank you for coming aboard. It's a privilege to have you here. The last time we met was in Houston, Texas. Thank you for that pandedium you bought for me. How is Madam? How is the family?
She's doing fine. Oh yeah. That's right. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you, sir. So I thank you for your sense of humility. And I wasn't around when you started your submission, but from the feelings I'm getting from your answers to the various questions that have been put forward to you, I want to feel you do not subscribe to the sit at home and the killing of our people. We cannot be killing the same people we try to protect. I think I thank you for that. And again, another thing I want to quickly look into is this idea of you've given us so much characteristics of the Igbo man. And again, there are certain things we still have to work, on ourselves. I know a lot of things have, transpired in the past. The Civil War, the experience of the Civil War, the marginalization, the injustice in the land is making most of our boys to be, radicals. I don't know if there's a way we can, we must, there is a saying according to Martin Luther King, he said, darkness cannot drive away darkness, only light can. And the kind of Nigerian I want, I'm from Edo. I believe in the freedom, I believe in justice. I don't believe in one Nigeria of injustice as we have it today. The factors, the reasons that led us into the Nigerian Civil War of 1967 are still much better with us today. They're even worse than it was then. But my question here is, instead of Igbo man seeing me as a dumb man, as an enemy, the Yoruba man, he's this, full of man, he condemns every other person except the Igbo man. Whereas I'm also a victim of the Nigerian system that is not working. My people were killed, and I don't want to go back to the mistakes that were made and during the Civil War. Well, were there reasons were there injustice in the land? Yes, of course. Were there marginalization and oppression in the land? Yes, of course. But could the war have been averted? I 100% think it would have been averted. It would have been an advantage to even, negotiate for a stronger and a better system. But the war has come and gone. And then they came up with the issues of principle of reconciliation, rehabilitation, and what they call the 4 arrows: reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. They have not really done any of those. So we still have the same problem with us. Is there any way we can work together to defeat our common enemy, or to understand the fact that we have a common enemy to fight? Instead of seeing an Igbo man and a dumb man as your enemy, anyway, saying things like any Igbo man that goes to Yoruba man church is a fool. These things will not help us. I want in Nigeria where a governor of Western region of Yoruba extraction was willing to die for a sin of Igbo extraction, who was in his house. He preferred to die, to lay down his life for his sin. Instead of allowing his sin to be killed under his watch. And that was the ultimate price he paid. This is my kind of one Nigeria I preach. It's not as if, I support. We must not continue to make the mistake of, if a leader is bad, like Buhari, he's bad, he has been bad, he will always be bad. We should not mistake Nigeria as a Buhari. We should not mistake Nigeria as a Obasanjo. And we must not mistake a Nigeria for any leader that is bad. I want to strongly believe that if we come together as a united people, we can defeat our common enemy who are not up to 1%. We cannot run away from our land because of this common enemy. And again, I think from what you have answered, I want to believe that you don't subscribe to the killing of our people. And again, now, there's a movement. I don't call it a peace movement. I see it as a national movement, as a people's movement. I think we can take advantage of this movement. We might not be where we hope to be, but things are no longer what it used to be. I think we are gradually getting there. Can we take advantage of this electionary period? Instead of some people holding meeting, they are recruiting some boys, buying gun for them to say there is no election. Those boys have no capacity to stop election. Again, it's like sending them into a suicide mission. And again, I want to say that we can leverage on this movement and see what happens. There is nobody that can kill the movement. The Biafran movement is a spirit. If you kill 100 in the Kanu, the spirit remains. If you kill 100 Omoruis, the spirit remains. Nobody can stop an idea whose time has come. So long as injustice remains in Nigeria, the movement, agitation will continue to be on. Can we take advantage of this between our February and let them to shield their sword so that we can have an election and see people? Just look at the way people. If you conduct election today in Edo, I'm sure we will win. I'm not sure of Anambra State, but I'm sure of Edo State. Can we work on those people to lay down their arms so that peace can reign in our land? Thank you very much.
Maury, thank you so much. Prof.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maury. It was in August that we met in Texas, right? Yeah. Am I okay? All right. What Omori was describing, if you ask me, you can sum it up as New Nigeria. New Nigeria. Peter Obi said it is possible. He's using that as a thematic way of letting people know that there's a new kid in the block. And that new Nigeria will have to build on what holds us together. You know, the greatest problem we have today in Nigeria is there's no patriotism, because different units, different ethnic nationalities believe in themselves and nothing patriotic about Nigeria. Even the anthem, no matter what the anthem says, people don't act accordingly. Every group has its own agenda, except especially the group that is attempting to dominate and grab the lands of other indigenous people. Yes, we can capitalize on that with PO's national movement. And what do I mean by that? The chances are, if you look at northwestern and northeastern areas, okay, he's making inroads, all right, but his greatest inroads are being made in the middle belt area, in the southeast, south, and southwest. In the north middle belt area is making a whole lot of inroads. And all the representations will go to Washington, D.C. You have people from these areas. These 4 zones put together contribute about 145 to 160 million people out of the 211 million people in Nigeria. What that says to us is, when we consolidate whatever we find in those areas, our PVCs and so on, and make sure we have people to monitor all the polling stations, we have enough votes in those areas to put P2B in the Aso Rock. The only problem, therefore, is the mago-mago that's going on already, and which I mentioned earlier that we are fighting against. Again, sometimes the strategies are not divulged on forums like this, but we are working on that. Yes, the answer is yes, we can cash in on that and build a new Nigeria. Thank you, Maury.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Prof, are you
just one question more, so I can catch up with my.
Rudolph, please, you have to let me. I know I've been back and forth.
Yeah, but you you've been here. You've asked your question before.
Yeah, please, if you don't, guys, please, I'm very, very sorry for biting.
Chidi, okay, I'll plead with the professor. You and OC, I have to get OC in. OC has been here too. Okay. That's what I've been saying. If people just ask questions, they won't.
Chidi has his number now, so Chidi can always.
Okay. No. I want to correct an impression. It's a quick one. You see, because they are mischief people, like that your Kenneth guy. That it's because this is Prof's interview. I didn't want to turn it to anything, but it's wrong, and that's what we are talking about. He comes here, he says Dr. Chidi is not a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu, and then begins to play on. Look, Prof, Prof is on another level. Prof is not old, and I'm not too young, but Prof, because of your position, you are an elder. But we are in our level, and we fight this fight on our level. Because I was a bit concerned when Prof came back, and Prof was like, when we meet, we will talk. There's nothing hidden about me and Prof meeting and talking. We know what we are going to talk. We know our interest. It has not changed, and it is people like Simon Ekpa that are distorting the whole thing. Our mission is still what it is. that I am a member of AAC and I support Omoyele Sowore, it is because of the interest that I feel that Omoyele Sowore has for even Igbo people. So when Kele comes and sows those kind of seed, it is something that we must discourage. The union of Igbo people is intact. Me and Prof, we know what we stand for. We'll keep fighting this fight, albeit on different fronts. But the mission is still the same thing. So I'm warning people like Kene not to bring their mischief into a brotherly discussion. Peter Obi is running under Labour Party. I am in this election running with Omoyele Sowore under African Action Congress. And so Igbo people are very independent. That is what people fear about us. If you tell an Igbo man to jump up, he will ask you why. We ask questions. We have our own minds, and we're not cowards. So if he's a coward and he doesn't have principles and what he believes in, he should get out of the kitchen if it's too hot for him. But Prof, respect as always, and Dr. Damages, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Chidi.
Dr. Chidi. Yes, you are very correct. And we said we will talk. And I won't take that back because we have been talking and we will continue to talk for the betterment of our people. Now, again, you remember, I refuse to be boxed into whatever differences he thinks or you all have. I will refuse to be boxed into that, and nothing is committed until I speak with you. That is sure. Something we have been speaking together, and we'll continue to speak in order to achieve our objectives. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Bye.
Prof, one more.
Okay.
I know. And this is, I want to go to Basil. The reason I'm going to Basil is he's here. I know that he's your PRO, yeah, of World Igbo Congress. Mm-hmm. So Basil, where is he? Oh, okay, he's here. Okay, okay, Basil. Oh, yeah, yeah. What you have to say? What you want to say?
Yes, Dr. Damages, thank you so much. I had waited for some time. I thought maybe you would not let me say a word of thank you to my prof, the chairman of World Igbo Congress. He has given us what leadership is all about. And we thank God for him to be in this position at this particular time of our generation. A lot of people don't know what he is seeing and what he knows that is happening. So we are so glad he has given you a clear picture, and sometimes a lot of people would always have their way of understanding words when you speak. But for some of us who are very close, we know what actually is going on. And we are so glad that he has made a time out like this to talk to us and talk to us very clearly. It's one of those voices now that you can't get anyhow in Igbo land. And we are so glad he is here. And to many of us who are still having problem that what is going on is partly the result of Igbos killing Igbos, I am going to make it clearly to you all today that there is nothing like that going on. Prof has already said it, that political problem we have in Igbo land is general contributor to this development. And to some of them who want to capture Igbo land at all costs, with all their money, with all their practices, we are all watching at them. And for you who want to castigate Simon Ekpa for what he's doing or what he's doing, we have gotten him to a point that he is getting down and he has given us an option. Let all us now go out and work on his option and see the election go through. But don't always complain, condemn, without working on what you can do. We are asking them, now is the time. Get Nnamdi Kanu out, and we will know that the rules and regulation of the election is something they would want to obey. If they don't want to obey anything, and we are here complaining, and we complain to any length we want, nothing is going to change. So we have to work and get things work for ourselves. Thank you, my chairman, and thank you, Dr. Damages. God bless us.
All right, thank you, Basil. Prof, we are going to let Prof go. We'll continue the conversation. Basil, if you want to hang out, you can hang out. But Prof had to go. I understand that he tried, he did very well. We signed up for less than 2 hours, and he's been here for more than that.
1 second.
You said what?
Yeah,
you want to say something?
Just,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Right.
Osi, let me take Osi. Osi has been here. Has been a very, very cool guy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Prof, before you go, Igbo Basics is here.
Yeah, it's actually not a question, but I just want to thank Prof. Actually, I've had occasions to actually meet with you. First time was when Chief Osi Chidoka came to Houston to give his talk. And then the other time was when Patrick Okibo also came. But incidentally, all those times I was in Nigeria, so I couldn't make it. But I actually believe that our organization, which is the Kenga Media and Cultural Awareness Initiative, we have a lot of things in common, and we actually can work together with the Igbo Congress. So I'm looking at this at the time that you live in Houston, right?
No, I live in Nashville, Tennessee. But I come to Houston very often.
Okay, maybe offline. I'll get your contact. I'll get your contact.
Get my contact from you have my permission to give you my contact, and we'll work on that. Okay.
Okay, I'm not going to keep you longer than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Igbo Basics is a think tank, and let me hear from him, and then I will say choose according to Germans.
Okay. All right. Igbo Basic.
Thank you so very much, our dear brother Rudolph Okonkwo, Dr. Damages. Prophet Jofo.
Yes, sir.
Amen. Glory be to God.
Amen.
The bone has risen again in you.
We thank God. Thank you.
Before next time we say the bone shall rise again, but now the bone has risen in you.
Thank you.
A couple of things I've listened along, and specifically on the issue of our brother Simon Ekpa. Just one comment. Do we know who is funding him? That's one. My other question is, with things going on in Igbo land as it stands right now, we know Austin Egwon, former chairman of World Igbo Congress.
Of course.
He traveled home. He ended up at a wedding. He never got to his village. That just happened. They also burnt down the house of his junior brother, Manuel. This all happened at Ihube. What am I trying to say here is this. The issue of Tija, turning Igbo land into the Japan of Africa, you can address to that. And then also the issue of self-community help. I'm quite sure you can address that. What I'm trying to bring into fore, I'm from Ibere. Prior to now, communities know who is in a community. It doesn't matter what town in Igbo land. In Ibere, we know the bad people, we know the good people. The way that our leaders who originally infiltrated World Igbo Congress, the way they have carried on is all to themselves. Every governor to himself. And that's why we have been so scattered. We talked about Ometeku and the way they organize themselves. Does anybody know who brought military police, what they call Mopo, into Nigeria? Think about Dr. M. Ekpa. And then as it stands, I'm going to land on the issue of community protection. Personally, when I go home, I go beyond the village, I go into the bushes, and I see a lot of what's going on there. In our most sacred water, I find that Nama has taken up the place and shooting it up. So what am I trying to say is that what are we doing as far as the policies are concerned, because that's the area through which we've been working to make sure that things happen accordingly. What are we doing network-wise to make sure that through the OB of Onitsha, through the rest of the Council of Ndiezes, all around Igbo land, that every traditional ruler is able to contain his community, particularly. And then let me land on the issue of our brother Peter Obi, who is out there running to be president of Nigeria. Fairness is fairness. Some of us believe that if this election is held fair and square, Peter Obi would emerge as the next president of Nigeria, and there will be development all over the place. Some of us also believe that if by any chance he is rigged out, as they are continuing to try to do, that Nigeria will be no longer what we know it to be. Mark our word. And I make bold to say also, I said it again before, that Peter Obi will be the next president of Nigeria. We have people in Nigeria right now who have come from here, volunteered themselves, spent their money, and they're on ground. You know what the problem they're having right now? Yesterday, went out in Lagos to get gas, cannot get gas. Today, spent all day trying to get gas, they can't get gas. And landing on a soft pedal, what are they trying to do to frustrate you out so that you can leave? Because you want to bring a change.
Igbo Basic, thank you.
What can we do? Community-wise, that's where I'm landing at. Community-wise, what is the WIC doing to make sure that each and every one of these traditional rulers are held accountable for their own community, so that me and you can go home and be able to go to our villages?
All right, thank you, Prof. Before you answer, Igbo Basic, I wanted you to clear something. You said something happened to Egwon.
That's where I wanted to start. Go ahead, please.
What did you say? What happened?
I said that Austin Egwon went home and he ended up in a wedding and could not go to his village, Ako.
Oh, okay.
But he was not harmed in any way.
No. He ended up. Right. I'm saying that it's like you going home and you end up at Enugu and never go to Nobi.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you. Because of the destruction there.
All right.
The hoodlums have taken over the place. The bad boys who are known from that place have taken over.
Okay. Thank you. He has to go. Let's let him just.
To tell you the truth, there were even instances this past Christmas time when people travel from here and they wanted to do traditional wedding of their children, and they ended up doing it in Lagos and Abuja and didn't go to the east because of that same situation you are describing. Let's look at a few things that you mentioned. So we've cleared that of Egwon. You talked about infiltration of weak. You and I know, by the way, just like I talked about with Mori, Igbo Basics, I needed to work together in various ways. So again, you can also get my, I'm sure you have my information, but otherwise, Rudolph will give it to you, okay? So that we can open avenues that we can work together in. So then when it comes to the getting down to the community level, community-wide security and so on, like the kind of thing that happened to Egwon. So World Igbo Congress is doing so many things that we don't announce. Okay, you talked about traditional rulers. We have a body right now, especially since Ohaneze went moribund. There's a body right now. You've seen a whole lot of releases from them, the joint body, as well as Anyandibo, led by Engineer Koye. Joint body, you mentioned specifically the Obi of Onitsha. He is there chairing that group with another prominent traditional ruler in Igbo land. And again, I don't want to be calling names. And then you have some clergy, archbishops, representatives of archbishops, because these archbishops, they have control of the masses. They go to church and so on. All the denominations. We have a group of bishops and archbishops representing all the denominations in Igbo land right now that we are working with. And we have these people representing them. So what we are describing is already on the plate of this group. And with this group and Anyan Igbo working together, they work with town unions as well as the security. I remember that I did use the word enhancement of their capability. This is what this is about. We are hoping we'll be able to develop something and execute something that is tangible before the election starts. So let us rub minds on this and share in greater details the things we know that don't need to be talked about here. And finally, there's something I want to talk about that I did not talk about while making the general comment. And it's about our son, Nnamdi. You all know that recently, there are talks about his medications, his state of health, and all that. It gives us trouble. It troubles us in the mind, and we have not slept since then. Right now, we are working with the International Red Cross because efforts in the past to get people to visit him have been blocked. Efforts to provide funds for his food and his medicine have been rebuffed. So we're trying to get International Red Cross involved so that we want to see exactly what is happening there. And of course, you know, he gets out about 2 visits per week. And those visits, we get also information about them. So we think we are all together as a people. I like the comments that I've heard. I like everything that has been said here. And what I can assure you is that Basil and others, the PRO of World Igbo Congress, I thank you so much. And everybody who has contributed in no small measure to the liveliness of the session we've had in the past exactly 3 hours. I thank you so much. And Dr. Damages, I come back to what I normally say. Your other people, other doctors hang a stethoscope on their neck, but you hang stethoscope. So I'm worried. I don't want to come to your clinic, but whatever the case may be, you are doing a great job for our people. You never can, you cannot quantify what you are doing for our people. So I do appreciate the opportunity to be here. And for all of you who are all over the place, YouTube, Facebook, and so on, I say thank you for watching and listening to us. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
We are going to continue the conversation. Prof will leave us for now, and we are going to continue the conversation.
I'm so Prof.
Yeah.
Thank
you, everybody. Let's take just 30 seconds a break. Yeah, that's it. Okay. You won't allow me because there are a lot of people in the studio.
You can take me off then.
All right. Yeah, let me do that. Okay. All right.
Why would it be like that, bro? I just want to get my perfume and get the fuck out of here. I think I should.
All right.
Just start.
Welcome back, everybody. Who is giving perfume? I don't know. I had some. All right. So I'm sorry for those that didn't have the chance to get involved and weigh in. And I know you wanted to say something.
Yes, please.
But before, okay, go ahead, Ekene.
Okay.
I've been here since.
I really want to clarify some things over what Dr. Shidi said against me. I understand Dr. Shidi. He's just playing the doing his business as a politician that he is. However, there is something that I want him to understand. Professor Ejiofor is a leader of the Igbo World Congress. And I believe that one of the primary objectives of those Igbo Congress is to protect the interests of the Igbos. And Nnamdi Kanu, of which Nnamdi Kanu was doing before he was apprehended. And Dr. What is his name? Simon Ekpa took over from him. And as far as I'm concerned, I've not seen anything wrong that Simon Ekpa is doing. My reason for saying that is because the Nigerian court has entered judgment for the release of Nnamdi Kanu several times. And Nigerian government refused to release him. Now you refuse to release him and nobody is speaking against that. Not even Dr. Shidi. I've never heard Dr. Shidi calling for justice, calling for equity when it comes to Igbo race. This guy has been on his platform disparaging the Igbos, saying all manner of negative things against the Igbos and especially against IPOB. And he's here trying to play along with Professor Ejiofor. No, they are in contrast. What Dr. Ejiofor represents isn't what Dr. Shidi is representing. Dr. Shidi is on a different lane altogether. Professor Ejiofor is protecting the interests of the Igbos. And here we are, he is also supporting P2B, being his Igbo brother. Dr. Shidi, on the other hand, is against P2B. So everything that Dr. Shidi is doing, both on his platform and whatever that he's doing for Showore, is against the interests of the Indibo. So they have nothing in common. So you shouldn't come here and trying to woo Professor Ejiofor. So my clarification here is Dr. Shidi should mind his lane. His lane is against the Indibo. We all understand that. So let him focus on that. Shouldn't come here and be trying to speak for the Igbos. The same Igbos that he's condemning.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kenneth. For the rest of the conversation, I will plead everybody, make it no more than 2 minutes. You can say anything you want to say in 2 minutes. If you can't say it in 2 minutes, then you didn't think about it very well before you started. The priest of peace, you are next.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Professor Ejiofor one or two questions. One of those two questions are, number one, is there any plan for giving the Igbos an identity within the framework of Nigeria? Because the Igbos don't have identity. And what is also the role of Igbo tradition in harnessing that identity to make sure that Igbos, are at par with every other indigenous people within the framework of Nigeria? Those are the two questions I wanted to ask him. Again, with due respect to Prof, I called him and I introduced myself to him. I said, Prof, there is something I wanted to do, which I'm not going to divulge here. And I need him to work with, I want to work with Igbo, World Igbo Congress. He said I should send the details to him. I did that, but I didn't get anything back. This is what I think. This is my opinion. I said, with due respect, my opinion is that I see World Igbo Congress as what Oliver the Cook sang in his song. I believe in Mariha Gemechi. I believe in that is every organization that is in the United States and the Ohanese and Igbo. That is what it is. They don't have our interest at heart. If you remember, Martin Nnamdi Kanu went on Igbo World Congress and requested their support. They blocked him. And now he is coming to talk about their concerns about Martin Nnamdi Kanu. That being said, you see, when we talk about Simon Ekpa, it boils my blood. I don't even want to hear that guy's name. And for Kenneth to always come here to defend this guy that is killing our people back home, if I don't want to use a harsh word on Kenneth, we are my brother, we are Igbos. But it is high time you stop talking about Simon Ekpa, it is high time you stop, because that guy doesn't have one bit of Igbo's interest. One bit. Because if he has one, he wouldn't be telling us to sit at home. And do what? For how long do you want to sit at home? You are destroying. See, what he has done, I have said it on this platform, is leading the Igbos to self-destruct. I mean, it's happening in our eyes. This Oga now, Igbo Basic, I believe he's in Nigeria now, or I believe if he's it. And look at what he's telling us. It is not a fluke. It is not fake. It is happening. Not only in Igbo, but it is worse in Igbo land. I came back in November, early November. I stayed almost 2 months. And firsthand, I know what was going on. So it is unconscionable for people like Prof to start coming now and telling us no, it doesn't make sense. It should have started long time ago. And Mazen Nalikan shouldn't be where he is today. And that is a fact.
Thank you.
So
finally,
can I take on the question of the young man just posed on World Igbo Congress?
Thank you so much. Go ahead. I'm done. I'm done for now.
Okay, let me.
Dr. Beverages.
No, Ekene, no.
No, he's my brother. I just want to.
Ekene, don't talk. Something. You don't need to say anything. I don't even want to hear.
We are saying the same thing.
Who's welcome to the show? We have to be fair to people who are here. Who's welcome to the show? Unmute yourself, Uzo. Can I just reserve your thoughts? When I come back to you, you can say. It doesn't have to be back and forth. Yeah. Uzo, we're not hearing you. All right. Let me go to Osi. Osi. Yeah. Go ahead, Osi.
Mute me on mute.
Oh, who I did? No, Osi. No, I didn't mute you.
Oh, okay. It's up now. It's up now. Yeah. There's too many things to unpack here, but I just wanted to touch on, what has been talked about the problem of the Igbo people in Nigeria and everywhere. I just had a discussion with a friend of mine who is from the Middle Belt, and he basically unloaded on what he believes is a problem they're having with the Nigerian state. So what am I saying? The problem of the Igbo man is not unique to the Igbos. It's almost like every component of Nigeria is having the same problem. And I think we've been so consumed with this idea, feeling that we are victims. Of course, there's no gainsaying the fact that there are many areas where, the Igbo man is particularly disadvantaged, but I think if we have to grade our problem, I would say that 99% of it is from us, not from the outside. Many people probably will not agree with me on that, but I believe that the problem we have in Igbo land is a gross deficiency in leadership. Nigeria is a country of multiple sub-nationalities. And like every nation like that, what you find is a situation whereby all the component parts are trying to negotiate in such a way that it benefits their people. And so when a Yoruba man is doing what he can to make sure that the Yorubas get their own fair share of Nigeria, you can't blame him. And so is the Hausa, so is the Fulani and all those kind of things. So what we as a people should do is to come back home, sit down, and think about what is it that we are doing that we are not doing right? What is it how can we improve on ourselves so that we'll be on a good pedestal to negotiate for better terms with the other ethnic nationalities in Nigeria? I think that's what should be, bothering us. And I mentioned, leadership problems. The prof was just talking about, how the governors were not able to come together and form a security network, just like the Yorubas did with the Amotekun. But we also forgot the fact that the man who's currently even heading the Eastern Governors Forum is Governor Mahe, who, of course, we know his antecedents.
He has done everything in his power to frustrate anything that has to do with the goodwill of the Igbos. Why? Because we all know that all of them have one kind of political ambition or the other. For some reason, he believes that, he was going to somehow, the APC is going to zone the presidency to the Igbos, and then he will naturally be his choice. And so, even when his brother was built to head the Ebubago, the original Ebubago, he made sure that that organization was starved of fund from day one, and it never kicked off. Now, what did we do in Igbo land? What are the Igbos doing? Basically nothing. So what we have is a situation whereby people who should be representing our interests are there doing whatever they like, sabotaging our efforts, but we don't do anything. If we have to do anything, it's shouting about somebody who is in Katsina or somebody who is in Abuja, while the low-hanging fruits at home that we should be able to take care of, we haven't been able to do that. Many of us, we all have, our thoughts about IPOB and the rest of them. Somebody like one thing I've always suggested is that IPOB has a large following in Igbo land. The biggest problem we have in Igbo land is leadership. What if IPOB in one way or the other can tap into the popularity that they have and try to address those leadership issues, starting from, for example, Abia State, where the leader, Nnamdi Kanu, is from. Abia State is the poster child of good governance in Nigeria. But the governor is there, doing even worse and worse. And you could extrapolate it to Enugu, Anambra, and the rest of them. Have we ever done anything to bring these people into account? So we are leaving the thieves that are right there stealing in our house. But we are crying about the thief who is in far away Abuja, who, even though with all the things we have, we probably will not be able to make any dent or even bring, do anything that will change our fate. So the moment we start looking back home and start to address those fundamental things is the moment that our fate will start to change. And I'm almost done, Dr. Damages. I know I'm encroaching on your time. Now, people have always said that, that you get, every society get the kind of leadership they deserve. And there is a sense to it, because people we have as our leaders are just, some of us. And I'm here to tell you that there is a crisis of identity. There's a crisis of value in Igbo land, which is part of the reason why we're having all those kind of leaders, representing, who are supposed to represent us, but they are doing whatever they can to actually pull us down so much, and there are many reasons to that, starting from, even during the Civil War and all those things. I know we came out from that war, everybody with 20 pounds. And so it was more like a rat race trying to put food on the table. So our people were ready to do whatever it takes. And when that happened, then of course, all the values came crashing down. And that is when it now becomes that nobody cares if you're a professor or whatever knowledge you have. As long as you don't have money to give to the people and feed them, they don't care about you. If it doesn't matter that you're a professor, nobody cares about that. That's when our values started to really, really, really tank down. And if you look at the Igbo land, people who we are looking up to, most of the people that are very prominent, you find out that they are very, very morally bankrupt. Anyway, I don't want to take so much time, but I just wanted to hint on some of these things. Otherwise, we can't go home today.
All right. Thank you, Osi. Thank you so much. Yeah. So this is what I'm going to do. We're going to go back to our regular program, but I want to hear from an outsider, which is, the only outsider I see here is Ovie. There's something that one man wrote in the comment section, which was that this is like listening into a village meeting. So for Ovie, listening in, and what is your take on as an outsider? Then I will call on Basil to comment on World Igbo Congress. There's something that the priest of priests said, which is about people outside always say that these organizations are useless and they are just there to do party and celebrate. I want to hear from someone who is inside what you think about that impression. Why is it that people who have not come close always feel that there's nothing going on? And then I'll let Kene do his thing. So Ovie, I'll start with you. Yeah. Uzo, I don't know if you can hear, so that's why I skipped you.
I've been warned at the comment section not to interfere in the family matter.
No, forget about it. Actually, I think this is my personal view. I think if the Hausa, whatever group, Ijo, Fulani, whatever group, if they are having this kind of conversation as it connects to them and Nigeria, I would want to listen, and because I want to understand, and I want to understand what people are thinking from a place that I'm not from. So I'm thinking that's the role you are playing. I mean, you are here, you're listening. I want to hear what you think, the reflection of what you had, because it might be different from what I think I'm hearing from everybody.
Man, even though my ex-girlfriend Amaka is from Kolomovia village.
There you go.
In Kolomovia village near Kaititi, you know. But still.
Did you say Kolomili village?
In Kolomovia.
Okay,
you know, after I know.
All right, go ahead.
You know. Yeah, but I actually wanted to ask the prof before he left. It was making reference to what we can always sing with in the or something like that. Yeah, so he was saying something around that. Okay, for me paraphrasing, like if Obi wins, then okay, maybe the struggle will goes down. If it doesn't, struggle continues. So my question, to him wanted to be: so is this all about power? There are people who believe that this is the cheapest way of looking for power, through this agitation and all that. So when it was along that line, I actually just come to and say, okay, is this all about power? So if let's say Obi wins, then everything goes like that. Then what about people who just fall victim of losing their life, along like, even though people always accuse me of seeing it as a game that people are dying. Yes, now people go die because now people they play the game. But so that was where I was actually with what I wanted. So, and again, I think a lot of people share that opinion with him too, So is this all about power? So if he wins and that's it, or that's just my own, seeing it from outside. That was what I was curious about. Because actually, some people, when all this Nnamdi Kanu with inside it, some people believe that yes, it's just this is the cheapest way of looking for power.
All right.
A lot of people didn't see it like that.
All right, thank you. So where did I say I was going next?
You said you were going to Basil.
Oh, Basil. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can hear Uzo. Uzo, can we hear you? All right, Uzo, we can hear you. Basil, you're next. Unmute yourself, Basil, please.
All right. Please refresh my memory on what you want me to talk about.
No, I was saying that the priest of peace essentially said that the weak is not doing anything.
Okay.
And it's not the only one. They are on the comments. There are people who basically, apart from people calling all of us comedians and.
Sorry, Rudolph. But Mr. Bessie, before you start, you are talking about if you want other people to have kind of this conversation like that, you go on my platform. I have a lot of Hausa people follow and Hausa guests to come into their own opinion, and you'll be amazed when you hear your own part of the whole with the other perspective about what we talk about every day. So it's called On Our Politics. That's just a platform, by the way.
All right, thank you, Obi. It's also connected to some of the comments I see. People say, "Oh, why don't you bring these people and bring these people?" We don't bring anybody here. People decide. People see and they say they want to come. We don't pick people that will come in here. So for those who think that we select Ovia all the time, we don't select Ovia. We don't select anybody. You decide to come and you come and you join the conversation. All right, Basil, go ahead. So there are people, Basil, there are people on the comments too who believe that we are just, all of you are weak. You guys are just clowns. You are making noise. There's something you are doing. Just briefly, just remind them, that. Go ahead.
Yes, I don't blame them because when you are not there, you always feel that it's as easy as what you perceive. And especially in World Igbo Congress, we have association of over I would say, to be conservative, 20 groups. And these 20 groups are like, in Nigeria, you would say like it's each African country is one group. Each African country is one group. So if you see how we operate more, it's not as easy as you look at it. We come to a decision based on each of these groups taking a part in their own input. We don't come to condemn or accept or take decisions lightly, because any group that is not represented in any of our decision taking will always strike back against us or have a way to come back against us for what we did. So it's not as easy as those who are outside says it. And it's not like a race. You will get started and get finished at the time. It's not that swift. We have to really do the arithmetic and geometry that is involved in order to reach to a decision. And when we reach to that decision, we can take it to the bank. Any one of us will stand by it, knowing that everybody must have participated in that decision. It's not that easy. So what I would suggest to anyone who think we are just fooling or playing or doing whatever you might do, come in, participate, take a part, or look for those who are in, join them, contribute your own ideas. Participation is very, very important. So you can, like the other gentleman who said that he gave information to the chairman and the chairman has not come to him, and it could be possible. The chairman cannot take this thing and run by it. He has to table it. He has to go through process. So if he's not taking today, he might be taking tomorrow. It's not it's something you will say you've lost interest in this group because your decision was not taking the front row that you're supposed to. So let nobody lose hope. We are only the people that can say what it is, no matter who us is beating. Very freely, it doesn't matter whatever it is. So don't lose hope. Keep pushing. Thank you.
If I may back up my brother Basil on this issue of World Igbo Congress, let me say to all of us who are here and those of the people who are making comments out there, World Igbo Congress, at the height of its existence, Nigerian government, and that's during the time of Abacha, which was everybody feared. If World Igbo Congress sneezed, Abacha shook. This is a fact. That was World Igbo Congress. The person who is leading the Nigerian government now, in the name of Muhammadu Buhari, in 2004, he came to Newark, New Jersey, to seek for what? A vote of the World Igbo Congress, so that he can become president. That was 2004. I was the person who welcomed him when he stepped out of his car. I met him again in 2005 in my hometown in Ibere. That was the last time I met the man. Let me point something to all of us so that we may not be dreaming. The man who is in charge of Nigerian government now has every right on his own to grant clemency if you so decide, call it that, to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But mark my word, the man seemed to acquire Binazo. He has no intention of letting the man go, at least before the election that is coming up. Put that there. If you listen carefully when I said something, when Professor Joffa was here, I said the bone has risen again in the person of Joffa because he has been in the fight all along. My humble self, who is here, the publication that I started all the way in 1995. At some point, by 1997, people thought that Igbo Basics was actually a publication of World Igbo Congress. It was not. It's an independent, very independent voice and remains an independent voice. Right now, I work with an organization that is called Foundation Democracy Initiative. FoundationDemocracyInitiative.com is there. Our main aim is to see to it that there is a level playing field. What am I bringing back to the table here? My brother, the priest of peace. I'm trying for you to take a step back. For instance, whatever you have sent to a Ejiofor, those things will be addressed. Nobody is going to put some things aside. But also bear in mind the statement that I made now. What has happened is that the Nigerian governors, the Igbo governors, they started coming to World Igbo Congress. Some of them were funding themselves. Some of them were being funded by the government, which is why Buhari ended up being here. What have they done? They come, they scatter a group that was so strong, that was really a backbone of what's happening at Alibo. I remember George Ezekiel in New York carrying a placard saying, Igbos, stop kissing Hausa asses. Those are strong statements that we make. So all hope is not lost. Those who are at home, including the governors, if you are outside, they don't really want you to come there and make your change. And for some reason, it looks like any of them, particularly the 5 Eastern governors, I'm not talking about the North or the West, I'm talking about the East. It looks like they're all power drunk. Somebody gets in there, he wants everything to himself. He fails to realize that the simple Onyagala Wanneya is always been demand of Ndibo. And if we do that, we will be just fine. So don't give up. The priest of peace, we will address your issue, get across to Rudolph, and then we'll be able to take care of whatever the situation is. Thank you for my submission.
All right, thank you.
It's not about to be released.
All right, thank you. Can I?
Yeah, thank you. My brother, Prince of Peace, I don't know why you sound so hot against Simon Ekpa. See, everybody must not be the same. The way you pursue your agenda might not be the same way the other person will. Nnamdi Kanu was on his lane. He was doing his things until he was arrested, and the court also grant his release, but Buhari refused to release him. So Simon Ekpa is calling for release of Nnamdi Kanu. He's doing that in his own way, and I'm not in the right position to condemn Simon Ekpa. What he's doing is right in his own understanding, and what I'm doing by supporting P2B right now is right on my own perspective. My father, Igbo Basics, I would like to correct one impression. We don't need clemency from Buhari on Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu was never convicted of any crime, so there's no need for call for clemency, on him. He should be released without any biases. So clemency is not in the picture right now, so he should be released. And again, my brother, the Prince of Peace, what I understand Igbo World Congress doing is protecting the interests of Ndibo. The Professor Ejiofor that I know back then in UNIZIC, if Professor Ejiofor had changed, I don't know, but from what I've known so far, since 2020 or 21, that they've been calling for justice and equity. And since Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, they have been pushing for his release. So I don't know where you're coming with all these baseless accusation against this group. I've not seen anything wrong that they've done so far. If there is one, I don't know. You are here. You can say it for everybody to hear. So please, I know that you have your own agenda. You and your DOS, you have your own way of pursuing for Biafra agitation. Please go ahead with that. I'm not against you. I will never be against you, and I will never be against Simon Ekpa. However, I don't support the call for not allowing election, for election in Igbo State. Election should be allowed, because if you are there calling for there will not be election in Igbo State, in Igbo land, the election will come and go, and your own person is going to lose. So why not just calm down for now, support your person, or even if you don't want to support, allow the election to be held, stay on your own side, let those that are willing to vote. People like us, however, we are not even allowed to vote because we are in diaspora. So allow the people that are willing to vote for the person they have interest on. So please, let's, like somebody advised here, let's come together as Indibo and protect our own interests. Let's stop this division.
All right.
And again, Dr. Damages, let me correct one impression. This group is not for a clan. According to what they call it, one man show, or one man went to do whatever. This group, this guy was here. Omori, John Abba was here, Madam Esho was here, and all our politics. So it's a free group. Everybody can call in. Be you Fulani, Jukun, be you Alsa, Tiv, you can call in. It's free for everybody. Come here and express yourself. After all, it is called have your say, right? Say it the way you feel, but please be respectful of others. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Please let me correct Kenneth. When I talked about clemency,
can I
say something?
The man
no, hold on. Igbo Basic, hold on. This is
let me say something.
There are so many corrections to be made, and it's not important. The world will not end. Whatever is wrong. Who's welcome to the show?
Don't come back. I have to log out my phone.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Keep on damaging.
Yeah,
I wanted to answer Prof. Some questions. I met him so many times.
Yes,
and here in Houston, he do come here. And so my uncle is his vice.
Oh, okay.
If he's here, he know me. So I be follow him. And so I pay my dues from my own meeting where I belong to. I people don't know what a week is all about. A group of like I have my own meeting from my own community. So we pay dues through my own community. It's like I already follow them for. I know the problem with some IPOP members is I remember when they kind of went to Affirmations, and that was 7 years ago, 2015. They challenged him that what he needed ammunition for. That has been angry about that. And after like 3 years, now they are not asking if you can defend the Igbo state. So that has been an issue. Before I talk about ESM or all those stuff, all of us know how ESM started. Is a open like the Eastern part was so open that if you guys remember, a woman will go to farm, they will behead woman in the farm. They will cut the hand, they will do this. That didn't happen anymore. What is the reason? Is it the government that did that solved it? No. It's an ESM that did that to work. That's where it was from. Which everybody in diaspora, most of us, put our money to make sure that ESM come to pass. But what happened after the same way after Nnamdi was arrested, the government know that after Nnamdi was arrested, that's where the problem was ESM, people infected ESM, bad eggs, everything was like rubbish right now. Which others even support that, none of them support that. So I would just say on this group we are, this is not a village meeting that anybody says something, somebody has to reply. This is how you say. Everybody have this is whatever you want. But let's not try to reply whatever I think that that is not good on my own side. I say this, somebody else will come and reply me. That is not fair that way. I just say whatever I feel that is, say it. It may be good to me, may not be good to you. So that's why I feel my own. I'm with the Igbo people here. They are weak. All of us here, none of us belong to the weak. If you belong to Igbo organizations, we start from our roots, We are United States, we start from our roots. If somebody a village meeting, a community meeting, how can you contribute on the country concerning the Igbo people? You have to start, if every Igbo organization here have a representative in a week. So how can you even contribute if you don't even belong to your own village meeting? We work with the Igbo people here. I just advise everybody hearing me, try to, belong to your own village so it can be a voice speaking out there. The problem with weak and Igbo people is the governors. They will come here, they will sit down and pay the service with pay, and like after they like bring everything and they say do what we want, they will support them. They will go back there. They will send somebody else to disorganize the whole group because they don't want somebody to control them from diaspora. So please, my own advice for we the Igbo people is that let's stop attacking each other here. That's why other people look at us as if we are not serious. If a Benin guy do it, it's normal. Hausa person is normal. But maybe an Igbo guy do something, it's not normal anymore. If you say if an Igbo guy say Obi is not good, it's not normal. But if a Yoruba man say Truby is not good, it's normal. So we all know where we belong. So let's be careful and know how to put ourselves together. That's just my own little contribution. And
I have something to say. I have a say.
Yeah, everybody.
No, you have no more say. Hold on. I want to hear from Donatus and Henry briefly for 1 minute, and then we change the topic. We have other things to do. Donatus, go ahead. I know you've been trying to.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. I'm calling from Nigeria. I'm speaking from Nigeria. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're in Nigeria.
I appreciate what you people are discussing and talking about how Igbo land is okay. I'm an Igbo man. So, and I'm grateful for what you people are doing. Because for our place to be at peace, all hands must be on deck. But I want to tell you people, one thing I want to suggest is this. Our Ade used to say, our father used to tell me that we must be like a broom. We must not be scattered. That if a broom is scattered, it is easy to be broken. But when they are together, no matter how you want to break that broom can never be broken in pieces. But what I see among ourselves is surprising me. It's just like, see, our leader is for our interest. Mazi Kanu is for the interest of the Igbos. It's because of the love he has for our people that made him to find himself where he found himself today. It's not for his own self. It's not for his own selfish interest. It's for the benefit of every one of us to see how Igbo land will be at peace. For me and you to be free. To see that we go and rule ourselves and make sure that we do things accordingly and in order. But one thing I experienced is that the same our people is the one that gang up against him, the governor, Eastern governors and the politicians. I have seen a lot of effort in Lankas be playing to make sure that he unites everybody. But what is the disease we have in us is what is disturbing us. We always attacking each other. We does not believe in ourselves. We does not acknowledge our brothers. We does not regard ourselves. We hate ourselves. That's the problem. Hate ourselves to the core. And that is what an Hausa man cannot do. That's why they're united. Even if they have problem among themselves, when they come outside, you see they're united. But look at it. If Hausa man happen to be the one in prison, no other person will come out to validate Nigeria. None of their brother will come out to validate the people that the country that are fighting against. None of their people will come out to validate Nigeria. But look at us. They have used Obi to come and validate Nigeria to make sure that we silence him and they cannot forget about what is as if he's fighting for his own self. Even our own brother, somebody like Chief, talking against somebody who is fighting for him. Even this our brother here, talking against Simon Ekpa. Are they not fighting for our own good? It's for our own good. Why are we always attacking ourselves? Why do we always hate ourselves to the core? This is what Hausa man cannot do. And that is why you see where they are taking us at third class. We are not even third class. We are going to fourth class because our habits have bring us low. And that is why you see God forgetting and keeping us looking at us. Because we are not united. United will stand. But this disunity will fall, scattered will fall. But what I say among ourselves is disunity. And the cause of it is greed. We are selfish. Interest is what is killing us. We always looking at more what we can gain and not what everybody can gain, not what will favor everybody, but what our personal interests, what we will get as a profit, personal profit. That's what is killing us. Why will Obi come and validate Nigeria that is killing his brother when his brother is in prison? Abba Kyari committed crime and he was justified. They were ready to defend him. That is how it has been happening. And look at our brother is there. Instead of us talking on how to make our brother to come out, but look at it. One of our brother was sentenced to hanging in Lagos State. And their brother had been committing crime, somebody that killed somebody even in Sokoto, and they justify, they come out in mass to defend their brother. But look at ourselves, look at us. We are so wretched. We are so wretched. I'm even ashamed of our people because we end up attacking ourselves, exposing our yacht to the public. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? And even as I'm speaking, I'm not happy of what is happening. This is what is happening where I find myself in the north. Look at, they have Igwe, they want to do Igwe, and look at another group, form their group attacking that one. That is what has been happening. Let us see from this kind of a thing. That's just what I want. And anybody attacking Simon Ekpa should desist from that. Let us team together and see how we make things to happen for our own good. That is all I want to say. When you're attacking Simon Ekpa, you're attacking yourself. When you're attacking Mazin Kanu, you're attacking yourself. And I want to drop this thing to anyone who is attacking Simon Ekpa or attacking Mazin Kanu. God's judgment is going to rest on them. As it rests on those that attack Moses, that is how God's judgment is going to rest upon them. And God is going to punish all of them because all of them are not for the interest of the people. Look at our people dying, poor masses, no job, no.
Dr. David.
Doctor, you're muted. You're muted.
Donatus, thank you so much for your
time.
I really I had to stop you because you can't be talking without listening to me. There has to be kind of control.
A dialogue.
But I appreciate your inputs, and we could actually interrogate your submission, but there's no time for that. We really have to move to other things. But we appreciate you. African Queen, welcome to the show.
Thank you, everyone.
It's always nice to see African Queen.
Nice to see you. You've been away for a long time.
Somebody provoked her down to come on and
exactly. It's only when you get provoked.
So welcome. There was somebody I wanted to get to, but I think he's gone now. Justice. But the next was talking. I wanted to hear him. He's been trying to join us. African Queen, welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah. So have your say. Anything you want to say before we try to go to
no, it's me. It's my turn to talk now.
Oh, Henry. Yeah, Henry. Yeah. Henry. I see. Okay, African Queen. Hold on. Okay, let's hear from Henry. Henry, welcome to the show.
Good evening. I'm from Germany. Meanwhile, I'm not an Igbo guy. I'm a Benin, my tribe, but I'm a Nigerian. First of all, let me stop what Donatus was saying about Peter Obi. What he was saying something nice before, but it come on Peter Obi that Peter Obi, they brought Peter Obi to come and distract Nnamdi Kanu because of Nnamdi Kanu. I supported Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu it's not a criminal. Tomorrow it's not a criminal. You understand what I'm saying? So when he bring Peter Obi to this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, he made a mistake there. So that was it. What I'm trying to say, is it not time for the Igbos to come together as one, to stand as a force, to make sure Peter Obi come and change things in the East? The Igbos have the power, they have the mechanism to turn things around for the eastern part. But I'm just seeing them fighting Peter Obi for no reasons. Let's first of all look at Soludo. I don't even know Soludo before, except when he come back to Aga as governor. Nobody knows him. But now he's talking shit, sorry to use this language, talking shit about Peter Obi. Look at Atoeze, who is benefiting from, they call him Eda, who benefit from all this corrupt system because he's enjoying this corrupt system is an old man. For him to come to support his own son, he's saying it's not Obi's turn to become president. It's not Igbo turn to become president. I'm ashamed as a Nigerian. I'm not an Igbo. I'm ashamed to see so-called elders. They call the Igbo elders. These are not supposed to be called elders. It's not time for the Igbos to come together as one to support Peter Obi. At the beginning, they said Peter Obi, he cannot win election, he cannot be this. But now, it's the first force. They are ashamed now. They are shaking. Because if Peter Obi come to be president, he's going to turn things around. From all those corrupt criminals in the East who call themselves elders. Just like Opu Zodima killing his people. I'm not an Igbo man, but I'm ashamed seeing them killing Igbos. Killing their own blood because of one thing or another. Who is sponsoring this unknown gunmen? Who is doing this? They brought Ibubu Agu for what? Killing the same people. But people will not accept this, what I'm saying, but it's the fact. But when I see news every time, killing, okay, sit at home. Is it not time for the Igbo to mobilize themselves to say the government of Nigeria should accept the court order to release Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. He was kidnapped from Kenya. If you people forgot, he was not arrested, kidnapped. But people, all Igbos are sitting down quietly, feeling good. Nobody come out in mass because they are scared to die. The Hausas, the Fulanis will not keep quiet like this. But we talk. The Igbos are intellectual. They are this. They are productive. They are this. But their own son is dying in prison. He did not commit any crime. He didn't kill nobody. Why the federal government of Nigeria are releasing Boko Haram, Fulani S-men, the killer, those who kill people? When they when they make a call, they release them from police station. But Igbos are there, quiet, looking their own people killing themselves and their own innocent brother dying in prison. You know, the country did not kill nobody. You people should wake up for your slumber. You should wake up. Forget about how many professors you have in your eastern part. If they're not doing it to change things in their eastern part, they are not. They are zero.
All right.
We have too much professors, too much in Nigerians.
Henry,
but they're not doing nothing to change things. I'm just sad.
Henry,
Kanu was supporting Nigerian before he become a decision from Brafa. I saw the whole video of him when it was demonstration. It was the most big demonstration in UK when he was supporting Nigeria. But now he said he want because of the killing. He want to say okay, they want to go get their independence from Nigeria. It's not a crime, but they forgot the whole video was supporting Nigeria then. They forgot this video about when he was talking about one Nigeria then. But I will not be quiet to see the Igbos still fighting themselves in tomorrow. Wake up and support Peter Obi now to change things around. Period.
All right. Henry, thank you so much.
Can I do submission before I leave, sir?
No. I'm so sorry. No, I have to get to Justice really before African Queen, then I can see if we'll have space for you. Justice, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, for your good work. I really appreciate this platform. I have tried a lot to enter, but it's difficult. But thank you for allowing me in. One thing I want to say here is simple. Anybody that is talking about Nigeria doesn't love his people as Nigeria is construed today. Because what Nigeria represents is death. Let's get that fact straight. So if you are in any way or any form or shape trying to keep Nigeria alive, you don't like your own people. That's the truth everybody should know. Since I was born, now I'm 46 years old. What Nigeria have done is to kill, and kill. If he cannot kill you, he will chase you away. Or if he cannot kill you, he will turn you to a bandit, a criminal, or any sort of criminality that you can think of. That's all Nigeria do. That is why today, Nigeria is going in election, whereby the whole representative, all of them, none of them is clean. They can say, Obi is this and that. He ruled Anambra for 8 years. Did Anambra turn to London? The answer is no. Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State. Lagos State is a shithole. What of Atiku? Atiku was vice president of Nigeria for 8 years. Does he change dollar from being 750 naira? The answer is no. So why we want to keep a colonial construct that is killing our own people? Like Ojukwu said, we have tried all we can to leave this country prepared by Britain and handed over to us. We have even gone for a civil war. We kill our own people. Still, Nigeria have not changed. Even the things that make that war to happen have doubled 10 times. And we still want to keep this country and continue killing our people. 3 million people are in the IDP camp in a country that there's no war. Some people are seeking refugee in Benin Republic, in a country that is no war, a country that does not even obey their court order. And we still want to keep this country together. That is a shame. And secondly, what I want to say here is that anybody condemning Simon Ekpa, first of all, condemning Nnamdi Kanu. If you cannot come here and say, oh, I like Nnamdi Kanu, but I condemn Simon Ekpa, you're a hypocrite. Because I have listened to Nnamdi Kanu, I have also listened to Simon Ekpa. There's nothing different from what two of them are doing. And they are the only people that are standing for Igbos now. If not, by now, we have IDP camps in our land. I want people to get that fact. Secondly, I want to end by talking to my brother Henry that speaks. Now you want everybody to come together, but you want us to support Obi. Have you asked yourself, have Obi talked about releasing Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu commit no crime. Why is he going for presidency? Why his brother is in jail for not committing crime? But is Peter Obi not an Igbo man? Can't he come together and lead the fight like Soludo a few days ago, trying to lead the fight to the Nnamdi Kanu? Why Obi not speaking about his brother being denied justice? I remember that Dr. Bazulika Meji, a 94-year-old man, went to Abuja, kneeled down before Buhari, begged him to give him Nnamdi Kanu as a birthday gift. This man said, no, I will not interfere. Let the justice take his course. And justice take his course, and this man was set free. And nobody is speaking. Even the Obi want us to support. Why should I support somebody who cannot speak for me when I'm in grave? Peter Obi have never one day said, Nigerian government, this guy has been given justice, as you said to the elders of Igbos. Because Mbazulike, Ezife, all of them went to Abuja. Buhari told them that he's not going to interfere. Let the court do the justice. After the court do the justice, what happened? Peter Obi have not condemned it. But Peter Obi is not an Igbo man. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We cannot continue like this. The only solution to Nigeria, let Nigeria disintegrate, let everybody go their way. You can pretend as long as you want. You can make as if you don't understand what is going on. The truth remains simple. As long as Nigeria remains, the Fulani have restructured Nigeria to the point. What they have fought for how many years? You think you can, Obi will change it in 8 years. Go and ask Jonathan. If you think Obi will change it, go and ask Jonathan. So let's stop deceiving ourselves. And people like Henry, don't tell us to unite. Why
Rudolph, let me reply in one shot. 1 minute. Let me reply in 1 minute.
Justice, hold on. Thank you so much.
1 minute. Let me reply in 1 minute.
Henry, okay, 1 minute.
Justin, I want to ask you, Justice, I want to ask you, where are you living now at the moment? Are you in Nigeria? I don't
that bed doesn't look like Nigeria.
So you're just having a big mouth. People are dying in the east. You're having a big mouth.
No,
are you happy for the killings?
I'm taking for
Are you happy for the killings in the east?
And forget about yourself. Nigeria has been killing.
I'm not an Igbo man, but I'm ashamed of yourself. Supporting the killing in the east. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm not supporting any killing. Don't
move your head and go to the east.
No,
go and fight for Biafra.
Justice. You have to
young like you. Thank you.
All right, Henry, thank you so much. I don't think we want to do this back and forth.
Just give me 1 minute. I want to make something clear.
First of all, 1 minute, just 1 minute.
First of all, I didn't support any killing. If anybody is supporting killing, it's Nigerian government. Since I was born, since 1925, Nigeria has been killing people for no reason. You can be arrested today and being killed. They can crop all charges on you and kill you without any. So when you want to talk about killing, let's focus on people who are doing the killing. Nigerian government is the one responsible for every killing that is happening in Nigeria today. That is a fact. And you said that, where am I living? You too, you are not living in Nigeria. What I'm saying is to your point. You say Igbo should come together and try to support Peter Obi. Why is Peter Obi not supporting Nnamdi Kanu, for Nnamdi Kanu to be free? Why is he not speaking? Is he not an Igbo man? So let's stop deceiving ourselves. Don't be hypocrites. That's what I'm trying to let you know. If we want to speak as one, Peter Obi is an Igbo man. All of us should come together
All right, thank you, Justice. 1 minute is over. We have.
Can I say something on it?
No, nobody
please,
says
please.
anything on anything. No, please. I can't let anybody else speak
On the question.
No, because it will lead to other people wanting to say. Let me remind people that we have topics that we were going to discuss today. We just had this 2 hour. We initially allotted 2 hours to Professor Jofo, and it's been dragging. The election is going to happen, so whenever we have to get to other topics. African Queen, just you have the floor for 2 minutes or more. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rudolph, for this opportunity. Hi, Ovie. Hi, Kulata. Kulata, I see you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to take this opportunity because I've not been listening all through. So I just joined not too long ago, and I heard some things from Igbo Basics and some other people that spoke, and our brother Osi and Kenneth. I wish Kenneth was here. I saw him the other day, what he said about myself and blessed. So I want to actually talk to Justice, my brother. And my question to him is, do you know that there's hunger in the land, with or without Biafra? Not just in Biafra land, in Nigeria as a whole. You know, and when you say somebody talking about Nnamdi Kanu and liking Nnamdi Kanu and not liking Simon Ekpa, the person is a hypocrite. No, they are not. I, for one, I never used to listen to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. I never used to listen to Nnamdi Kanu because he used to put me off. Even as an Igbo, he was fighting for something, but he used to put me off. Why? Because of his mode of communication. And over time, he actually honed into that skill and he improved. And it was when he improved his way of communication, that was when he could break the barriers, reach out to people like Henry who are not Igbos. And make other people that are not Igbos and also Igbos listen to him. That's communication is effective communication. So when you're fighting for something, you have to start even in your home, start learning how to communicate, because that's how where you start getting people to listen to you. So there's a world of difference between Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is very crass, for lack of a better word. I cannot listen to him for the life of me. And if it's the kind of people that want to give me Biafra, I'd rather not have it, because they are so crude and unrefined. He will be ghetto. Do you understand? Ghetto through and through. So he is not even quality. He doesn't even have a good leadership quality. And if you watch, I'm sorry to say this, if you watch the caliber of people that run to him, my dear, nobody that's worth their salt in Igbo land will go to Simon Ekpa. Let me tell you something. I was ready to, okay, we're on public forum, but supporting Nnamdi Kanu, oh my God, I will stay hours and listen when he started speaking. Because before he wasn't speaking, when he started speaking, I would listen. And I encourage people to listen to him too. But immediately he got caught up into all these things. I was so sad. I was heartbroken. But for Simon Ekpa, I can never for the life of me. If this is the Biafra he's bringing, my brother, I do not want it. So now, Simon Ekpa has no empathy. Nnamdi Kanu has empathy for his people. Simon has no empathy. No, hold on, my darling. I watched Simon Ekpa come on this forum. He was asked questions by Madam Echo. Even if, see, that's the communication I mean. You think you love your people, but in fighting for their freedom, as you claim, you should also endeavor to protect your old and your weak. Do you protect your old and your weak? Are you a leader then? What sort of a leader are you? You look at you are here. You are talking, someone is asking you who is not an Igbo, telling you about Igbos dying. You flipped it off and you want Biafra. Biafra of dead bodies? Biafra of corpses? What Biafra are you looking for? So that is the problem I have with the likes of you and Simon Ekpa. I'm sorry to say this, my brother. You have to go back and introspect. and really think of what you're fighting for. Obi and Kamson Igbo, as in the Igbo Snana Jubu Ajubu Ejikwana. Let me ask you, where is this going to lead to? What you're doing? Where is okay? What, you know, people plan with a goal, having an endpoint. What is your goal? Smart? Is it smart? Is it a smart goal? Okay, now look at Nnamdi Kanu. As big as he was, as big as he grew, he's still in that dungeon. So what? You are fighting. You're fighting. You are frustrating your people. You are making the hungry hungrier in your land. Have you gone to bring him out since you people are so strong? What have you done? What have you done for our people? What has your struggle given our people? Has it given us peace? Do you know that I heard that some of these so-called boys that are now, because I call them autopilot boys, I don't even like calling them ESN. Because when Mandela Nkalo was actually trying to bring ESN on board, I was actually in support because we knew there was this girl that was killed in Anambra. We knew what was going on then. These people have derailed from the original agenda. These people kidnap our people for money. So they're using their money to fund whatever they're doing. Have you heard about that? That is what you get under a leadership, a leader that has no empathy. Because the leader has to have it first to be able to, for it to stream down to his followers. Simon Ekpa does not have it. I'm sorry to say this. I'm so sorry to say this, my brother. So look at our people. You know, I'm also on Mayego's show. I see them come together, try to put something together for the less privileged, the people that are hungry in the land. I've never heard Simon say, we have old people that cannot farm, that cannot go to their farms. Can we please raise something? Let's find some people that have a welfare that can take care of those people that are weak, that have nobody. I've not heard that. Is it only by blood spilling? Okay, why are you letting the blood? You are fighting. Fighting who? The politicians are still sharing their money in Abuja. Don't you know that? They have beautiful homes here in overseas. Don't you know that? Their children are here in overseas. Don't you know that? Do you think they are suffering? Who do you think is suffering in this your quest for Biafra? Who do you think is suffering? The masses, there are people that are suffering. Is it the outside that is suffering? Is it the Fulani that is suffering? Is the Yoruba man suffering? Can't we all reason? Look at Obi. I got interested in. I was so all Biafra, really, and I'll probably say it because I saw what's happening in my land. But I'm someone that's willing to give Nigeria a chance because the only reason why we got here was because, first of all, we ended the war for a reason. The reason why we got here was because of the injustice in the land. If things could be done appropriately, we can be independent and still be in one country. It's possible, my brother. It is possible. So now I saw Obi, a man that has done something, a man that fought the Anambra cabal. You know what it means to, you try to dismiss that man. Do you know what it means to fight in Anambra state and still as a governor that didn't have anybody in the legislature, that didn't have anybody, he was in ABGA or it was all PDP house members? Do you know what it meant to make impact in his people's life, even in that kind of situation? Where Anambra had godfathers that can kidnap a sitting governor? Ask Ngige, he will tell you. And you dismiss him. Now he's an honest man. He's a man that's tried. He's not a perfect man. That is even loved, even beyond Igbo land. What are you fighting? Why don't you give him a chance? What you have done since, my brother, it has not gained us anything. We are losing lives. We are using young men. You open the door for people to come and use any excuse to kill our people. So why don't you support your brother? Let's do this one. Let it not work. Then we'll say, okay, we tried everything. We gave it a chance. Are you trying to bring war down? You think that the West is coming to help you? Hello? No, they are not coming. The West is not coming. The West is not coming. So you think that, why haven't they come from Mazilan Kanu? He's a British citizen, isn't he? So if you think they're doing all this to rile up the West to come to our aid, forget it. Nobody's coming. So why can't we re-strategize? Look at our brother who has actually made considerable difference in his state. And people love him, not just us. What are you fighting? Why are you fighting him? That's why I want to know, where is the goal? Where are we heading to with all these things? Because I've not seen any endpoint. I don't see anything. The people you are trying to get your attention, nobody. Yeah, it's Igbos that are dying. Nobody's coming. So why don't we give Obi a chance?
All right. Thank you, African Queen.
Thank you, everyone.
Rudolph, I want to say something to her for he become.
Wait, but Rudolph, please, Justice, don't be annoyed. But please, the private comments is getting a little bit
Oh, I haven't even looked at it.
Yes, yes.
Inappropriate.
Please go there.
Please.
Justice is messing up there.
Please.
No, I'm not messing up. It was
no. I'm not accusing you of messing up, but I'm just.
It was Henry that is saying stuff.
I understand.
And you hear it. You didn't correct it.
What I'm want to appeal to you is to pedal down a little bit, please.
Yeah, he should stop insulting me.
No, wait. Do you want to calm down because.
I've not seen what's
no, excuse me. Justice, you call me ignorant. No, my brother. You're quite ignorant.
Yes,
see, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I saw about. No, hold on. You don't communicate like that, my darling. The same way.
Rudolph, this is what I foresaw, and that's why I was trying to.
This is the same way, right? This is the same way that I made a comment on. I saw what's this guy? Your Simon Ekpa. If you see the kind of things this guy wrote to me on Twitter, just because I made a comment, do you know he said, he even said, oh, the Biafra they want is not for sugar daddies, it's not for people giving you money, it's not for abortions, it's not. Oh my God, you need to see what he wrote. This is the person you want me to listen to? I just reported that account to Twitter with all pleasure, and they just held his account for a bit. So you sitting there, Justice, calling me ignorant. You should actually go and introspect. I asked you to do something. Take time. It's not about calling names. Take time, go and introspect the kind of Biafra you want. Is it the Biafra that people just talk? People are so callous and crass and so unrefined. Is that what you want? And you want people like you think? Okay, I'll start saying I'll be on Twitter. And I'll start exchanging words with the likes of Simon Ekpa. Yes, you call me an Igbo. I'm an Igbo daughter. Listen,
when I made my submission,
listen, no, hold on. You mentioned my name. I saw you in the chat.
I mentioned it in the chat when you are calling me.
No. I'm telling you something, my brother. So at the level I am, you think that I'll come and I reduce myself to start binding words with Simon Ekpa and actually exchanging those crowds, not even a meaningful conversation, not a meaningful exchange.
No.
Very nasty exchange.
Okay, African Queen, hold on. Justice. This is how things should work. I hope. When I've not called your name to speak and you keep interjecting, so please let me direct things here. All right. I didn't know what was going on in the private chat, so I was busy with other things. I want to hear from Lucky. Lucky, welcome to the show. Lucky, unmute yourself, please.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi, Lucky. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. My name is Lucky. I'm calling from Dakar, Senegal.
Good. Maybe you speak French and that will calm down things. Go ahead.
Est-ce que vous comprenez français?
Je comprends pas français un peu. Ça va?
Ça va bien.
Ça va tout le monde, ça va bien. Please, I thank you, madam. This is my first time seeing this woman, but thank you very much for your explanation and your contribution is very, very expensive. I don't believe I can pay for it. Please, yesterday, something like this happened. They have one guy in Canada, they call it Dr. Chidi. The same thing. Ranting, try to explain what you'll be said, what you'll be not said, what you'll be said, what you'll be not said. I call him. I say, just tell me where are you going to? If they bring Tunubu, bring Atiko, and there will be who you will vote for. For all this explanation now, try to describe to be who you will vote for, enough answer. As you see all this kind of life, you I'm not from Igbo, from Edo State. But all these Igbo guys, some Igbo guys, no, it's a shame. It's a shame. This thing, upon these Fulani people destroy Nigeria and rich. You don't see article. He condemned Buhari one day. Either Conquest will condemn anybody. Obi never hurt fly. But you will see some Igbo guys. He said because he says so. Okay, because he says so. That is why you cannot trust him with the president. Only one person the whole world is proud to see. That it's only Igbo people try to bring him down. Some Igbo people, not everybody, some Igbo people. All these bastard millionaires, when they say they don't know where they want to use their money for. See this guy. Ask you a question. This woman ask you a question. What is your goal by killing people up and down? Is that the Biafra you are looking for? Okay, let's talk about. Let's leave Biafra first. This is an election which everybody is trying to show say we survive. Nigeria even survive first. Obi explained all these things several times. I explained it. If everybody is comfortable, I'm living here. I don't even know whether you are Senegalese, whether you are Nigerian, whether you are a pastor, whether you are a Muslim. Everybody do the same thing. Whether they are doing Christmas, Muslim and Christian, even the key goat this Christmas. So mostly the key goat. When they are doing Salah, Christians key goat. Nigerians just living like say they are white, they are deaf or dumb. Some people guys they are man. I'm very sorry, but God, I'm annoying. At those states, even PDP cannot even get one vote. Obaseki is not saying anything today. Because you don't have right to say anything because we are the one voting. But you go to Igbo people, if Oshomole come and say, Oshomole is better, Oshomole cannot even step where Obi step. If Oshomole come out today and say, those states will crowd, everybody will march follow him. But nobody will talk with all the insult, all the lie when in the lie self. But nobody will talk about that first. They will still crowd follow him, shout follow him. But see people try to bring their own down. I don't know where they are going to. I don't know what they are trying to do and what they want to get. I don't know. But that Chidi yesterday, I insulted and so he cut me off.
Ross Lucky.
Thank you, Lucky.
You say you don't need to pay full. You don't need to pay full. If you pay up, now maybe the agent. Now maybe your agent.
Yeah, if you I see you don't watch your man campaign. All of the drop cap for article.
Oh, Shari.
That they are the fire number, sir. That they are the fire number. Make I call you for this.
All right, Lucky. Thank you so much. Let me hear from the priest of peace before he leaves. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. You see, first of all, I want to thank African Queen for your submission. It's so beautiful because you are very, very objective and you are on point. That being said, it still brings me back to what the question that I wanted to ask Prof. That question is the Igbo identity. Number one, Nigeria has not given anybody an identity. Whether we like it or not, we all are ethnically or ethnically biased in our whatever position you are in Nigeria. As far as Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria has not given us that identity. As much as P2B, and I have said it here on your platform, that he has what it takes. But the issue of Nigeria is going to be frustrating for P2B. Like my sister said here, I am willing to give Nigeria another chance. But how will I give Nigeria another chance? One, let there be a referendum that will bring every ethnicity, every indigenous person to the table of brotherhood, so that we will forge ahead and make a Nigeria that we want, that we can bequeath to our children. Listen, I am 50 years old, 50. How many years will it remain for me to go? How many years? In the next 20 years, 10 years, if God permits. I am talking from the point of humanity. The best thing, it is not, for me, this election shouldn't happen at all. We shouldn't even go into this election for any reason whatsoever. What we should do is to identify the problem, which is the constitution. Give Nigerians a constitution that is befitting, so that we can sit down. If you are an Igbo man, you are an Igbo man. If you're a Yoruba man, you're a Yoruba man. If you are not, then you are a Nigerian proper. Take away the ethnicity, take away your Igbo-ness, and we become Nigerians. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to tradition, we cannot take it away from us. It is one of the basic things that has frustrated the Igbo race, because we have left our tradition. Like I said, all these people, with due respect, what they are doing is, I believe Ebisiando, Amari Hagemechi. We have passed that stage now. For Peter Obi, I bless him. I always pray for him, say, God, let it happen. But if we look at what has happened in 2020, it is an eye-opener. Sorry, yes, 2020 NSAS. It's an eye-opener for every Nigerian. The establishment never thought that such a thing could happen. But the point is, this movement that is championed at the back of Peter Obi, are they going to be willing? Because whether we like it or not, this election is going to blow up. I thank you guys. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And God bless you all. Have a wonderful day.
All right. Thank you, the priest of peace, for joining us. Justice, I see you, but hold on. Okay. Osi, well, what do you think? Your what? Osi? Who is meeting you? It's not me.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you using a browser?
Can you hear me now? I don't know what the problem. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's usually a problem. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Maybe it's from my own end. Yeah. So, thank you for the contributors. I've actually listened to it very attentively, and I think everybody's making sense. Justice. I think my own is a little bit directed to you, because I could see the passion. And this passion is not just shared by you, it's shared by all of us. We all want Igbo land, and by extension, Nigeria, to be good, because we want a place that we can all be proud of. Now, I could tell you that, in principle, we're all in tune with what Nnamdi Kanu is doing, and probably what Simon Ekpa wants to do, But one thing you have to know is that you can have the best of intention, but go about it the wrong way. And that is the difference, and that is the difference why a lot of people are against what Simon Ekpa is doing, Now, I tell you this, as you are now, let's say a 7-foot giant with a gun comes and slap you. You have two options. You can decide to, try to fight him, knowing that you have no fighting chance, and that even if you try to hit back, he might end up blinding your eyes. But that's an option that some people might do, probably because people by the side will say, oh, this guy is a brave man. Look, he's fighting back. That is one option. But you can also decide to be a little bit more creative and use your brain more by probably even sometimes pretending like you're not hurt, but you go about, trying to meet some other people you feel like you can bring to the table that can make you and help you do the fight. So if you're a rational human being, you have to consider both options. Because, it's very easy for us, especially when you feel that somebody is against you, somebody has wronged you,
for you to just get up on the spur of the moment and try to act. But that hasn't helped. That hasn't helped. That doesn't necessarily help, because if you remember, even during the Nigerian Civil War, Nigeria, I mean, we were on the right. The Igbos were on the right. A lot of our people were killed. But at the end of the day, did that hand us victory? Of course not. It did not. Because in relationship, especially when it comes to states, being on the right does not hand you victory. What hands you victory is being strategic in your planning to make sure that you're not just doing something because you want to go with your heart, you actually want to use your brain. Now, we're talking about how the Simon Ekpa faction is going about these things. We are feeling that our people are suffering from what is going on in Nigeria. Now, the same people that are being crushed under that weight, every morning, every Monday morning, you tell them that they cannot go out. And if they try to go out to make a living, you send the thugs and go and kill them. What are we trying to achieve by that? Do you think that by doing that, in some way, you're going to convince somebody in Abuja to let Nnamdi Kanu go? You're not. If anything, you have to understand that in Nigeria, there are so many conflict spots. People are dying in thousands in the northeast and by Boko Haram, and also in the northwest by the headers. The federal government can't even they can't even deal with that. And you think that of all those things going on, they will just focus on the fact that you, for some reason, decide that you're going to lock your people down and they can't do anything. Because that's the way you feel like you're going to help this guy come out. And let me tell you this. Even within IPOB, if you've been following the news, you'll find out that Imam Powerful and his group has actually instituted a legal action against the Simon Ekpa fraction. Because they are basically going against the mainstream IPOB, who have said, and I've listened to a lot of people by the fact that this stay at home is not doing anybody any good. We are losing. Igbo guys are you are in a foreign land. But if you've gone home, you'll understand there are people who are actually living every day by what they can make. There's such thing like Obama, people who just come out every day and try to see if there's somebody who can give them a job to eke out a living. Those are the kind of people that you are locking down every Monday morning. And even outside of that, now, every once in a while, we have a 5-day stretch of lockdown and all those things. There's this saying in our place, now, how do they say? You think by doing that, you are punishing somebody in Katsina or Abuja or somewhere else. My brother, that does not work. Okay? So I mean, we have to think about all these things. And I take time to explain all these things to you because most of the things, the weapon and all those things that these people are using to wreak havoc in Igbo land is actually coming from people like you. I don't know you, so probably not you, but there's a lot of disgruntled, senseless people in the diaspora who think that by funding those kind of operations, they're helping with Igbo liberation. No, it's exactly the opposite. You're actually killing us, So I know other people have a lot of things to say, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to take more time.
Can I quickly just follow up, OC, please?
Yeah.
Justice Ojimadu Nana Jonwe. Understand that yes, the IPOB factions, they might feel that, sorry for the non-Igbo speakers, what I said is who thinks that he pins someone down is also pinning himself to the floor. So for this our IPOB thing, the question I asked early was, if IPOB started as a political party, would the idea and the route would have it been different? And the reason I asked that question was because I just felt like the idea, just like African Queen said, when Nnamdi saw that he wasn't reaching as far with his strategy, he had to rebrand himself and look, and then he saw the other side of things. And so sometimes when you go on a course, just like what Osi said, you might be in the right, but once you start doing your stuff, the antecedents that you do after you were right might just kick you out totally if you're not strategic with the vision and going there. And this is why I see in IPOB. No one is against your agitation. No one is saying that what you guys are fighting for is wrong. But the thing is that, isn't it time that you people just take a break and just say, okay, let's review everything that has happened previously. And then let's say, okay, hang on, which direction do we actually have to go? Nigeria is going to, newsflash, Nigeria is going to be, it's going to stay. Even if this election, Obi doesn't win, we've been hearing this thing from, at least from when I started hearing also Abiola or something like that, Abiola's time. It just feels like Nigeria is about to blow. Nigeria is about to blow. Every time. Every election, it's like Nigeria is about to blow. Nothing's going to happen. Okay? Nigeria is going to stay. It's still going to stay. Even if Tinubu wins or Atiku wins, those are, one way or the other, Nigeria is going to figure out something and it's going to stay. So you better just understand that. Stop these shenanigans, in my own French, apologies. But stop this thing. Reverse. Look at what is actually concretely on the floor. Look at what Ato Eze is doing to Obi, for example. Understand that there are things that are already established, enshrined, that most of us don't know about, right? These guys are not just coming out and doing anything that they're doing. So understand it that whatever you guys are doing, it's not really going to work out well. You might start just like the Bolshevik Revolution. You might start with good intentions, then you end up, blowing everything apart. And then one more thing I want to say about this Igbo Wednesday, something I think sometimes, especially I want to speak to our non-Igbo brothers. Igbo people don't fight themselves. We love ourselves very, very much, but most times people don't understand our historical background and in our purest state before the white man came. We were egalitarians. Most people don't understand it. It's our strength that we're fighting, that we're challenging, that what Soludo did that day. It's actually a strength of the Igbo man. Most people don't really understand. I see it as a strength. So sometimes when people are always saying, oh, Igbo people are fighting themselves, no, not necessarily. We do love ourselves, but the only thing is that we are, in our DNA, we are comfortable with challenging each other. Iron sharpened iron. It's a core. It goes back to my question: what does it mean for you to be an Igbo? And in my research, it is all about procreative energy, and procreative energy therefore suggests that it is all about iron sharpening iron. So it's not, in my view, it's not foreign that when you see an Igbo person criticizing each other, that means that they absolutely hate themselves. Maybe in other climes, but not in the Igbo climb.
All right, thank you.
Well, I was about to finish. 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Because you cut me off. Yeah.
Sorry, I cut you off. I thought you finished.
What I wanted to remind Justice is just the fact that if we all love Nnamdi Kanu to come out, which I believe we do, the surest, biggest guarantee is for Obi to win. Now we can't guarantee that. But it's very, very obvious that the current government, under Buhari, they're not interested in letting the guy go. So what are the options? Okay? So if you're interested in having this guy come out, then work towards Obi's success. Because if Obi gets there, we're 100% sure that the next thing is Nnamdi Kanu will come out. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Hold on, everybody. And so on this note, Justice has just become our accidental guest. So we are going to channel questions to him, and then he will answer it at one go, so that we don't go back to this. Justice, let me just say this. I'm happy you're here, and I want to talk to people on the comment section who disagree essentially with what we're doing here. It's always important to engage people in conversations. I believe that part of our problem is that people stay in their own world and don't hear what the other people are talking about. So that's why this forum is open to anybody. We don't decide who comes in here. We don't decide who shouldn't be here. Anybody comes here, we listen to you. In some cases, we challenge you. Hopefully we learn from you. You learn from us. And like Lupita said, every dream is valid, every position. But I I find difficult is when people dismiss other people without hearing them, when they don't want to listen to anything different from what they are used to, what they believe. You don't grow that way. You don't grow. You can stay in your room and write your books and read it yourself. But until you want to publish it and it goes through the publishing process, someone edits it, that's when it gets better. Anyway, Austin, go ahead.
So
Justin, you are going to answer when we're done. Okay.
So I wanted to tell you this story. I used to say that I think I told the story before. I served in Bauchi. So that was in 2015 when Buhari recently won the election. That was the peak of the Boko Haram during the Jonathan's period. We have this place where they call it Coppers family houses. That's in Fada Mamada. I served in the military barracks at the Obieno Barracks in Bauchi. Since I was the Kale Coppers housemaster, I used to come to the Kale Coppers house in Fada Mamada, then go back to the barracks to do my duty before the general of the army says, no, it's either you stay here permanently so that we know that we are protecting you or not. So I had to transfer and go there. There was this option where I think the thing looked glim, but there was this option where this suspected Boko Haram member was being chased. So he had to jump a fence and enter inside the house, inside a compound. So this military men got into that compound and they said somebody came here producing. Do you know the people of that house said nobody entered that house, and they vowed that it's not true, that nobody entered. And there is some rules. You can't just, if I don't permit you to search my house, you can't search my house. So there was only one option: go your way. Whenever you see him next time, you chase him. Now, what am I trying to say? Boko Haram proliferated because the people supported them. The way we are doing this unknown government IPOP, if your people don't support you the way it is going now, you will still fail. That's what I'm trying to say. As we put the sit at home always, people start starving of food. Who is starving you? I can't go out. Who made it? Unknown government or this or that. The unknown government becomes the enemy in such a way that the same Fulani you think you are fighting, if they say what is happening, they will say, I know the boy. He's staying in that house. And there's one thing you need to know. Even if you are the darkest of the dark, go anywhere, hide anywhere. Even by 12 o'clock midnight, you want to go and do evil. One person must see you. One must see you. I don't care. Somebody will come out to urinate at night and see you passing and say that is Mr. Okori going that way. And he will just keep it in his mind. The day they said something, a goat got missing the next morning in the other house. He said, hey, I remember. Oh, I saw Okoye at midnight. So what I'm trying to say is that if you keep on like me, disband this at home, let the people come out and do their business, let the economy thrive. Then you now have pity from the locals. If you don't have pity from your locals, you are not going anywhere. And I'll tell you, those guys out there in Abuja have the superior weapons. And all they need is to point that there is this person. And I'll tell you, they know everybody. In the community, they know everybody. So please reconsider the sit at home again and the force. The problem is not about going and getting Biafra. The problem is about sharing the loot after you have gotten it. We have governors, they have messed up. You and I know that. We have senators, they have messed up. Are they Hausa, Yoruba, or Fulani people? No, they are our own people. Buhari was complaining that those in the Niger Delta, just in the Niger Delta as a whole, they gave them their 13% derivation. Even us, they gave us our own money. What did our governor do with it? They stole the money, consume it, and ate it up. So if we say we want to do it ourselves, come on, we have the resources to do it. All we need is that good mentality to do it. So please, I think the way we are going is not the best for me. Don't forget, you need the support of the local people. If you don't have their support, trust me, it will never work.
All right.
I have to say, maybe next time I'll talk with John, but there's something you said before I want to reply to. They're not now.
Okay.
I have a question for the house.
Okay, go ahead.
2 questions, right? I thought the primaries were over. Because as if Obi is as if what I'm seeing is as if you guys are still deciding whether it's Obi or someone Ekpa before the general election. That's the question I asked the prof too. I mean, at this point, everybody's strategizing how to put their interest forward. Now, they strategize where the election go or not. So, because I see the primary mood. Now, also, my second question is about strength that Mr. Scribe is talking about. That challenging, each other is a strength. Oh, I agree. But when this challenge will stop, then go into competition mode. But you are in front of war, you see the challenge captains, Alpha, you will not be blown away. So if it's a strength, but at one point we'll go pause break, then say, okay, let's now use the strengths. What we learn from the strengths. So those are my two questions.
All right, thank you. Janaba, is it connected to what we're talking about, or you have some?
So you think me, I don't have anything to say?
It's a man of God. It's being led by the Spirit. Whatever the Spirit led.
I come here. I come here. Okay, let us not waste time now. Who is talking again?
Henry.
No, Henry, no, not yet. Let me hear Janaba.
Okay.
And then there's Benedict. Go ahead.
Freedom is not for the coward. And if you are not a coward, you should know what it takes to lead. And you have no strategy, you have no plan, you are enemy of yourself. If you have to come to the house with a flower when it's not Valentine, you are a suspect. If you have to come and tell us here that you love yourself, with the non-Igbo, you know that this is iron sharpened iron. My brother, I love you. Not all that is BS. Love yourself, then organize yourself, and then end of the day, we see how it plays out in the East. That is not how love yourself is. You can't have it in both ways. If we believe all Igbos are king and they don't have a loyalist, then let's believe that. But you can't have it in both ways that, we love ourselves, we are just talking to, no, you are killing yourself. Don't love yourself. So try not to play that politics on this platform. This is have your say. And for those that believe that they are championing a good cause in the East or in Nigeria, it's baloney. You are not championing any good cause. You are a coward. A coward come and say things that they want to take advantage of those that even trust them. You know, the people you betray most in life, the people that trust you. So, and this is what you guys are doing, wasting their energy. And since the gap of no leadership, whether in the whole Nigeria, that is become the way church is full, mosque is full. Now everybody is looking for who they will colonize their mind and take advantage of them. And this is what they are making themselves to become popular. People that under normal circumstances, for God's sake, cannot even walk on the street with ass in their hand. Now a champion from their bedroom because they can run their mouth. And thank God for internet. Then everybody can go and post anything they're going to post. And I don't blame them. Have yourselves to have created a platform where we all can come and drop our jargon. Go sit down. You are not helping yourself. If you want to help yourself, late 2023 election end in the next few weeks, which is February 25th. After that, we all come back and see. All the hell will break loose. Nothing is going to break loose. When you're going to break loose, you will break loose, not Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Okay, African Queen. Okay.
Dr. Damages, I actually wanted to speak because I see the comment section. There's one a boy bank 350.
I know.
I see you, my brother, but you are one of the type. I say I wish you are not even Igbo. You are not qualified. Please, yes, you're not qualified to be an Igbo man. I'm thinking, because you look at their leader, you see how they treat women, how they talk to women. That is actually people that have no decency, no decorum. That is what we're talking about. So when you see me stay right and Simon Ekpa to bring Biafra for me, I'll do without it. This is because of people like you. People like you that have you don't think about our people. Am I not an Igbo daughter? Why? What have I said wrong? That I mean our people are suffering. That look at how you are attacking me because I'm a wife, I'm a mother. I'm sad that there are some aged women that are people that are dying and they are killing senselessly. That even the politicians, you're making people sit at home. People that you are making, okay, even when they sit at home, these are people that on a regular day, they're not even paid salary. People will go to government work, they owe them for a year. They owe them for 11 months. Do you think these so-called politicians care? These politicians, I've never seen them with this year. I said make life miserable for the government. Are they insane? The people are okay. Oh. The politicians are doing very well. They go to Abuja and share this money. Don't you people understand it? The woman that needs to sell the small ugu that she plucked from her farm to be able to buy salt and pepper, she can't sell it. Her farm produce will rot away in the house. Politician is busy in his house. They've shared the money in Abuja. They've imported their toilet paper that they are using in their houses. You think that's who you're affecting? These people are not thinking. How do you think it's affecting them? The sit at home, I am for Monday sit at home for Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, it's a message. I never fought, yes, my brother. You don't even know me. Don't worry. It's not here. I'll come and tell you who I am. You don't know me at all. That's why I laugh at some of you. You don't know me. So now I am for that. But for Simon to come and tell me 5 days sit at home is insane. There's 15 days sit at home. That's foolishness in the highest order. Who is sitting at home? Whose income is being affected? Listen, what IGR do you generate for your state? What do you generate for your state? The bulk of the money that the state receives, where does it come from? Does it come from the farms? So they'll still share this money and eat it. They'll still be okay, my brother. Their children's school fees will still be paid overseas. You keep our people at home. You keep our aged women at home. The person that struggle to farm, that manage to go to farm, the produce will spoil and they will rot away. They rot away in the house because they can't sell, and they don't have money to pay for their hospital. Listen, my darling, I'm a medical doctor. If you want to see poverty, enter the hospitals. You dare not do what you're doing. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're doing? And someone will sit there calling somebody, calling a woman Asharo, and that's all you're good for. Nothing else to offer.
Thank you, African Queen.
So this is the issue. People try to put it in a very, very good way, to communicate in a very so that people can understand. But sometimes I think they don't understand it. You think you are more Igbo than I am? No, you are not. You think I like Igbos being marginalized? No, I don't. Do you think I'm in the United States? Do you think I don't have family members? I don't have family members who are back home? No, yes, I do. Do I care about my Igbo life? Yes, I do. The people outside Igbo land, they are being affected by all these things. No, they are not, my brother. They are not affected. That is the bottom line. They are not affected. So at the end of the day, what is the game plan? Where are we going with this? I still say this. I've never seen, even Mazen Nandekan would protect our people, even in all he was doing. He was still making efforts to protect our people. And now I see some people that say they're autopilot, they kidnap people and take our people ransom from our people to fund their agenda. What are you saying? We are breeding a monster on our own land. We're breeding a monster at home. That's what we're doing. We're breeding a monster at home. And we don't want to start breeding a monster in our own homes, our consumers.
All right.
So at the end of the day, we really have to rethink our strategy. Rethink the strategy. Who is suffering the most? My brother, I'm not saying that fighting for Biafra is a bad thing, but rethink the strategy. Simon Abba has never, on this platform, Madam Echo asked him about the hunger, everything. Nigeria is bad, even on its own. Forget Igbo land. Nigeria is bad. We're not even the poorest part of the country. We are not. But imagine that Nigeria, there's hunger in the land. He couldn't even, I was listening to hear something that he wasn't even empathetic towards his people. Are you telling me about people that are coming to kill you? Okay, why don't you focus on, why don't you leave your people to vote if they want to vote? Why are you forcing it? Is this how you communicate with people? Honestly, I don't understand why we are doing this. I saw a video that had one of our brothers in Nigeria. He had the P2B cap or something on, and they look at what they did to him. Is that how you get your people to support you? Are you now going to be terrorizing your own people? How? Okay, me that used to support the idea of Biafra, now I've gone back. Because what I'm seeing is not good. It's not a decent approach.
All right, African Queen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have to find a way to round up this. We have Godwin Emefiele as one of the topics we should talk about.
Can I say something now?
No.
I just enter, you go say no, sir, I'm not going to talk.
Yeah,
No.
because there are people who are yet to
Rudolph,
speak.
let me say something. I want to go now. I want to go. Let me say something
Not
fast.
that.
Nobody's going.
Because I want to answer justice when they laugh. Like person when they say,
Rudolph, let me say something. I want to go.
Hold on. Who is going? Henry, hold
because
on.
I see no reason why you'll be laughing at my sister.
Echo. I have to call your name before you speak now. Benedict, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Thank you.
See, he's been quiet, and all of you are just overshadowing the guy. He's a nice guy. I know him from a long time ago. Benedict, what do you have to say?
Yeah. Okay. My name is Benedict Olomu. First of all, I am not Igbo.
so before we speak now, we have to say we are not Igbo. Next time I speak,
so you can understand my perspective.
Okay, good.
I am actually Urobo.
Okay.
But my wife is Igbo. My wife is from Imo State. Okay. So by marriage, you could say that I'm Igbo. So I have gotten to see and experience the things that happen in the Southeast firsthand. And I want to ask a question. This Biafra thing, I want to think, correct me if I'm wrong, that the whole essence of having the Biafra thing or calling for the Biafra thing is because of marginalization. And marginalization by way of, the development in the Southeast, opportunities. The Southeast feels like, okay, they are being marginalized. They are not getting as much of the national cake as some other tribes or geopolitical zones are getting. Okay, so they feel marginalized. I believe that is the basis upon which the Biafra movement is based. If that is the basis upon which it is based, you want better conditions of living for your people, then I want to ask, is oppressing your people the right strategy to achieving that? Because I want to believe that if you ask the average Southeasterners right now, that they should choose, if you give them free will, that they should choose between IPOB and, choose between Biafra now and choose between Buhari, so to speak. As far as the effect of this sit at home is concerned, if you give them the free will to choose, a lot of them will not choose the Biafra and this sit at home thing. And then you are now forcing them. And then I want to ask, which is now worse? You have a Nigeria that you feel is oppressing you, that is seated in Abuja, is far away from you and using all your resources, but does not stop you from getting your day-to-day food. And then you have some people that are Biafra that are close to you, but they are stopping you from earning your day-to-day food, as bad as the situation is. Which would you choose? So it begins to look to me as though two things. One, I think that this fight for Biafra, this whole movement is looking at things from the wrong direction. Because if the idea is to create opportunities in the Southeast, I want to call your attention to something. The whole 5 states in the Southeast, they are not up to the size of Mina. The whole 5 states of the Southeast is smaller in geographical size to Mina. Now, every month, the whole 5 states of the Southeast, they get federal allocation. The local governments get. Why don't the 5 governors of the Southeast take these monies that they get to develop the Southeast, which is almost like 5 times of what a state like Mina will get. So if Mina has to spend money to build 100 kilometers of road, and they get allocation for 1 state, the whole Southeast has allocation for 5 states, and it means that they have to spend less to contribute to that 100 kilometers of road. So I believe that this fight for Biafra should start from the Southeast. Ask your governors questions. That's where it should start. Ask your local government chairman questions. The monies that the 5 states of the Southeast have gotten at allocation since 1999, that money can develop the Southeast to become better than Dubai without getting anything extra. And if you decide to do it, it will be done. Right now, people are shouting, oh, the Constitution is the problem, Constitution is the problem. The Constitution does not stop the governors of the Southeast from developing the Southeast right now. The Constitution does not stop the governors of the Southeast from generating electricity from the Southeast. There is a bar, they can do 10 megawatts in each local government. The Constitution does not stop the governors of the Southeast from creating job employment opportunities. It does not stop them from revamping what is supposed to be going on in Aba. So I believe that this whole Biafra thing, the whole attempt is looking at it from the wrong direction, in the sense that you are now punishing your own people. Right now, for the past 2-3 years, normally I used to take my wife and my family, and we take them to the Southeast, to my in-laws' house every December, every Easter. I take them home, and they stay there 1 month, sometimes 2 months, and then they come back. Right now, for the past 2-3 years, I can't send them there. I cannot, because of the insecurity and the devastation that is going on in the Southeast. So I want to ask, will it not be better if the whole Biafra thing looks at and say, okay, let's even just focus on the ones that we're getting, the resources that we're getting now. Let's use it to develop the Southeast. Use it to create industries. Use it to create job opportunities. Use it to build roads. Create employment for the Southeasterners. Then when we see that the Southeast is working, it is other people that will not be even saying that, if you don't give us, we want to go. If you don't give us, we want to go. That is my take on this. This whole thing is looking at it from the wrong perspective. We're supposed to be focused on the governors and the senators and the commissioners, the local government chairman, and fighting to make life better for our people. You people say you are marginalized. You are Igbo. I am Urobo. At every point in time in Nigeria, there are at least 5 Igbo governors. At every time, right now, there is no Urobo governor in Nigeria. And there is no Chief governor. There is, there's Chief. There are other tribes, 250 of us, that do not have governors at any point in time. So when we're talking marginalization, there are people who are more marginalized than the Igbos. In Nigeria, the Shakiris are there. Do you understand? So if you are going to fight for Biafra, and the whole essence of it is to make life better for your people, the direction to look is the state governors. It's not about saying election will not hold, or whether, if you break Biafra right now, if we say, okay, if I were the president and I decide that Biafra, okay, take Biafra and go, the people that are causing the problem in the Southeast will still be in the Southeast. If Southeast were a country right now, the problems will still be there, the corruption will still be there. The people are not going to all of a sudden disappear. The ways they are already used to corruption, those ways, they will still manifest it there. And it's not like the Southeast is even monolith. The rivalries between the Anambras and the Imos, the Oweris, the Enugus, it will come up. So shouting Biafra and then punishing Biafrans in the name of, in an attempt to think that you are punishing Buhari, he's just looking at you. He told you you are just a dot in a circle. At the end of the day, you are the one that is punishing your own people. So asking them to sit at home, what does that do? What does that achieve?
All right, Benedict.
I just want to quickly add to what he said. What he said about the airport. No. All the money that it's not the fault of this agitation. The governor, is it the fault of the point that he made about infrastructure? Is it not the governor that built a very shabby airport compared to what was supposed to be done? So I just want to say this, and also when I was listening to you, it just re-echoed the Willings Minority Report that gave birth to the Midwestern states. So I just want to thank you very much for speaking very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you. Let me go to Henry. Henry. All right. Henry. After
Okay,
Henry,
thank you.
then H.O. and then that's
First of all, let me respond to Mr. Scrabby when he said the Igbo, they are showing strength. Yeah? Showing strength, clear your own brother, is that how to show strength?
No, please understand the context. Wait.
No,
Wait. Let me explain something. Wait. Let me explain something. No. Wait. Please, wait. Calm down.
Forget about it. Don't go there.
Listen. When I said it's straight, you didn't listen very well. I said in our purest state, in our egalitarian state, pre-colonial 1440, you would understand if you examine the Igbo man. I didn't say kill. I said arguments.
I am saying
please
it now.
Listen to my words well. Listen to my words very carefully.
No, I didn't say you said it. I am saying it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You said they are showing strength. Showing strength in East, killing their people, is that to show strength? This was the question I was asking.
No, that's not what I was referring to. Please.
Yeah. Okay,
don't get me wrong. I was talking about arguments and pre-existing arrangements.
Mr. Scribe, that's enough. Let's.
So I have a question for Mr. Justice.
Yeah.
You people are only sit at home every week. What about sit at home for the governors, the senators, the House of Reps? Why don't put sit at home to them? You people are scared. You are scared to go to the governor to intimidate the governor. Why are people scared to go to intimidate the governors in the East? Why the under Biafrans? Why? If you people are strong enough, are powerful enough, take your aggression to the governors, to the senators, to the House of Reps. I see some of you are coward because you stay in Europe, you stay in Western country, you are pushing, you are creating havoc in the East.
Thank you.
I'll ask you a question now. You said no election in the East, no Peter Obi, whatever. So what is your plan for Biafra to come from now to 2023 ending? I challenge you right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Justice will now respond, but let me just say this for all the people who have been making comments, just in general. I know that I care, but I just want to make sure you understand. Apart from saying that anybody can come here anytime and say what they want to say, I want to also point to people that providing a forum. Somebody said something about providing a forum for Igbo people to bash Igbo people. You in the comment section, if you think you really have something important to say that we are not saying, that we are so dumb and stupid here, come on and say it. That's what I encourage people to always do. Don't stay out there with your wonderful ideas and great mind and we here just struggling. We are trying, we are trying to come up with a solution. And you are very smart. You are in the comment section abusing everybody. You don't even use their real name. I mean, that's also one of the things I wonder about these things. Like people come here and say, I am this. This is my face, and I'm saying this. And you, full of knowledge, and you are out there hiding under fake name and writing whatever. You can't even come out, and then you are the powerful guy. You are the brave guy. And anyway, let me not go there. Justice, it's up to you. I'll give you 3 minutes. So answer, then we have to move on. Who let him in? Mr. Scribe, we're not letting new people in. We want to hear from Justice. Justice, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought I could.
Okay, he's here now. Kings, welcome. Go ahead, Justice.
Oh, thank you.
Somebody said, if our agitation are getting local support, the truth of the matter, the agitation is getting local support. 100%. It's not about what people are saying. It doesn't matter what you say or what you think. Nigeria have not been fed to us since 1925. And it's not going to change tomorrow. So we have come, even all of us that are fighting for Biafra today, most of us are one Nigerian. Some people come here and they talk, go political process. They don't know how far I've gone in my life. Can somebody need to mute? So I'm getting a feedback.
Okay, go ahead. I'll figure out.
They don't know how far we have gone for political process. Now the Kanu have done political process. Till 2019, with this P2B, he negotiated with P2B and called off the election boycott. Did we get it? The answer is no. And when people try to jump on no government with ESN, it's a lie. Some of us here knows that every electoral cycle, there's a violence. The politicians kill themselves. And when the Kanu formed ESN, he make it clear what is their duty. And they have never stopped from that duty. And even before he did it, he made the Igbo governors to understand. He let them know what this thing is all about. And the Igbo governor didn't do anything before he come up with Eastern Security Network. That is one. And two, somebody trying to paint Simon as the one responsible for the crisis going on in Nigeria, you are being disingenuous. Because Simon was, and some people will come and say, oh, social media have made us popular, this and that. Simon you are talking about was the one Nigerianist. Simon represented Nigeria in local and international competitions. He became an Igbo leader in Finland. He even tell people not to even mention Biafra before him. But today, Simon is now the face of the struggle. What does that tell you? That Nigeria failed. Most of us, we are strong politicians. We wanted to participate. We want to change the whole system. But what did they do to us? They chased us away because Nigeria breeds criminality. As soon as you want to do the right thing, you are putting your head for death. We have seen Nigeria proved it over and over again that whenever you want to do the right thing, you are putting your life in danger. That's the truth. That is why all the political class, you must have to demonstrate that ability to be a criminal for you to participate in any Nigeria politics. So why are we pretending as if it's not there? And I want to make a very correction here. When people is telling me, I have survived Nigeria. You people don't know what I took me to survive Nigeria. Since I was born. Now I'm 46 years old. I have gone through even during 1993 election, CSDP and NRC, where Abiola came from. That election was stamped as one of the free and fairness elections Nigeria have ever conducted. Did he give us good governance? The answer is no. So what I want to tell some of our Igbo brothers, they are misinterpreting what we are doing. Because when you tell me that I'm fighting for Biafra because of marginalization, you are making a very big mistake. Even though Igbos have been marginalized in Nigeria, if you go and check the poverty ratio, Igbos are not the most poorest people in Nigeria, no matter the marginalization. But one thing we are fighting for is what is called self-preservation. You have to be alive to build the best economy. You have to be alive to build road. You have to be alive. Right now, we are facing death on all of us. And Fulani have bring this death on our doorstep. And if we will not fight it out, we are going to be in danger, no matter who becomes the president. So this thing is something that was planned long time ago. You can't come here and tell me it's because of marginalization. Because why I'm fighting for Biafra, people like Catalonians, do they don't have electricity? They're fighting for something. Why can't we? Why can't we go back to who we are before the British come? I keep saying it. The problem you are seeing in Nigeria today is the chain of the colonial masters on top of our neck. Till you remove that chain, you will never have peace. Till you remove that chain. And which chain they used to chain all of us is this so-called unity. We are deceiving ourselves. We come here, we try to preach unity. Unity that does not exist. It's the only in Nigeria that you will hear one Nigeria. Have you heard one China? Have you heard one America? Have you heard one Singapore? Have you heard one? Everything is one Nigeria because they know that unity does not exist. It's a fake unity. And the devastating part of it is that we have a dangerous diversity. People that believe that they can marry 12-year-old girl. People that believe they can kill you when you mention blood of Jesus. And people who believe that they are living in a secular state. How does that too much? So when we continue deceiving ourselves, try to preach unity, to me, when you kill 3 million of us, and you want us to become united, how is it going to work? When you have never even come for reconciliation, when you have not even compensated those people and apologized to the families that suffer these casualties, and you are preaching unity, you must be a hypocrite to say that. And when somebody come and tell you, oh, he cannot take his children to Igbo land because he's this and that. Who are they? But we are not in a war. But every checkpoint you go, you will see military checkpoint. Yesterday, there's a report. In the Sahara Reporters. At least Rudolph, you are part of Sahara Reporters. In the Sahara Reporter, telling you that the military and the naval people are the one causing kidnapping in Nigeria. We are being catched every day. But we have been saying this thing for the past 6 months. Nobody believe it. But the Sahara Reporter carried it yesterday that the naval officers are the one doing the kidnapping. They are the one causing insecurity. Many people the police have even killed some of them and find out that it was DSS people that are doing this thing. But people will come here, they will now try to nail it on the agitators. They will try to hang it on the people that are agitating for their freedom. What we are fighting for is self-preservation. When we get Biafra, we can have disagreement, which happen in every country. But one thing the self-determination will do for us first, it will preserve our life. We can be able to control our system. Somebody cannot come. We are not talking here. If not for the seat at home, Soludo will not be talking about releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Few days later, Soludo has said he has sent a letter to Abuja to release Nnamdi. If we were not for seat at home, do you think Soludo will be talking about releasing Nnamdi Kanu? When people were killing Amufu, how many people there? How many people come here and put a statement and said, this cannot continue? So when we are talking about all these things, we should bear in mind that we are not talking about marginalization. We want to preserve the life of us and that of our children.
Justice, thank you. We have to end it here. Thank you so much. No. I don't want us to go back. I want to change.
You never let me talk, or you say, no, do I say I don't understand? Where is my turn?
Echo, I think we missed you. It's unfortunate.
You jumped me.
Next topic, we start with you.
Okay. About justice. You see this fight when you want to fight, it's good though. But carry your load.
Madam, don't get high blood pressure.
Wait, I'm not
No. He have told you, don't respond. Just keep quiet.
I'm not going to talk. When you they talk, I mature you, so you mature when I they talk.
Okay.
As you want Biafra.
Hold on, Echo. Hold on. I didn't even say that you should talk. I said when we start the next topic, I will invite you, Echo. We have to, please help me. People are watching at home. There are kids who are watching. They think this is how African adults.
My voice, it don't become a atomic bomb. Once I open, everybody say, even your guys say, even they fear when I go do attack as I do.
Okay, Echo, hold on. Everybody, calm down.
Madam, all of us have big voice. We can shout from night to tomorrow.
That's how you raise voice on my sister just now. This is not see when you insult her. Match your break.
I've been on other platforms. When I'm muted, I don't unmute myself and speak. I don't know how people think it's okay to do that, and they do it quite often and happily. I don't understand that. It baffles me. Sometimes I look at people, I'll be laughing like, how can I be like these people? Why did I miss it? What did my parents do that made me think, if I'm in a platform, I'm not called to speak, I should speak? I don't understand that. It baffles me. It's like a movie. All right, Kings.
That less he only available to do stuff.
You jump me, they go King. I never do my talk, they go. No, it's not going to happen. Riot will take place here. Let me talk my own talk. How you go just jump me, they go King? That is not allowed.
The funny thing is that I can actually move HO to the purgatory and keep her there, but I'm not going to do that.
If you talk when I never talk, we go fight. Just tell her, let me talk my talk.
Rudolph, Umwapu has had the verdict. Please. Anima, you're listening to Umwapu.
Rudolph.
Leave HO, please. Let's hear HO. Please, let's hear HO.
Okay, HO, go ahead.
Please.
I wanted to let you see when we do the rants.
I want make we go fight this Biafra war.
If you mention my name, I'm going to respond. So you cannot come here and
you go carry all your family from America. Go village. If you not carry your family from America, go village. You can't sit down for America, be wherever you there. You can't buga this nonsense talk, eh? Be like say your score head not correct. You just say make my mama and my papa make the dead village, make the dead sit at home. Food will not give them. Medical provision will not give them. Emergency will not give them. Una they wherever you there, they enjoy life. They talk bullshit. If una do another sit at home, and one single fly, he die for Biafra land. Abba, the kind when I go do to una, 2023 go reject una. I don't tell una. Having said that,
I thought you were over and you ended it. I was going to say that was good.
Now you're not giver. See, where they fight. It be like say we not they think. We only get two major tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. What are we not understanding? When they talk say, the one even call if they vex me. Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. Now call una say major tribe. And now they call they fight like chicken and agbado. Now they fight. All of us when come from the other side. We just they watch now. Now just they fight to ourselves. And yet now us now they marginalize first. When they qualify now to become the majority. And yet when not they give us one that call minority. When not they give us any example at all. It is a shame. They could all of them make Kanu. There are only two tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. Until we get that into our head. So that we that are oppressed will team up and fight these monsters that have turned us to this. We will go nowhere. When they cry for referendum. Now inside your living room when you did there, Mr. Justice. Now that they get a referendum. I mean, I don't say somebody must be up there in Nassau Rock when you go allow referendum to take place before you go do referendum. I mean, at your beer parlor when they sip wine. Now that they get referendum. I mean, I'm not even you and your wife before you get to now referendum. You must settle madam before I go answer you. You and your madam, if you not settle madam well, you know they follow you, they do referendum for your house. Talk less of a whole country. Now won't do referendum by killing my brothers and sisters, starving them for 5 days. They're not going to do market. And some of them, now the water leave. And you go when they sell every day. Now that they eat. Now that they pay school fees. Now that they buy their medication. Una there for Western world, they buga, they talk nonsense. Make all of them make sure no. Any of them when you want to Biafra sit at home, pack all your family, go sit down for Nigeria until you get Biafra. Not come to this Western world. If you don't do that, you come this social media space. Come they demand this nonsense, and they make my people they suffer for Biafra land. No, like I go do more than Obi to you. And social media go carry me and you like this. Your house self to go wrong, come out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Echo. Alex, so welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damage.
Yeah. How are you?
Thank you for your wonderful job you are doing.
I don't know anymore. I lost control. You know, I was actually thinking that maybe part of what happened today is that we didn't do the rant. People didn't get a chance to rant, and now they are putting it in every conversation. Oh, King is here. I've not even. Did we hear from you, King? Is it? I'm not in it. Right.
So should I wait? I should fire down.
Hold on. Let's King. Yeah, go ahead, Kings. Unmute yourself, please.
Am I coming out clear?
Who is speaking? King. Yeah, you're coming out clear. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for your wonderful work. I appreciate you. That's nice of you. Or I have a question to ask. Two questions to ask African Queen and HO.
Go ahead.
Yeah, HO. Good evening, ma.
She had you.
Oh.
Good evening, sir. I throw a salute.
Yeah. Okay. My question is this. Let's assume that Peter Obi wins the election and become the president. How is he going to change things in Nigeria? As you know, before, as you know, we are in democratic rule, and before a president can do anything, he must pass through the Senate, and Senate have to approve things before it will happen. And we all know very well that the Northerners, the Fulanis, are they are the majority in Senate. So how is Peter Obi going to change the constitution, the 1999 constitution that is holding us down? How is he going to what if Peter Obi becomes the president within 4 years and the Fulanis push him out as they did to Jonathan? What are we going to do as the Nigerians? Again, what if they impeach Peter Obi? Because when Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, he was impeached 3 good times. And this is federal level, it's not state level. Cabals are many there in Abuja who don't want Nigeria to work to develop.
Okay, thank you.
So, and you know, when a president wants to make anything, it must pass Senate, and Senate must approve, and majority are Fulanis at the Senate. So how is he going to make it?
Okay, Kings, thank you. Hold on.
This guy be like Dr. Oyeka.
Yeah. No. H.O. don't answer. Not yet. Kings, what question do you have for African Queen?
The second question I have for African Queen, we all know that Singapore separated from Malaysia, right? And they are doing wonderfully well today. Is it a crime for Nigeria to...
Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it a crime for Nigeria to separate and everybody goes their own ways to develop their places? And I think that is the best option, because we wasn't one Nigeria when the British came. All of us, we are in our own regions. Okay? And this Singapore separated with from Malaysia. Why didn't Singapore insisted to continue with Malaysia?
All right, Kings, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Rudolph, King sound and look like
Can I answer the question?
The other game you brought the last time.
Make I answer your question when you...
No. It's not all questions that I want you to answer. Hold on. I want to say something before you. I'll come to you. I'll come to you. I wanted to say, someone said something interesting that I'm the one that brought Kings online by telling him to. This is the point. I wanted to mention that Kings, I understand that we all are different places in this political conversation that we're having, and we appreciate everybody coming in and weighing in. I felt like saying that there's no need for HO to answer your question because P2B himself answered this question, exact question at Chatham House. But I don't think probably you did not watch his presentation there. And that's why, sometimes I want people who want to engage in political conversation to, get involved in it and listen also.
Okay.
No, hold on. I've not finished, Kings. When I finish, you.
All right.
So to get involved in it, and when you talk, we don't want to calling HO to answer a question that P2B himself was asked and he answered it. It doesn't serve the purpose of, So HO, it's not anything to do with you. I mean, I know you can answer it. I know you are an apostle of P2B. Your children follow P2B. You follow P2B too. So let's go to African Queen. About Singapore. I don't actually know what she said that made you feel that she has to answer that question, but I think she can handle it. African Queen, go ahead.
Okay, I'm muted. Hello, Kings, my brother. Yes, it's not a crime for the Biafrans to want to be on their own. It's not a crime for the Oduduwas to want to be on their own. It's not a crime for anybody to want to be on their own. The only crime is when the pattern with which you are going about your struggle. That's the only crime. I'm not against, and if you were listening before now, I said there was a time I was pro-Biafra. But after Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was captured, I have dumped everything about that. And I repeat, if the Biafra that is going to come is this one with Simon Ekpa, no, I'm afraid of that Biafra. I'm sorry. Because, he calls this, he has Emperor TV. Emperor, right? TV. He's an emperor. He's an emperor. He's a tyrant. I'm sorry. I mean, tyranny comes with, it's about a leader that lacks empathy. Do you understand? So that is the thing.
But
so
freedom is not giving,
Biafra,
but it's taking.
That's the Biafra I do not want. So in answering your question, I'm not against anybody wanting to be on their own. But in trying to be on your own, please, can you take care of your people? So did Singapore kill their people? Did they cause mayhem in their land? As some of our brothers have mentioned, have we bothered going after the people that our own sons? When you want to do cleanup, you start in a clean house. Do you know that if we clean our house, do you know 50% of our problem is solved? Do you know that? People don't know that. Simon Bakwe still made a great impact as a governor. Simon Bakwe still made great impact as a governor under the same Nigeria you're talking about. In the old Imo state. He was called the crying governor for a reason. Go and look at what he did. With how much, man? Are you telling me about fighting people? Steve, start cleaning your own house. Clean your house first. Because when there's cankerworms and nastiness in your house, the rodents will enter your house and feast in your house. So if we have rodents at home, it's because we have dirt at home. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, my brother? I am all for that. I don't have any problem with that. But please, let us introspect. Huh? Because yes, Madam Eto said something. It's a war of class. And those like class, the elites, unfortunately, Igbos are part of them. And just as my brother, you keep mentioning Soludo. It's so funny. Soludo is using Biafra to chase clout and you're not seeing it. You think that he's actually for you? You don't know what he's doing? Soludo is only pandering to that past section of Igbo because he knows that he has committed. The other section, they don't want to see him at all. What has he actually done for Biafra as a cause? and he ordered to come and do film.
He is calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not interested in what he's doing. He's calling for the.
Forget it. He's not coming nowhere. Forget it, my brother. He's supposed to go to.
You say you support Nnamdi Kanu. You want him to die himself.
Justice.
I don't want to. No, don't even say that, my brother.
That's what you are doing.
Justice.
Justice, you don't know nothing about Nnamdi. You don't know who Nnamdi is before.
I don't want to know. I want him to be free.
I know Nnamdi.
I'm talking about.
Do you understand that?
Okay.
I knew Nnamdi as a child, so don't even go there.
African
You don't love him more than I do.
Hold on.
What you're doing, whatever is happening now, is not even in his best interest. Do you know that? Do you know that this guy is making trouble? The bad time they've been trying to give IPOB things that they could not. Do you know that someone is succeeding to put that bad tag on IPOB? They say in Igbo, and they say when you want actually people want to when you want to give a dog, you give it a bad name first before.
The one you are giving Simon now, giving them the Kanu.
Simon is giving IPOB a bad name. Stop
you
that.
are the one giving us a bad name, not Simon.
My
you are the one doing it.
Simon made so much effort in this struggle.
Why are you criticizing?
Simon is not doing a good job.
African Queen, hold on. Okay, Justice. Does it look nice to you that when you were talking, people were quietly listening to you? Why do you have to? Why are people like this? Why? And I've said this before. Is it because I was laughing? I meant it. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't say not a good thing about you. All right. Justice, I have questions that people sent to me that I should ask you. That's why. And please, just be brief. This is one question. It says, why is it that Igbo people outside Igbo land are not participating in the sit at home? Why is it that it's only enforced? You, for instance, wherever in the world you are, if you want to tell people in the villages that you are paying a price, we have to pay a price for whatever. Why are you going to work? Why are Igbo people in Lagos, in Abidjan, in London, in New York? Why don't you force them to also do that? That's when you have common sacrifice. That's a question for you. Why is that not happening? Now, before you answer, I think there's another one I don't remember. You guys just threw me off balance. I don't remember what that guy is saying, but I'm getting some questions from different platforms too. But in general, who has not spoken? Because we have to round up in another. Okay, Alex, I saw you. Alex, I saw you. So maybe I remember that one alone. Justice, you can do justice to that one, and maybe next time I want to see. Okay, this is another thing, another one. This is I'm just paraphrasing. Someone said in his question, he was saying that this kind of behavior that we get from, I mean, most of the time it comes from people. We're all passionate about what we believe in. But this idea of interruption, using languages, and maybe what I'm missing is, or what we're missing is that we may be individuals, but we're also representing whoever the people were. And if you are an Igbo person, you know that Igbo people have paid a price before for what few people did. The people that planned the coup of January 15th, 1966, they did not consult Igbo people when they planned the coup. They decided to plan a coup, did what they wanted to do, made their own mistakes. Igbo people paid a price for that. And for you, Justice, I'm talking to you, but not just you, all the people I see on the comment section who I think the same way. I don't think they ever think that what they are doing could be interpreted to mean this is a representation of who you are, where you come from. And that's why sometimes I see this kind of reaction where somebody is talking, the kind of people that interject and won't just care to wait until it's their turn. Why? I'm Igbo too. I don't understand it. What's wrong with us? All right, answer the question and we'll go to who is Alex? Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. But just 1 minute, please. Don't go in tangents. Just
no. I'm not going to take too much time. One, I'll start with what you said about interjection. Nigeria have created monster. Nigeria have made us angry. You don't know what we have lost being Nigerians.
Hold on. Justice, hold on. You see, this is the thing. When you say these things, it sounds very good in your mind. Are you the only Nigerian? Are you? Hold on. Igbo people are not the people suffering more than any other people in Nigeria. Look at Yoruba people; they are killing them too. The Fulanis are in their forest. The way they approach it is different from the way we are approaching it. And you don't think you think we are the smartest. You think that is the best way. And now look at let me tell you. I have not aired my view on this, and I don't want, it's not this platform. I have my own platform where I will air my view. But we have to be careful. We have to be careful. All right, let me not do it here. Go ahead.
Rufus, you know, you people keep making this assertion of is it only Igbo that are suffering or is it only Igbo that are suffering? We are telling you our personal experience. You can't take it away from us. We have personal experience apart from Igbo generally. We have known what we suffer because we are doing business all over the places in Nigeria. And each time our welfare come along, the first thing they will present to us is that, oh, Igbos are everywhere. They are the one holding business everywhere. That is without exchange to our life. You cannot compare anything freedom to all these things we are talking about. I can be a Pawantapa in my village than this depression we are all suffering in the Western world. You might be the happiest man being a Pawantapa. This my sister that is talking here is a medical doctor. Why is he not practicing it in Nigeria? Why did he left? All of us run away because Nigeria is about to kill us. Even when we run away, Nigeria is still chasing us. Because you can't have brothers and sisters back in Nigeria and you come abroad, drive a car, live in a good house, and you keep quiet. You have to work 3-4 jobs. Because only one job can keep you in America, but only one job cannot give you money to give to your people back home. So you have to work 3-4 jobs. This is what Nigeria is doing to all of us. So it doesn't matter where you are. So coming to when people ask you, why are you not sitting at home? This is where the white people are different from the black people. Because they have conditioned our stomach to be what controls what you think for your future. Because they know that our side, we don't have that mental toughness to solve our problem. They have known that they will always keep the bread away for you. So they will show you so you can dive on it. Sit at home is a civil disobedient. People went to Lekki Toge. They were killed. Now we said we don't want our people to go to the street anymore. This is a part of our protest. What is wrong with it? Now Nigeria turn it around, try to use it as a blackmail. When you say let people stay at home, nobody should come out. They now turn it as a blackmail. But in America, we are living today. There was what is called civil disobedience. When the civil rights movement was going on, people deprived themselves of entering the bus. Coming to the question of we in our diaspora, why are we not sitting down? The state of Israel, people that restore it, go and read that history. This one we are fighting. Everybody, they know what they did to us. And they know what we are doing. The enemy knows. They know that they have made it for us to understand. Anytime anybody rises from the Igbo session to stand about his people, the first thing they will remind you that they starve you to death. They will remind you, we starve you to death. If you do it again, we cannot starve you to death. Then we want to tell them that as it stands now, death is no more because we already dead. So when we tell them that keep that your money, keep that your food, let's die hunger, they could not even allow us to sit at our home and die. They will now bring that divide and conquer. So that some of people will come and say, why are you not still? We know what Nigeria is about to do to us. And if we allow them, because we are afraid we are going to go hungry, Nigeria is going to kill all of us. So when you ask us in diaspora, we in diaspora are doing our part, and people home are doing their own. And anybody think that...
How you want?
I'm getting feedback.
Yeah.
Let me round up. I know everybody's itching to talk, but let me round up. When you come to say why people diaspora are not still at home, you are being disingenuous, because you know that civil disobedience anywhere in the world is obtainable. Sitting at home, we are not forcing anybody. We are not forcing anybody. And we that
right, Justice,
some of us people sit at home.
Justice, thank you so much. Okay, there is no need. This is what the final thing I will say. I'm happy we had this conversation today. It's almost 8 hours. This is not what we set out to do today. But I hope that tomorrow somebody will not come here and say, nobody's talking about this. Nobody's talking about, I hear this every day from everybody. Nobody's talking about this. We spent 8 hours today talking about this. We hope to do it another time, but this is not the only thing we talk about. But it's important that we give people a chance to hear other people's viewpoints, and hopefully we learn from it. Freedom, if you have something different from this topic, we can hear you. Otherwise, I want us to go to, Alex, I'm so sorry. Next time wear red or something so that I can see you and remember that you are there. I think, I'm so sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Now you are, now you.
Alex is the character.
That reminds me.
Can I comment?
That hold on. That what you're wearing, that reminds me. Tomorrow on the show we have Omoya
Sure.
coming. So for those who will want to, because I hear that also, that's another group of people I hear from. Why is it that you guys don't talk about Shure? He's coming tomorrow, so come tomorrow and let's talk about him. Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, I greet everybody. I've been watching you people for some hours now. But my name is Alex. My native name is Tega. I'm from Robo, Delta State. I am fully in support of Biafra 247. Now, what I must say, the reason I came into this show, I heard somebody talk about Peter Obi emerging as the president, and after that, we bring out Mazina the Kanu. I have to run to the toilet and throw up. I was like, this was not very great. I have to throw up in the toilet when I heard that word. Because maybe that person is the biggest dreamer I've ever seen. Because there's no way these Fulani people will allow Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria. For the Fulani to allow Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria, with the mindset of a lot of people have for Peter Obi as a new deliverer, as a new messiah, they rather divide this country for everybody to run their domain. Because the Fulani will never bow down to any Igbo man, any Robo man, or any other tribe, because they believe the Nigeria is their property, was given to them to use to play Papagolo the way they want. So anybody supporting Peter Obi, my support, if I wanted to be a supporter of this election, I would support Omole Sowore, because Sowore has not been tested in politics. For me, Peter Obi is a hardened criminal, which is the papa, his father is articulated. Because Peter Obi said, you see Atiku, you see me. A lot of our condemning articulated. In 2019, if articulated happened to be the president of Nigeria, will Peter Obi not be assistant to criminal? Or will not be assistant to... So why people separating Peter Obi from articulated? And there's no way you can separate Peter Obi from articulated, because they are collude. They work together. They go in particular to do things. Let me shock you guys. Anytime for Peter Obi can even decamp to articulate and become his vice, that is politics for you, because all they want is your interest. Everything is interest. Peter Obi is not running an election to win. He's just there to... Peter is a show promoter. If you want to have more view, invite Peter Obi to this your show. You have not let that 500K for view watching you right now. If you damn me, invite Peter Obi tomorrow. Peter Obi is a show promoter. Peter Obi is not a presidential candidate. He's not contesting.
All right.
He's still a candidate. Yeah.
Alexi, thank you so much.
No, I'm not done. They say something about that. I've done to surrender to 1 minute. Wait till happen now.
You are rounding up. Oh, hold on. We are rounding up. We have to leave by in the
I
next...
understand that time I they are talking about
you don't understand us, Shari.
Huh?
No,
let me speak now.
No, Alexi, hold on. Okay, we're running out of time. Freedom.
Let me just speak about time for 1 minute, because they are talking about Samo.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Now, people are talking about sit at home in Nigeria. Now, as I'm talking to you now, Sam Ekpa is doing fundraising. The fundraising Sam Ekpa is doing is for those in diaspora. Those in Nigeria are not contributing. And I can hear people saying that some people is doing it at home, that those diaspora should be doing it at home also. But right now, those diaspora are doing fundraising, they are contributing money to help the ESM, safeguarding the parents so that they can go to farm. Yesterday in Nnamdi University, 9 people were raped by the Fulani ESM, including a virgin. She lost her virginity to this Fulani. The reason why Masina Kanu created the Eastern Security Network is because of this domain, this terrorist Fulani ESM. If not, why did Masina Kanu do with the ESM? Why did Masina Kanu create ESM to guide him? If Masina Kanu create ESM to guide him, there's no way the Nigerian government would have captured him. He created it to make sure that the parents can go to farm. He did not create the ESM to kill or to be the unknown government you are talking about. Unknown government are government sponsor terrorists to kill, to make sure that this agenda look like war film. That is the plight of the government. Any people that don't want this division like the government, they're ready to do anything. They can just constitute nuisance in the whole of Biafra and label it inside my head. So everybody declares sit at home. Have you ever seen anybody sitting at home killed in his house? No. The last sit at home, a Nigerian police was caught ordering sit at home. Is it with duty? Who give her that work? Who give Nigerian police the control sit at home? Is this time when I declare? So there are a lot of things that's happening in Biafra land. They see the attention. They don't want this election. And for all Nigeria, for us to live a better life, we have to say no to 2023 presidential election. Not president. If I wanted to start for one Nigeria, people already become the president. They will give someone a problem. Nigeria is destined to fail anybody. Even though you're intelligent man, immediately emerge as the president, the system will fail you every night, 2 times. They will double fail you because the system has already programmed for you to fail. So what are you telling me? Who won't become president of Nigeria to save Nigeria? Nobody. Nobody can save us from this fucking Nigeria. Tell me very little bit. Say on 2023 presidential election. Someone is doing the best thing so far this government needs. Because the government are rugged, some people is rugged. All of us are rugged. They make us to be rugged. They create us like this. In Europe, I want to talk to white man. They will say I'm violent. As I know the violent, they brought me up like this. The country made me to be rugged. That's why I'm talking rugged. If the country tell me the way I am now in Europe, I will not be rugged. I'll be talking politely with you. Now that's why you're asking justice. Why you don't come? I will calm down. We will not try to be calming down now. If you calm down, they will call you or dead. See, this guy not get level. So all of us to be showing our regality. You say HQ do to Peter B. Peter B will run out of speech. Peter B will visiting Granot. Why you think that is the interview? Peter B is not serious. Peter B is not why you think Granot in interview. You don't. I don't understand. People should understand. Peter B never answered any questions since he started this campaign. Story. What concerns Nigeria with the Jerusalem? What concerns Nigeria with the Mediterranean Sea? Can we fix like just have the same ideology? But Nigeria, we are separated. More than 50 ethnic group. What are they talking? Plenty ethnic group. We are not united. So how can we use their pattern to repair Nigeria?
Alex, thank you. I have to go. We have to go.
Area.
If I don't quit today, if you don't see me again tomorrow.
Rudolph, they came for you today. Rudolph, they came for you today, man. You don't know
why are they fight for that side? You know, that's how we take with presidency.
African Queen, you have to help me here. Hold on. Let's see.
I've been waiting to speak. I don't know if you are hearing me.
Freedom is life. Then African Queen, help me out.
Can you hear me?
I'm about to give up. African Queen, go ahead. Oh no, freedom is life. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good morning from here. I want to drive strength from what our brother Alex have just said. And it's unfortunate that when you see some people or when you listen to some of us, especially those of us who are graduate, who have gone to school and are staying outside the country, if you listen to some people, there seems to be capitalizing on what is happening in Nigeria. Like, you know, you are having pity for some people, maybe because of their age and all that. You are forgetting the main point that have brought us to this place that we are. The cause of our problem from onset, we have never been welcomed. We have never been accepted, and you are still hoping on, you know, on the next 8 years or 4 years to come that you're not even sure. What if after the election and they denied P2B the access? Hello, can you hear me? What if after the election come February 20 something, I don't know, they deny him the opportunity to be the president? Or you think that without IPOB coming out to say that we don't want to be part of Nigeria again, that they will stop killing us even till thy kingdom come? You know, it baffles some people to see us as in fighting over what we are not supposed to be fighting, instead of us to come together and use one voice. Join the people. And I also want to say that our problem have always been one thing, not allowing one or two people to be at the front. Everybody wants to be noticed. You want to be seen, you know, doing this or doing that. That have been the problem from onset. And if you look at what is happening today, Simon Ekpa, this and that, is because some people think that they are being shifted from the forefront or something. So I also want to say that it is okay for us if after contributing your opinion here, you shift so that others will be able to have access to come here and say something. A lot of things have gone wrong, and it doesn't start from this moment. I greet all of you.
Okay, Rudolph is not around. African Queen, yeah, I think he wanted you to respond to something. I can't remember.
I can't really remember.
He's back. He's back. Okay.
Okay.
No.
What did you want to respond to, Dr.?
No. I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And I appreciate. I heard what you said. Where is he? He's gone.
He's gone. He left immediately after he finished his submission.
All right. I really appreciate everybody that joined us today and those that are watching at home. I think we made progress. It may not look that way, but I think we made progress. We had different viewpoints, and I hope I learned something from everybody, and I hope we all learned something from each other. We're now going to round up, and the way we do that is to talk about what keeps us up at night. And I really want to hear from some people here about what keeps them up at night. So to begin with, hold on, I have this new thing I do, if I can get to that. All right, good. It's really, for those who have not subscribed to the channel, I'm not good at saying that, but I am being told that I should be reminding people, please subscribe to our channel. And then for those who, you can like the video too, it helps us. So we are going to go to what keeps you up at night. All right, so we give everyone a minute to tell us what keeps them up at night. We start with Scribe. Yeah, first.
For me, it's justice. As always on this program, I am calling for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calling that his court, the appeal court judgment should be upheld and he should be released, and that's always my appeal. So I'm hoping also that at some point we begin to understand that we don't have any other country than Nigeria. As much as I would like to align with my brothers, but I think we Nigeria can work. That's my point.
All right, thank you so much. On politics, Ovie. Let's see if Kwankwaso will answer us. Kwankwaso, no. Ovie. Okay, African Queen, you're next. Okay, I should go on. Okay, Echo, don't vex.
Everybody don't jackpot.
Things. What keeps you up at night?
Adewale is always a late cover.
Things. What keeps you up at night? Okay, Adewale is in. We can't hear you, Kings. I really would like to know what keeps you up at night.
And I personally, I stand for Biafra, and Biafra we must get, and we are ready to fight for it this year. We stand with Simon Ekpa, and we call for the release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because the court have discharged and acquitted him, and Nigerian government have to obey their obey their laws, because Nigeria have turned to a lawless country. Every bad thing is happening in Nigeria. We are not ready to stay in that country anymore.
Thank you, Kings.
Yeah, thank you.
Kings, may I ask you just a reminder? I don't know. I've not been keeping. How many days do we have?
Rudolph, you are calling me.
No, oh, I'll call you again. How many days do we have before Biafra, Kings?
I want to correct you on that, because there's something some people don't understand. It's not about giving you days. We might give you, listen, we might give you days that Biafra will come in 50 days coming. There are processes that have to be done, and it might exceed that feast days, which something might occur to make us to change dimension.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, I know there's
listen, this is, for example, someone got admission in university. Something might make you to not finish the time you're supposed to finish. It doesn't mean that you may get, yes, your course might be 5 years course, but you might finish in 6 years.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean that you didn't finish school.
Thank you so much, Kings. Alex, what keeps you up at night?
I wanted to talk about for the days you counted about the Biafra coming.
No. What keeps you up at night? Don't worry about it.
Okay. For me, I want obedience supporters to pull out of this race, including Obidabi, to step down, and all obedience should come together and demand and say we don't want this election to continue. Because if they will give Peter Obi the president in 4 years, 8 years, after then what next?
Okay, hold on. Alexi, hold on. If they do what you want now, what happens then after that?
If I want obedience to step down,
if they step down, they'll be everybody steps down, and then say they don't want the election. Then what happens?
Yes, we don't want the election. We'll change it to referendum. We don't want
how will you change it?
We will turn this election day to referendum, to demand for referendum.
How will you do it? How is
that is what I'm saying. If everybody comes together, we don't want this election. We say no to
everybody. Who are the everybody?
Let me tell you, let me make it straight. The obedience people are the people that want genuine change for Nigeria. I'm calling obedience for as NSAS continua, because they are the NSAS people. You know, they fail woefully in the NSAS. So they are the people that are coming to shout Obi. They really want change, but they went to a criminal to give them the change they are looking for. They are confused. The country are frustrated. They don't think straight anymore. So if they want to think straight, they should say no to election, because we cannot help the problem is too much. What they are bringing to Obi is too much. There's not to be step down. Let's demand for referendum.
Alexi, you know what? Alex, come back next time. We have 5 minutes left. Next time, come back. We have this conversation. We are going to make another topic that will involve this scandal.
But Matthew is a failure.
Thank you. Justice.
1 minute, 30 seconds. If Obi got third position, I'm going to give you back his campaign money in this election.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
thank you. Justice, Ernest. 1 minute.
Thank you, Rudolph. What keeps me late at night as I'm speaking now is nothing by my freedom. We want freedom like tomorrow is not coming. Because if we allow Nigeria to continue, we are putting the life of our children in danger. I have come to realize that it doesn't matter. Even Jesus Christ become the president of Nigeria, it's not going to work, because Jesus himself said, If the foundation is wrong, there's nothing the righteous can do. And we as Christians believe that Jesus is the most righteous person in this world. If him can acknowledge that when the foundation is wrong, he himself cannot do anything. So that one rings a bell to all of us. Nigeria is a killer. Nigeria is a criminal breeder. You cannot survive in Nigeria without criminality. We have tried it, we have practiced it, and we found out that it doesn't matter. In the 1 billion years, all of us will die and come back. I found out that Nigeria is worse. That is why I'm awake as I'm speaking to you now. I'm awake tomorrow because we must fight to get this Biafra. That's where our life depends. If you don't know it, I want to tell Nigerians, the people that killed Deborah, they are educated people. They killed him in the school. They didn't kill him in the street. They killed him in school. So how do you want me to live in the same country with people that killed Deborah? And this man that cannot even condemn Deborah death want to be president of Nigeria, and he's the potential winner, and he want me to be part of it? You must be mad for you to say I should be part of it.
All right.
That's what keeps me late at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Dr. David,
you come in at the right time when
I've been accused of always coming late. You know the funniest thing, Dr. David, your show is like winning a lottery. To get access to your studio, you will be like, oh, studio is full. Nobody won't come out.
I know.
When I started joining your show, it was it was easy to join now, but now you have to be on the queue, on the line, one by one.
Sometimes they kick me out.
Awesome.
If I do,
I want to not a footmark on family matter. You know the year word. I told you, bride price don't increase. You know the year word. Amaka left you now, Chinyere.
You give Chinyere Bele in advance so that the bride price will increase. Now
bride price don't increase. I know deal. I know support.
If you give Chinyere Bele in advance, you have the upper hand to bargain for bride price. That's how they know your choice.
What keeps you up at night?
With all due respect to everyone in the studio, I agree though. Our disagreement in the nationhood, that's what keeps me up. We haven't really understood who we are as people. Until we're able to identify and be able to know who we are, then we will have, that unity that we yearn for. But for now, politics is probably not going to solve it. Killing ourselves is not going to solve it. And I quite support some of the submissions in the show today, that violence and killing is not really the best option. And for those who are actually advocating for that, they should have a rethink, because there were actors before us, and when we are gone, there will be also another generation that will come up. We don't know what they will meet. We don't want to leave the ground already, shattered and all that. So what keeps me up is the fact that we haven't been able to identify that. Until we're able to identify who we are as people, then attaining nationhood will be easy passage. Coming next election, the money bag will win. That's for a fact. The money bag always wins. But we hope that the level of casualties and chaos will be minimal, not too much, because I foresee that there is no way there won't be any form of violence in any angle. But I hope that it's going to be minimized, and that's what keeps me up. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you so much, Echo.
I think one of the things that bothers me most is the fact that when people say Nigeria, I don't know who they define as Nigeria. Because if you look at the map of Nigeria, it didn't change. The only people that has changed and has turned the country Nigeria upside down, now me and you. So now who be the Nigeria? Now who? Now the Hausa be the Nigeria. I've been at the Yoruba. I've been at us when I call minority. I've been at the Igbo. Because when they talk the word Nigeria, I see Nigeria now one can attract people from nowhere. We are the Nigeria. We are our own problem. And now we be our own solution. Because the map of Nigeria, nothing has changed since when they bomb me. The only thing when I see, now the characteristic of Nigerians when it don't change. Even in the Igbo land, when they call Biafra, no unity. No unity. In the house, in the Yoruba land, when they go to no unity. In the Niger Delta, no unity. In the Arewa community, no unity. That is why I tell you, I say, make we rethink. There are only two tribes in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. In the tribe of the oppressors, now then they marry themselves. Now then they go party, go buka. Now they turn me and you to the person when go they carry umbrella for their wife. Now they turn me and you to the people when go they do security for their children. Now they turn me and you to the people when go rig election for them. So who are we fighting? Ourselves. Just like my brother said, it is only the day the camp of the oppressed realize that we are the only people that are suffering, and we have to unite to drive this monster away. It is then we can sit down and get the referendum we are talking about. Without that, as long as we live in this disunity, they will continue to use us to achieve their agenda, and will continue to be a servant to them. And me, Hannah Jebari Opukoko, Alas Hecho, I say no. None of my children will become a servant to these idiotic, wicked people. Come 2027, we will take the house of Trump's chancellor to presidency so that we can sit down and have this discussion called referendum. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You see, when Echo started talking, a lot of people wanted to chime and join and have the newest internet stuff.
None of that, they manage me.
All right. Obi Francis, 1 minute. What keeps you up at night? I'm not sure you joined us today, but I can't remember my. Can you unmute yourself, Obi? Go ahead. Okay, we can't hear you. We don't have time. If we can't hear you, like CM, we wait for you another time. King Nelson, welcome to the show.
We have too many fake kings on the show today.
Yeah. King, can you hear me? King Nelson, unmute yourself, please, and tell us what keeps you up at night. He cannot figure it out. All right, we're going on. We're moving on.
They are obedient. They are obedient.
What keeps you up at night?
Yeah, first of all, I think I want to agree with Alex that Obi will not finish among the first three. I agree with him for obvious reason. He's been there in a member of Teki Bashiwori. He was served with 4 years ago, so and he's speaking from experience. So that's why I agree with him.
Sorry, I'm not sure. No.
Okay. But the way you speak as if you are speaking from that angle anyway.
No, bro, that's not any political party. I look all of them as criminals.
Anyway, what keeps me awake, on the most serious note, what keeps me awake is still the obedient space. What will happen after February 25th? And if it's not go their way, are we going to be hearing accusation upon accusation? Oh, you collect money. Oh, you betray us. Is that what we're going to hear? Or we have found a formidable force going forward. Because it's important. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's a gain so far. So the fact that, everybody wake up and is looking forward to what is next. What is our government going to do? Who is the next guy and all that? It's a good thing. It can only get better from here on. But it's this energy that we are seeing today, this interest, is it going to continue? Are we going to sit down and say, okay, yes, we know why we lost. This is what happened. Let's go stronger. Or it's going to be the other way around. So that actually keeps me awake. Other than that, election will come and go, and it's going to be very peaceful. Win or lose, nothing will we do. I trust in Nigerian state. We'll do anyhow. We'll do anyhow, go see anyhow. That's the Nigerian state.
They'll bring down the country.
Who you want? You want if you born a Bola Tinubu one of your house, you go see the landlord for another place. All of even the Obi himself, we no go lose anything. Now me and you go see lose. Now me and you go fit burn our property, but we no go get. So Nigeria will still continue to move. So, but the most important thing, the Nigerian state, they know how to do best. Who do anyhow, go see anyhow.
All right, Ovie, thank you. African Queen, last word.
The only thing that keeps me up at night is there are things. Just the first is, are they really going to conduct a free and fair election? Now, what with that, I can see my brother saying no, they won't. We're not even helping. You are not even helping. So whether they conduct, you are not even whether they conduct the free and fair election doesn't matter to you. That's what I'm seeing. From what I'm seeing, people love him beyond Igbo land. Yes, my brother, you can. I know maybe you have someone who you are supporting, but people love will be beyond Igbo land, which is actually being seen today. So, and now you find out that he's appealing to the common people. So the problem is, if they do not conduct an election, free and fair election today, what is the country going to look like? For those people who think that this is their last chance. So now what I'm telling you is not just about the Igbos. The Nigerian commoners, the common people in Nigeria, the youth think that this is their last chance after what happened to them during NSAS. So are you going to, this behemoth of crowd that is going to help, do you think that the status quo has what it takes to suppress them if they do not conduct a free and fair election? It's not going to be business as usual. Something has changed in Nigeria. So I'm afraid that, the truth is that if they do that, might actually get us to Biafra quicker than this thing we can do. I think the shortest way to get us to Biafra actually is, and to get Oduduwa is for them not to conduct a free and fair election. That is what I'm saying. So now, but the thing is that the price to be paid, is it worth it? So that is what keeps me awake at night. And also, the other part of it is that my brothers that are clamoring for Biafra, I'm a true Igbo girl. Whether you want to put me as a Biafran or as an Igbo, it doesn't matter. I know I can trace my ancestry, but the only thing is this: please, if you are not going to support Obi, can you please leave him alone? Leave him alone and leave people that want to support alone. No, my dear, see, Alex, you don't have any say in that. See, listen, the thing is that this: when people do that, right? When your own insanity stops, that's where the other person's own starts. So the thing is this: you have to maintain, you have to respect other people. What kind of Biafra is searching for that do not respect other people's opinion? You don't respect other people. What kind of Biafra is that? That's the problem I have right now. So the thing is this: if you will not support him, it's okay. But don't try to stop anyone. Because the way it is going now, you will have no plans. People are just creating mayhem. Nobody is listening to you. Even me, the average Igbo girl, is not listening to you. So how do you think anybody is listening to you? So at the end of the day, if you stop people from voting, you know what? Nigeria will vote. Do you know what? Somebody will win. Do you know what? Nigeria will go on. And let me tell you something. You're talking about if Obi doesn't go and come in, my dear, whoever next that comes in will not even feel anything for you. The journey will go on. So Alex, please, my brother, I know that you are a Yoruba man, you are my brother, but when it comes to brotherhood, you could be my cousin. But I'm talking to my brother now, that the only person that can actually listen to you is blood when it starts. Some friends are closer than blood, but the truth is, do not mess the water you're going. That's just what I want to tell you. At the end of the day, that's what you and I will speak from and drink. That's what it is. So that's what keeps me up at night. So my people don't have a plan. They want Jeffrey, they don't have a plan. They're doing countdown that can change. Like when they go on strike. So that is the problem I have. They don't have any plan. They don't have any plan. They're giving our people problems, and they don't have any good plan. You see, now they are raising money. the damages. Now they're raising money for ESL. I didn't hear, oh, can we raise money for those out of school children who suddenly cannot afford to do anything? Marco is doing that. There are people that are doing that for their people. I've never heard it before. And they're telling me you're fighting for what? That it's good to just spill the blood of Igbos because it's a price to pay. But you and I are here in America, and maybe our families are out here, and it's a price to pay. That's somebody's child. So, Dr. Davis, that's what keeps me up at night. How reckless they are with human life. That's what keeps me up at night.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who joined us, especially those that watched at home, those that are commenting, even those that are making fun of us. We appreciate everybody. Without you, we are not going to be doing this. For those that joined us in the studio, I appreciate everybody. Mr. Scribe, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Ovia, thank you so much for spending all this time with us. African Queen, thank you so much for your wonderful contribution. Echo, thank you so much for being the star, and I hope you keep shining. Keep giving them giving
well done.
Give them hell, not me. Give them.
No get high blood pressure. Nigerian problem will give you high blood pressure.
Echo, your intro song supposed to be Pepe Demo.
Obi story will not be complete without Echo in it. So that's a big achievement.
Just so
that's
you know,
a big achievement. So
what you're going to do for me, give them Pepe out there, not me, not inside. You know, when you come here, out there, when you go out there.
So she has succeeded in putting herself in the history.
The professor say, the teacher they go give me water like.
Alexa, support self-determination. Forget about this.
Alexa, thank you so much for joining us.
I wanted to respond for the card that she talked about. I don't know if you can give me.
Keep responding. We won't end.
Pastor, don't join. Making close prayer.
We have to end somehow. You know, there's another day tomorrow. Tomorrow after show where we can talk. John Abba, Justice, welcome. Thank you so much. We appreciate you today. Justice, can you hear me?
Pastor is going to cry for.
All right, John Abba, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Are you going to church? It's too early to go to church.
Never too early. Every Nigerian will live in church. That is our order.
Forefathers, thank you so much for joining us today.
What kind of rubbish is that?
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Do you have anything to say, forefathers? I don't actually know what you think. Did you watch?
Which one? I didn't watch fully, but I saw the this guest talking about what was going on in the southeast. And obviously, I think he got most of it right. And I saw the video of Ojukwu talking about how the real issue is because the Igbos have been marginalized. And the part that to redeem that is to fight for equity instead of fighting for Biafra. And instead, the Biafra is the one that has had most of the noise. And I hope that, that fight for equity is where the focus should be. And these Biafran ones that are fighting for Biafra, they can carry on doing it, but they shouldn't be disruptive. They really shouldn't, because according to what all our politics say, if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. Basically, that because you can't keep disrupting the majority that wants a country that they can call home, that is secure for them, and that they want to have their children grow up in peace. We can't keep suffering like this. Our people have been suffering for too long. And obviously, regarding the event of the week, that everybody's talking about more, that's Peter Big going to Chatham House and coming on live online. I was concerned. I don't know what I said today here last week or so, that he wasn't repeating the 1 million military strategy that he was looking to put in place. So I went there to have him confirm it, which he did. And he also went further to confirm the importance of getting these things done. So I was happy to get that. He's the only person, the only politician out of all the 4 presidential candidates I've spoken to that's answered that question straight. The others were with the waffle. They talk about technology. They talk about this. I was like, but you don't have the numbers in the first place, you know. So that's why most of the time he was talking, I was just saying yes, because we are in agreement. I can't refuse. I have to take yes for an answer. So if he decided to start waffling, then he would have seen that I would have been rough with him, because I'll be rough with him. I'm not going to allow him to just bamboozle me and he gets away with something that's fundamental to me anyway, and I believe it's fundamental to our nation and our people.
Yes.
So I'll leave it at that.
All right.
President.
For that, thank you so much for contributing. And you guys live in good.
That article cannot climb stairs. Do you want to take that back?